Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Became the Silent Ninja? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. In the shadows cast by the full moon, two adults crept under the cover of the looming fortress walls of the city hidden in the leaves. Inside the walls, many of the citizens of the shinobi village of Konoha were settling down for the night. A number of families were happily celebrating the graduation of their children from the ninja academy and into the rank of genin. The one child that hadn't passed was no longer within the village walls. "Is it done?" a woman's voice asked. "A complete success. We can head out after him in a few minutes. Right now the Hokage has shinobi looking for him, but no one will be able to find him before us," a male boasted. "Then perhaps you should hurry before the Hokage sends actual trackers after the boy," another woman interrupted from the shadows behind them. "What are you doing here?" the man asked. "Making sure the two of you don't mess this up. Remember, the Jinchuriki needs to be eliminated. After that, the scroll of sealing should be taken directly to the meeting point," the second woman informed them. "We know, we'll take care of it. This plan can't go wrong," the first woman assured. "Then get going," the second woman ordered. In the shadows cast by the full moon, two people scowled before taking off after their target. Iruka arrived at the clearing to find an exhausted, battered, yet surprisingly enthusiastic Naruto. The boy showed no fear or guilt after having attacked the Hokage and stolen the Forbidden Scroll. The fact that, as an academy student, Naruto believed he had been able to master one of the techniques housed within that scroll was even more amazing, and a bit frightening. "Oh, this? Mizuki-sensei told me about it. And this place too." Naruto enlightened him before once again stating his intention to graduate using the new skill he had learned. The moment Naruto had mentioned the other sensei, Iruka had stopped paying attention to the boy. He jumped back to attention just in time to shove his student out of the way of the oncoming projectiles. Iruka felt himself thrown back against the small shack in the clearing, but he ignored the pain and instead turned to pinpointing the location of the attacker. Mizuki was sitting smugly in a tree at the edge of the clearing. I didn't expect anyone to get to him before I did," Mizuki stated, looking appraisingly between the sensei and his student. "This will cause a small hitch in my plans. I was just going to kill Naruto and send the scroll off. Nobody would have missed the brat anyways. Now it looks like I'll have to kill both of you. It'll be difficult for me to get out of this without catching any suspicion," he pondered aloud. Naruto was staring at Mizuki with horror. Iruka could see the understanding and belief flash through his eyes as he considered Mizuki's words. "Naruto, whatever you do, do not give up that scroll," Iruka ordered his student. "Why should he listen to you?" Mizuki asked, looking over at Naruto. "Let me let you in on a secret. Brat," he began, "Iruka hates you as much as the rest of the village. Would you like to know why?" Naruto's terrified face faltered slightly, betraying his curiosity. "Don't!" Iruka shouted at Mizuki. When Mizuki smirked at Naruto, Iruka shouted, "Get out of here, Naruto." Naruto didn't listen to him. Instead, Iruka could tell that the boy's attention was fixed firmly on Mizuki and the answers that he had always wanted. "The reason they all hate you, 12 years ago when the QB was sealed, it was sealed in you. You're the one that caused all the pain and suffering in this village. Iruka's parents and so many others, you killed all of them. You're the QB," Mizuki stated. Naruto's face scrunched up in confusion as he tried to decipher what Mizuki had told him. As he fit all the pieces together, his entire demeanor darkened, causing Mizuki to smirk in pleasure. Iruka's mind flashed back to the meeting with the Hokage earlier that afternoon. Naruto didn't deserve this. He didn't deserve to lose every ounce of faith he had managed to build inside the village. Iruka reacted as quickly as he could when he saw Mizuki ready one of his larger shuriken. He managed to shield Naruto, but not without the shuriken becoming lodged in his back. "Get out of here," he grunted through the pain. Naruto looked up at him with wide, uncertain eyes before his face once again hardened. This time, Naruto nodded and grabbed the scroll before heading out of the clearing. Iruka stood up a bit shakily and lunged at Mizuki. If he could hold the other Chunin off, then Naruto stood a chance of making it back to the village relatively unharmed. Unfortunately, Mizuki simply smirked and dodged Irika's sluggish attack. You're slow, and if you honestly think he'll get away then you need to re-evaluate the situation, Mizuki claimed. Irika's eyes widened, but he didn't slow his attempted attacks. He pulled out several kunai and launched them at the other sensei. Mizuki easily deflected and dodged the first wave, but he wasn't paying enough attention. The second group of kunai that Irika sent at him had more success. Mizuki grunted and hunched over slightly, trying to remove the 2 kunai that was embedded in his calf. He yanked one of them out and launched it furiously back at Irika. Irika dodged the hastily thrown retaliation and prepared to attack again when Naruto landed back in the middle of the clearing. Irika looked at the boy in confusion. "What are you doing?" he hissed to the younger boy. Naruto stared at the edge of the clearing. He clutched the scroll a bit tighter but showed no signs that he had heard Irika. The Chunin realized why when, a moment later, Mizuki's smirk widened and young woman walked into the clearing. "I'm surprised it took you so long, Kimiko," Mizuki stated. "The kid's not bad when he's panicking," the young woman responded. "Whatever, let's finish this and get out of here," Mizuki snorted, looking at Naruto with disdain. "Our plans have already been botched enough," he added. "Right?" Kimiko responded, gazing between Irika and Naruto. "Give me the scroll, Naruto," Irika ordered, holding out his hand towards Naruto. Naruto snapped his attention onto his teacher, but it took his mind a moment to catch up to the situation. When it did, Naruto quickly scrambled to his feet and handed Irika the scroll. Before Irika realized what his student was doing, Naruto had placed his hands together and shouted, "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu." His eyes widened when he saw nearly 20 copies of his student appear, surrounding the 2 of them. Irika bent down so that he was more securely hidden amongst the clones. When he was out of sight, it took just a quick flick of his wrists and instead of Irika, another Naruto was crouching on the ground. The scroll was nowhere to be seen. "Screw this," Kimiko cursed. "We need to just get rid of all of them. Find the scroll first and make sure it isn't damaged," she ordered. Mizuki nodded and launched an oversized shuriken into the congregation of blondes. One of the clones disappeared, but the rest jumped into action. Kimiko cursed a second time, as 5 clones lunged at her, each armed with multiple kunai and shuriken. "Reiku Funsai no Jutsu," she shouted, holding her hands in front of her with both palms facing out. An arc of lightning shot from her palms, decimating the 5 clones in front of her as well as 4 more behind them. She couldn't risk using that jutsu as the numbers dwindled for fear of destroying the forbidden scroll. While Mizuki was engaged in physical combat with 3 more clones, she gazed at the remaining 9 Narutos trying to distinguish the clones from the others. Unless Irika had managed to escape, then one of the blonde brats had to be the sensei. It was most likely that that clone was the one hiding the scroll, she just wasn't quite sure what he had done with it. Her thoughts were interrupted when 3 of the waiting Narutos lunged at her, weapons drawn. She immediately dispatched 2 of the clones with a quick punch. Kimiko was about to turn to her third when Mizuki appeared behind it. A quick chop to the back of the neck and the clone disappeared in puff of smoke. "We're wasting too much time playing with these pieces of trash," Kimiko growled. "Just take them out," she added. Mizuki grinned menacingly and jumped at the remaining 6 figures still standing in the middle of the clearing. As he lunged forward, 2 of the figures dove for the trees at the side of the clearing. Kimiko followed the one that had gone to their left and coincidentally towards the village. Mizuki eliminated the remaining 4 clones, before turning to go after the Naruto who had jumped into the trees on his right. Kimiko easily caught up with Naruto. The boy had abandoned the trees and was racing along the forest floor towards the village. She jumped out of the tree and sprung towards Naruto. Naruto fell face first into the dirt when the older woman landed on his. "Well, that means you aren't a clone," Kimiko replied smugly, when the body underneath her feet didn't pop away in a puff of smoke. "That means you're either the QB's host, which means I get to kill you, or you're the sensei in disguise, which means I get to kill you and then take the scroll," she added, when Naruto squirmed a bit so that he could glare up at her. "Don't touch Irika-sensei," Naruto shouted rather foolishly. Apparently Kimiko thought it was foolish as well. She stood up rolling her eyes and allowed Naruto to get back up. "You're just an annoyance that I need to get rid of," Kimiko stated coldly, causing Naruto to back up a bit nervously. Despite his nervousness, Kimiko's earlier statement rang true. Naruto wasn't bad when he was panicking. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Naruto shouted. Kimiko was immediately surrounded by 50 clones. Well, that's impressive, she deadpanned, looking around at the group surrounding her. Unfortunately for you, I'm not a pushover. I also have no reason to go easy on you, since we want you dead, she informed him. Naruto didn't falter for a moment. The clones ignored the statement and lunged forward at the enemy shinobi. Kimiko easily dodged the sloppy and unorganized attacks from the clones. After a moment she grew restless and once again began forming hand seals. She paused mid-seal and swung her head to the left, completely forgetting about the onslaught of clones. 2 of the clones managed to land punches to her stomach. Another lodged a kunai deep in her left thigh. Kimiko fought the urge to scream when the hits brought her back to her main focus. Lucky brat, it seems like that Hokage of yours finally sent someone else out after you, she growled at him. Unfortunately for you, they aren't going to get here in time. The foreign shinobi repeated her earlier jutsu, easily getting rid of the remaining shadow clones that hadn't been able to get out of the way. Without his shield of clones, Naruto was left wide open to attack. Kimiko restarted a new set of seals. After she finished the last one hand went to the pouch on her hip and another to her mouth. She inhaled deeply and muttered, "Periphery Koki," before breathing out. A deep gray smoke flew out from her lips and began to fill the clearing. The last thing Naruto saw was Kimiko placing a gas mask over her face. He immediately brought his hands up to his mouth and nose, hoping to keep from inhaling whatever she had spread through the air. When he felt cold metal touch the side of his neck, his eyes widened as the blade bit into the side of his neck. He managed to move out of the way after the fist cut on the left side of his neck. When a second kunai sank into the right side of his neck, Naruto opened his mouth and screamed. His hands immediately flew up to his neck and he gagged as he breathed in the noxious air around him. "Enjoy the last few moments of your life," he heard a muffled voice say before a third kunai was once again driven into the left side of his neck. Kimiko left the site quickly. She could feel a shinobi, probably Jounin level, closing in on her position fast. As she made her way back to Mizuki, she hoped he had gotten rid of the other sensei and found the scroll of seals. The clearing they had occupied earlier was empty, so she took a brief moment to orient herself before taking off after Mizuki. She found him about half a kilometer away. The sensei was on the forest floor unconscious, and Mizuki was rooting around the area. The scroll was nowhere in sight. Did he have it? Mizuki asked when she walked up to him. "No, it wasn't anywhere in the area," she answered, "but he is dead." "Irika didn't have it either," Mizuki stated, gaining a bewildered look from his companion. Kimiko was about to retort when she sensed several people heading towards the clearing. "Demon, we're in trouble," she muttered. "At least 3 shinobi, probably Jounin, are heading this way. If we stay, we'll be caught." "We can't go back without anything," Mizuki countered. "The kid's dead. That'll be enough for now," Kimiko claimed. "We need to leave now," she added, taking off. Mizuki glanced back once, wishing he had something to show for all their trouble. That brat's death wasn't satisfying enough for all the work they had put into the operation. The Jounin cursed when he entered the small area and found nothing but a haze. The Hokage had told him that the boy would be here. Now he just had to get rid of whatever substance was in the air. It was very likely that it was poisonous. He wasn't sure if the boy would be able to stand poison, even with the any recuperative abilities the Kyuubi gave him. A quick wind jutsu cleared the area and he cursed when the fleeing fog revealed the boy's prone figure on the forest floor. Hopefully Naruto's sensei hadn't met the same fate, but that wasn't his responsibility at the moment. His orders were to bring the boy back to Hokage Tower where he would be treated. The Jounin gave the boy a quick once-over and was relieved to find him still breathing. The blood that he occasionally coughed up and the gurgling noise that accompanied his breathing was disconcerting, but as long as he continued breathing there was always a chance that the medics would be able to take care of him. He gently hoisted the boy onto his back and took off back towards the village. If what the Hokage had said was true, this was going to cause a lot of problems. And not just for the 12-year-old in his arms. "He's waking up, Hokage-sama," a young medic Nin stated. The Sandaime Hokage nodded his head wearily and dismissed the girl. By the time Genma and Anko had found Irika, he was unconscious and severely wounded. The scroll and the attackers were nowhere in sight. He had known that they wouldn't catch Mizuki and the other shinobi, but he also knew that they hadn't taken the scroll with them. He needed Irika to wake up so that he could tell the Jounin where to find it. Venom from the hospital bed reminded him of the nurse's words, and he turned to find Irika attempting to rub his eyes. The bandages on his arm hindered his movement, so the Sandaime reached over and pushed his arm back down. Try not to move too much. Quick movements could damage the stitches in your back. A medic will heal them in a bit, but they wanted you to recover a bit first, he informed the academy sensei. Irika opened his mouth to ask a question but stuttered because of the dryness of his mouth. Sandaime handed him a glass of water and Irika took a sip before asking again, "Where's Naruto?" "He's recovering as well." "I need to ask you a few questions," Sandaime said before he cut himself off. Irika was shaking his head. "What happened to him?" "He was fine when he took off," he muttered. "The other shinobi." Sandaime was once more cut off. "She was from Kumo. Mizuki called her Kimiko," Irika told him. Sandaime stared at him for a moment before sitting back down and sighing. "Missing Nin?" he asked. "Not likely, her forehead protector was untouched," Irika answered. "Mizuki-sensei was working with her?" he inquired, gaining a nod from Irika. "They were after the scroll?" he added. "Yes, but it sounded like they were after Naruto as well." "He knows," Irika informed him. Mizuki blurted it out. "I'm not sure how he'll take it once he has the time to realize what Mizuki told him," he added. Sandaime dropped his head into his hands and rubbed at his eyes. "Where is the scroll?" Sandaime finally asked, remembering his initial reason for visiting the Chunin. Irika blinked and looked up at him. "It's hidden near a clearing in the woods. One of Naruto's clones hid it in a tree," he answered. "Will we need to wait for Naruto to find it, or can you show them where it is?" Sandaime asked. "I can show them. But I'd like to see Naruto first," Irika answered. "Of course," Sandaime responded, standing up. "I'll get a nurse to release you," he added, walking out of the room. Several minutes later Irika heard the Hokage arguing with a nurse outside the room. After a minute or two, the nurse entered the room huffily and began to rewrap his bandages. When she was finished, she stood up and looked at him sternly. "Try not to exert yourself too much for the next several days. Hokage-sama is forcing us to release far earlier than we should be, so try not to re-injure yourself," she told him. When the nurse walked out, Sandaime re-entered and helped Irika stand back up and get ready to leave. As they exited, Irika noticed a Jounin lounging against the wall across from his room. Sandaime waved the woman along and they made their way to the Hokage tower. "Anko, wait here. When we get back, Irika will show you where the scroll was hidden," Sandaime ordered as they passed his office. They turned down a smaller hallway not far from his office. Sandaime nodded to the silver-haired Jounin leaning against the wall and then pushed open a door on his left. Irika ignored the Jounin, only sparing a moment to glare at the book in his hand, and entered the room alongside the Hokage. He didn't see the wary look the Jounin cast him as he entered. Irika looked at the unconscious figure at the bed in confusion. Naruto showed no signs of injury. His face, which had been bruised and scratched even before Mizuki arrived, was now completely flawless. Naruto had always healed rather quickly, but he had never seen it happen in under a day. He suddenly looked up at the Hokage and asked, "How long was I out?" "Barely 12 hours. The attack took place last night." All outward signs of his injuries were the first things to heal, Sandaime said, answering Irika's unspoken question. "Then why is he still unconscious? What happened to him?" Irika asked. "We won't know for sure until he wakes up. When Kakashi found him, the woman had created some type of poisonous cloud that was surrounding him. I've seen jutsu produce similar effects, but we weren't able to identify the poison. He also had several wounds on his neck," Sandaime explained, walking over to Naruto. He pushed the sheet down enough that Irika was able to see 3 rough-looking scars along Naruto's neck, 2 parallel ones on the left side and 1 on the right. "We think the blades were poisoned as well. It's the only explanation we've come up with for the scarring. It's likely that even those will fade within a few weeks." "You're not telling me something," Iruka stated, looking at Naruto nervously. Between the effects of the poison and the 3 stab wounds on his neck, Naruto has been left with a permanent disability, Kakashi informed him, walking into the room from where he had been loitering and eavesdropping in the hall. The medic that healed him couldn't get to the internal injuries in time. He thinks the Kyuubi's power may have focused on healing the external aspects that were directly threatening Naruto's life. What do you mean? Iruka asked, turning back around to stare at Kakashi. The cloud must have been made from some sort of caustic substance. His throat and lungs seemed to have suffered from severe burns. The stab wound to the neck severed a nerve of some sort. It affects the vocal cords. None of the medics currently in Konoha have the ability to repair the main damage, Kakashi explained, scratching his head. For all his intelligence, he hated it when medics talked over him. He had had to make the man explain Naruto's injuries 3 times before he had figured out what the man was telling him. Vocal cords, Iruka muttered, turning back to Naruto in horror. His words directly. His chances of regaining his ability to talk are about as high as the chances of all 3 Sannin returning to Konoha, Kakashi quoted. Sandaime sighed as Iruka attempted to digest everything that Kakashi had told him. Naruto isn't supposed to wake up for another few hours. I know you probably want to be here when he does, but we need the scroll back within the cities. Boss. If you leave with Anko now, you'll be back in time, he informed him. What? Iruka stuttered, turning back to the Hokage. The scroll of sealing, we need to bring it back into the village. You know where Naruto managed to hide it, Sandaime reminded him, bringing Iruka out of his stupor. Right? Iruka murmured. He gave Naruto one last glance before turning and leaving with the Hokage. Kakashi remained behind, settling down in a chair near the boy's bed and pulling his book back out. As Iruka and Sandaime made their way back to the Hokage's office where Anko was waiting for them, Sandaime paused and turned to Iruka. For now, no one but me, Kakashi, you, and the medic that treated him know of Naruto's injuries. We have reason to believe that if Mizuki was working as an insider, others may be as well. Anko is under no circumstances even suspected. However, it would be best if news of Naruto's accident do not make it to the public, and she does have a bit of a loud mouth, he explained. Iruka nodded dumbly and entered the Hokage's office ahead of him. The 2 of you should head out, Sandaime said, walking over to his desk. When you've found the scroll, bring it straight back to me, he ordered before dismissing them. Once the 2 had disappeared, Sandaime shuffled through the folders on his desk for a minute before grabbing 3 folders and heading back to Naruto's room. He slid inside, careful not to disturb the quiet atmosphere of the room. Nothing's changed in the 5 minutes you've been gone, Kakashi remarked wryly. Naruto is being put on your team along with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura, the Sandaime informed him, pulling up another chair to sit on the other side of Naruto's bed. So you want all 3 sent back to the academy? Kakashi joked. You won't have the chance to send them back. Team 7 will be given an automatic pass. The council will go along with it because they would prefer that Sasuke work with the only other Sharingan user in Konoha, Sandaime countered. Kakashi sighed and put his book away. I don't have a choice, do I? He asked. I think you'll enjoy this team. Naruto will struggle a bit to recover and accommodate for what he has lost, but from what I saw when he went up against Mizuki, you'll be in for a number of surprises. Sasuke is talented, but he needs to be redirected. He is far too focused on revenge. Naruto may also need to be steered away from revenge as well. It all depends on how he takes the news when he wakes up, the Hokage told Kakashi. What about the last one? Kakashi asked. Haruno Sakura is a very bright girl. However, she lacks practical experience and some of her more physical skills have been neglected. The biggest problem your team will have is learning to overcome their obstacles and work together. All 3 are very independent and Naruto and Sasuke don't get along very well, Sandaime explained. So you gave me the 3 misfits? They were put on a team together because anywhere else and they would have messed up the chemistry, Kakashi said. Individually they may have worked in other teams, but the students that were ousted to make room for them would not have been able to form a coherent team. You were given these 3 because you will be able to use their individual talents and help them work together. Sasuke's Sharingan hasn't been activated yet, And right now he is the only one who knows any jutsu aside from those learned in the academy. You have the chance to hone their skills nearly from scrap, Sandaime explained. You've failed so many teams because none of them fit the mold you wanted them to. With this team you'll have the chance to remold them into it. There's nothing to stop them from becoming an excellent team with excellent teamwork and individual talent, he added as Kakashi's confidence began to waver. That'll be difficult if Naruto and Sasuke carry a negative history over onto the team, Kakashi stated. That will be taken care of. You won't be the only one working with them, Sandaime said. What's that supposed to mean? Kakashi asked. Naruto will not be able to remain on his own. With this disability he'll be left without the means to summon help should he need it. Sasuke has been descending ever since his clan's massacre. He may well become a danger to himself. I believe that Irika can be convinced to take them in, Sandaime stated. You're shunting two possibly unstable teenagers onto a charitable chunin, Kakashi stated in awe. I believe that he would have taken Naruto in earlier had it not been for the conflict interests presented. Taking in both Naruto and Sasuke will allow Irika to maintain a connection with two of his favorite students. He would have remained watchful of their teaching regardless, Sandaime clarified. Kakashi rubbed his head in irritation. So my job is to make sure that the girl can fit into this equation and make all three of them stronger, he said. Basically, you should also know that you'll need to work them a bit harder than most Jounin sensei would. Because of the automatic pass they'll be judged slightly harder to assure that they deserved it. If news of the pass makes it out to their peers they may be required to prove themselves in a completely different arena. The change will need to be noticeable, Sandaime claimed. So instead of fostering a couple of brats who want to become chunin and make their families proud, I'm supposed to create 3 shinobi, Kakashi reasoned. Yes, Sandaime answered. Kakashi sighed once more before giving in. Let me see their files. Sandaime pulled out the 3 folders he had slid into his robes and handed them to the Jounin. I'll speak to you a bit more once Irika has returned, he said slipping back out of the room. Kakashi pulled out the folders and began reading. That was Irika found him 2 hours later when he returned. He slipped into the room and sat down in the seat the Hokage had abandoned several hours earlier. How is he? Irika asked hesitantly. Kakashi finished reading the last of Naruto's file before placing it down and turning back to Irika. Nothing's changed yet. The medic came by about half an hour ago. Naruto should wake up within the next hour or so. If he doesn't, then his theory about Naruto's coma was wrong, and he doesn't know what's going on, Kakashi reassured Irika half-heartedly. Irika looked at him in bewilderment before dropping his head into his hands helplessly. Tactful as always, Kakashi, Sandaime muttered, entering the room as well. The medic believes that Naruto is regaining the strength he used last night, as well as taking the time to recover from the extensive healing that took place, Sandaime explained. Irika looked up, nodded wearily before sending Kakashi a weak glare. Sandaime chuckled lightly before pulling up the last free chair in the room and taking a seat near the foot of the bed. I only have a short time before I need to return to my office. I have a meeting with the elders tonight to discuss Kakashi's team, he explained. What? Irika asked. Tomorrow we'll need to meet to put together the other Genin teams before they meet for orientation next week. However, I have already put together one team. Kakashi will become the sensei for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, unless you can think of a better third for that team, Sandaime explained. How is Naruto being placed on a team? I mean, if he had passed he would have been placed on the same team as Sasuke anyways because of their class standings, but he failed the exam and now, the injuries. Irika trailed off in confusion. Mizuki told Naruto that if he managed to steal the Forbidden Scroll and learn one jutsu he would pass. I intend to uphold that promise despite Mizuki's betrayal, Sandaime claimed. However, he cannot go on as he was. For now we'll keep his injury under the radar, but if someone with a grudge were to discover it they may try to take advantage of it. Because of that I don't want Naruto to remain on his own. If he is, he will be an easier target, the Hokage continued. He can stay with me, Irika responded without hesitation. I was hoping you'd say that, Sandaime said. Any further discussion was interrupted when the form on the bed began to stir. I'll leave you with him for a while, Sandaime said, looking at Naruto as he began to stir. I'll be back later tonight to speak with him. You can explain the situation to him if you feel comfortable enough to do so, otherwise, I will do it when I return. Irika barely nodded and refused to take his eyes off of Naruto as Sandaime closed the door behind him, leaving Kakashi with Irika and Naruto. Irika shifted his chair closer to the bed as Naruto's hand twitched. Without warning, the blonde shot up in the bed gasping for air. It must be a reaction to waking up after the poison, Kakashi muttered, trying not to alarm Irika. The last thing he remembers is not being able to breathe, so he's compensating for it, he added. Irika moved to sit on the edge of the bed and placed his hands on Naruto's shoulders, trying to calm him down. Calm down, you might reopen the wounds on your neck, Irika lied, trying to convince Naruto to stop panicking. Naruto immediately stilled as he recognized the figure in front of him. He opened his mouth to ask what happened, but Irika stopped him. Don't say anything right now, Irika stated, trying to avoid the inevitable explanation that would have to come when Naruto realized he didn't have a voice. Mizuki and his partner escaped, but they didn't manage to find the scroll. We retrieved it earlier today, so it's back in Hokage Tower, he explained. Naruto nodded after a moment and gazed around the room in confusion. Once more Irika interrupted him before he could ask questions. Kakashi found you last night and brought you here. You're in one of the spare rooms in Hokage Tower. It wasn't safe to take you to the hospital without knowing the whole of the situation and what had happened to you, he claimed. Naruto's brow furrowed as he glanced at the silver-haired man sitting near his bed. Kakashi appeared to be paying little attention to Naruto and Irika as they caught up, and Naruto's eyes widened when he realized what the man was reading. Close your eyes for a moment, Irika said when Naruto opened his mouth to shout at the Jounin. Naruto blinked in confusion, but obeyed Irika's request. The Academy sensei took a moment to glare in annoyance at the Jounin, before he reached back behind his head and slipped off his forehead protector. Kakashi raised his eyebrow inquisitively, but Irika poignantly ignored him. Sandaime is honoring Mizuki's promise, Irika stated, reaching around Naruto's head and tying the forehead protector around Naruto's neck over the scars. Naruto blinked as a weight settled around his neck and opened his eyes as he tried to figure out what Irika meant. When he noticed the lack of forehead protector on Irika's head, his eyes widened and he reached up to finger the object around his neck. Once he had identified the cloth and metal materials of the object, he cautiously glanced down and barely believed his eyes when he realized what Irika had given him. Naruto beamed at Irika and launched himself at his teacher with what was supposed to be a whoop of joy, only to descend into a fit of coughing as he landed against Irika. Don't strain your throat, Irika cautioned as he caught Naruto. He brought a hand up to the boy's mouth and wiped away a small amount of blood with a grimace. Kakashi caught sight of the blood and rose from his seat. Apparently he hasn't fully healed. I'll go get the medic to check on him again, he stated, sliding out of the room. Naruto brought a hand up to his mouth in confusion as he coughed a bit more. He drew his hand away and Irika sighed in relief when no blood was on it. When Kakashi found you, your throat had been sliced 3 times. There was also evidence of an airborne poison that the medic believes was caustic enough to cause some internal damage, Irika explained. Naruto listened patiently to what his teacher said, but blinked in confusion as he explained something about poison. It damaged your lungs and throat, Irika simplified when he caught Naruto's baffled look. Naruto opened his mouth cautiously and attempted to ask how bad the damage was. His lack of voice seemed to answer his question. Irika watched cautiously as Naruto seemed to realize just what had happened to him. He was about to speak when Kakashi re-entered the room with a medic in tow. The medic glared slightly at Kakashi when he saw Naruto sitting quietly on the bed. I thought you said he reopened something, the medic stated, walking over to Naruto. He coughed up blood, Irika explained. Well, that's not out of the ordinary. His lungs and throat are rather raw. Any overexertion will disturb them and could cause bleeding, the medic explained, tilting Naruto's head up towards him. Open your mouth, he said. Naruto complied without thinking. The medic held up a small flashlight and gazed into the boy's mouth. It looks like it's already healing again, but try to avoid overstressing both areas for at least another week. Hopefully by then, the rawness will have decreased enough to avoid random coughing fits and bleeding, he explained. He gazed at Naruto in consideration for a moment before saying, "Attempt to say something. Don't shout, just attempt a simple word." Naruto opened his mouth and attempted to say hello, but nothing but air exited his mouth. Despite the damage to the throat itself, he should at least be able to whisper if that were the only damage. I wasn't positive when I treated him earlier, but by now I don't see an explanation for complete vocal loss unless the nerve was damaged, the medic explained, standing back up and turning to Iruka and Kakashi. His regenerative abilities don't seem to have corrected it, but I can't honestly speculate the reason behind that, he added. Naruto's eyes furrowed in confusion and he turned to Iruka, tugging on the man's sleeve to get his attention. Iruka placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder in reassurance, but turned back to the medic as he began to speak. "I'm sorry to say that as far as I'm aware, none of my staff has the capabilities of such a surgery to repair it," he stated, nodding to them and turning to go. He paused at the door and turned back to look at Naruto. "For the next week avoid irritating your throat, don't attempt to speak and don't eat or drink anything too hot or too cold," he instructed. "I'll check in later this week." Once the medic had disappeared, Iruka turned his attention back to Naruto. Kakashi reached under his chair and pulled out a small tablet and a piece of chalk. "Use this to ask any questions," he said, handing the objects to Naruto. Naruto blinked as Iruka took them from Kakashi and handed them to him. "Wait a minute," Iruka said as he did a double take at the tablet. "Where did you get this?" he asked, looking at Kakashi suspiciously. "I snuck into the academy and took one from storage this morning after I heard the original diagnosis," Kakashi said nonchalantly, as he pulled his book back out. Naruto snickered quietly and Iruka sighed at the jounin. The book of course reminded Naruto of one of the first things he meant to say. "Pervert," Naruto wrote before sliding the miniature chalkboard to Iruka and pointing to Kakashi. Iruka's eyes bulged slightly as he attempted not to laugh at Naruto's comment. "I agree," he settled on saying, before quickly wiping the board clean and handing it back to Naruto. Kakashi briefly looked up from his book, but shrugged when he saw Naruto writing his next question. "What next?" he asked simply. Iruka looked at the question before launching into the plans that the Hokage had informed them of shortly before Naruto had woken up that afternoon. When Sandaime walked up to Naruto's room 2 hours later, he was smiling at the success of his talk with the elders. He had managed to gain Team 7's exemption from the secondary Genin exam without proposing it himself, and more importantly without bringing Naruto's condition into light. "Kakashi, for once your reputation was a blessing," he muttered as he opened the door, hoping to find Naruto awake. He walked in to find Iruka chuckling at a rather put-out white-haired jounin. Naruto was scratching the back of his head sheepishly. "What did I miss?" Sandaime asked walking in. "Naruto accidentally insulted Kakashi's hair," Iruka chuckled. Sandaime shook his head in amusement and sat down at the foot of the bed in the chair Iruka had abandoned. He studied Naruto's cheerful demeanor and pleased to note that the boy showed no signs of self-doubt or real anger. Despite the fact that he could be covering them up, at least he appeared to be handling the situation rather well. "I'm not sure what you were told so far, but I'd like to explain at least some of what I feel should happen," he stated, catching Naruto's attention. "For the next week as you begin your recovery, I want you to remain here. Depending on your condition next week, I may allow your release into Iruka's custody. This is in no way punishment. I'm merely concerned for your safety while we get you back on your feet." He assumed Naruto's nod meant the boy had already been told this. Next week all those who passed the Genin exam will be meeting on Monday for orientation and to be assigned to teams. Judging by the forehead protector on your neck, you were already told that because of your behavior once you realized the true situation last night you've passed as well. However, I don't want you at the orientation. I'd rather keep your promotion and status quiet for the time being until we can gauge exactly what Mizuki and his partner's goals were. Naruto opened his mouth to argue, but Iruka slapped a hand over it. "Let him talk," he instructed. Naruto wilted slightly and crossed his arms huffily over his chest, turning to pout at the Hokage. Sandaime chuckled and continued. "Genin are split into teams of 3 and assigned to a Jounin sensei. You'll meet your teammates Monday afternoon. However, your sensei is sitting right here," he said, pointing to Kakashi. "I am pleased to see that you two have gotten off on the right foot." Kakashi turned to smirk rather evilly at Naruto, and the blonde cowered slightly when he realized how angry the Jounin probably was at all the insults. Sandaime allowed himself to chuckle briefly at their interaction before continuing. Over the next week, I would like you to begin studying sign language with Irika. Your teammates will learn some as well next week, but I would like you to be able to converse with Kakashi and Irika. I'll leave it up to them, he said, gaining a nod from Naruto. Excellent, Sandaime said, standing back up. I'll check in on you again tomorrow in case you come up with any questions. Until then, sleep well and don't let Kakashi annoy you too much. When the Hokage had left, Naruto turned to Irika pouting. I want ramen, he wrote. Irika glanced at Naruto's request and smiled politely at him. The medic said no ramen, he stated. Naruto looked up at him fearfully and shook his head. He said nothing too hot. I suppose I could get you some ramen, but you would have to let it sit in front of you for at least half an hour as it cooled. Then you would have to be very careful to eat it slowly, and I couldn't possibly let you have more than one bowl because that just wouldn't be healthy as you recover, Irika explained. It was Kakashi's turn to chuckle as Naruto gaped helplessly at Irika. Why don't I go find something healthy for you to eat? The Jounin offered, standing up still smirking at Naruto. Haruno Sakura was in heaven. She had arrived an hour early the day of Genin orientation with the intent of getting a seat next to one Uchiha Sasuke. She had succeeded. He had even made it easy for her by taking the seat farthest from the center aisle so that there was only one seat available that was next to him. As they say, the early bird gets the worm, and she had gotten it in the form of that one open seat. Now she was one step closer to becoming Uchiha Sakura. To make matters even better, she had heard that her bane, Uzumaki Naruto, had failed the Genin exams for the third time in a row, so there was no chance she would have to worry about being on a team with him. Better yet, no one had even seen or heard from him in the week since the exam. Yes, she was definitely in heaven, she thought as she turned to glance prettily at Sasuke. Irika shook his head in amusement at the group of new genin in front of him. It never ceased to amuse him how excited they got, even though the majority of them would end up either back at the academy, dropping out, or under special care instead of becoming active genin. He was a little disappointed that no one had supposedly noticed Naruto's absence, but he knew Naruto hadn't really been close friends with any of his classmates unless he was working with them to skip class. He only hoped that the Hokage knew what he was doing by placing Naruto with Kakashi, Sakura, and Sasuke. They would definitely be an odd group. He glanced down at the team listings and smirked. They would all be odd groups. Shikamaru's utterance of, "How troublesome," was his cue to start, so he shuffled his papers a final time and stood up to face the students he had taught for the past 4 years. He cleared his throat to get his students' attention and smiled at their excited faces. Congratulations, from this day forward you are no longer merely students of ninjutsu. As of today you are all genin. Today you join the proud ranks of shinobi of Konoha. However, it would do each and every one of you good to remember that among these ranks you are at the bottom. You all have a great deal to learn, and for some of you, you may learn that being a shinobi is not what you imagined. Some of you may learn that being a shinobi is not meant for you. Today I will divide you into 3-man teams that were decided upon by the Hokage. You and your teammates will work together under the guidance of a jounin. This jounin will aid you as you become accustomed to the many duties that shinobi must accomplish. Irika finished his opening speech and looked up at his students smiling. Many only looked more excited, but he was glad to see that at least a few of them looked uncomfortable. And so he got started. The first 5 teams complied happily with their new assignments, but if he was to be completely honest with himself, none of them would pass the second exam. Team 8, Hyuga Hinata, Aburame Shino, and Inazuka Kiba. Team 9, Akame Ami, Lu Fan, and Hijiri Fuki. And finally Team 10, Yamanaka Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Chuji. All of you have an hour for lunch. After that, please return here to meet with your sensei. I wish all of you luck, he said, still smiling at them. Sakura looked at him in confusion for a moment before glancing around the classroom and back at Irika. She began to raise her hand when he glanced over at her. I'll speak with you just a moment, Irika said before Sakura could say anything. He turned away from his curious students and began packing away his papers so that he could accompany Sasuke and Sakura to meet with Kakashi. When he finished and turned back around, he was amused to see his entire class still in their seats. I said you could all go to lunch, he repeated in amusement. Irika-sensei, if Sasuke-kun doesn't have a team, he can be on mine. I'm sure Chuji or Shikamaru wouldn't mind leaving, Ino told him sweetly. Irika chuckled at her hopefulness, but only shook his head at her. All of you are dismissed for lunch. I'm taking Sakura and Sasuke to meet their new sensei and teammate, Irika informed them, heading for the door and beckoning for the two students to follow. I'm on Sasuke-kun's team, Sakura shouted in excitement as she stuck her tongue out at Ino and followed Irika out the door. I'd feel sorry for him if he wasn't such a jackass, Shikamaru muttered to Chuji and Kiba, gaining a few chuckles. So who do you think their new teammate is? Kiba asked, catching the classroom's attention. It could be Naruto, Chuji suggested. Maybe he didn't fail after all. Nay, it's probably some genin whose team has already been promoted or killed, Shikamaru reasoned. Whoever it is, I don't care enough to look into it. Irika led Sasuke and Sakura out of the academy and towards the administration building. He ignored their questioning glances the whole way there. If he was to be honest with them, he would admit that he wasn't fully aware of what Kakashi was planning either. He wasn't sure he liked the idea of bringing them to Naruto's room with no explanation, but Kakashi seemed to believe it was important for Naruto to be there when they were told. As they walked past the Hokage's office, Sandaime surprised them by calling out to Irika and asking them to wait for him. Thank you, I was just getting ready to head over and check on his progress, Sandaime informed them as he exited his office and joined them in the hall. Of course, Irika said, turning back to the hallway and heading towards Naruto's room. When I left this morning, he had solved the name problem by deciding to just use nicknames for everyone, Irika explained. Also, he's improved a lot faster than we expected. His lexicon isn't large, but what he knows well and is able to recall quickly. We didn't actually expect him to be able to hold a conversation this early, but he was actually getting close this morning. Of course, he would probably be learning quite a bit quicker if he didn't constantly stop to read that comic you gave him, Irika added, turning to scowl slightly at Sandaime. I was hoping he'd enjoy that. I got one for my grandson as well to reward him for his hard work in school, Sandaime answered, smiling at Irika's frustration. Irika paused in front of the door to Naruto's room and knocked twice, waiting for Kakashi to answer. A moment later, the door was yanked open by Kakashi and his glare immediately settled on Irika. Pervert? He asked, causing Sasuke and Sakura to look over at Irika in shock. Excuse me? Irika asked. You taught him how to sign, pervert? Kakashi stated. I did not. His language was horrible before. I'm certainly not teaching him anything like that, Irika countered angrily, shoving his way into the room. He stopped short when he saw Naruto curled up on the bed shaking with laughter. I must apologize, Kakashi, Sandaime said from the door as he chuckled at the sight. I taught him the sign last night and it wasn't until just now that I realized why he wanted to learn it. He apologized, chuckling at the jounin. Now if you don't mind, your students are all here and I believe they have quite a bit to hear, he said, ushering Sasuke and Sakura in and pointing to the chairs that had been left near Naruto's bedside. Sandaime followed them in and sat next to Naruto on the opposite side of the bed. Naruto's our teammate? I thought he didn't graduate, Sakura said in confusion. Naruto took an alternate exam after it was learned that one of the academy teachers was biased against him, Sandaime explained. Kakashi, I'll allow you to explain the rest of the situation to them. I'll let Irika do it, Kakashi informed them, sitting down next to Sandaime and pulling out his book. Irika looked at him in exasperation, but when the Sandaime chuckled and nodded to him, he sighed and turned back to Sasuke, Sakura, and Naruto. Under normal circumstances, none of you would actually be genin yet. Normally, after passing the academy tests and being placed on teams, you would face a second test that is meant to gauge your ability to work as active shinobi on a team. For several reasons, including Naruto's injuries, the council decided that your team would not take this test. They didn't do this because they believed that you would not be able to pass the test on your own. In fact, it was done for the opposite reason. However, they had to judge on the cautious side and Kakashi's reputation worried them. Because you won't be taking this test, all of you are now officially genin, and once Naruto is released you'll be able to begin active duty including missions. However, because you didn't go through the second test, this team will be run slightly differently from the other Genin teams. The majority of your team's emphasis will be focused on training, he explained. He wasn't sure he liked the glint that had appeared in Naruto and Sasuke's eyes. You will accomplish missions less frequently than other teams. Most likely you will only achieve enough to take the Chunin exams at the time Kakashi chooses, probably in about a year, he continued. He was certain he didn't like the glint that appeared in Kakashi's eyes. Starting tomorrow, Kakashi will be testing each of you individually. He will grade you in all aspects of ninja ability, even those that you may not be aware of. I have agreed to give all three of you some individual supplementary training so that Kakashi can focus on your teamwork and overall training, he finished, smiling at them. Sandaime smiled at the three Genin as they took in everything Iruka had told them. Most of it was new even to Naruto. Kakashi looked up with start when he realized Iruka had finished speaking. Actually, I already finished testing Naruto. His results are over there, he said, pointing to a folder on the nightstand next to Naruto's bed. Sandaime nodded to him and then turned back to the three. I should warn all three of you that while this seems like a remarkable opportunity, it will not be easy. Council decisions such as this one are not common knowledge. However, there is nothing to stop your friends from finding out. You may be criticized by others who believe you are being favored over them or who believe you are being pampered. There may come a time when you have to show others that you deserve this. And there will come a time when you have to show the council and myself that we were right in believing that you were worthy, he told them gravely. And with that, Iruka and I are going to step out for a bit, he stated, standing up and taking Naruto's folder with him. I'll be back to check on Naruto's progress later tonight, he added as he walked out the door with Iruka right behind him. The three Genin appeared shocked at Sandaime's previous words, so Kakashi waited a few moments after the Hokage left before speaking. Now that you understand the situation a bit better, why don't you tell me a bit about yourselves? Things like your favorite things, what you hate the most, dreams, ambitions, hobbies, favorite volume of Ica Paradise, most embarrassing story about Iruka-sensei, etc. He finished, curving up in amusement. You first, he decided after a moment, pointing to Sakura. My favorite thing is, well, it's not a thing, it's a person. A boy, and that boy is... She paused for a moment and glanced over at Sasuke, blushing. Let's move on to my dream. She paused again and let out a small squeal and blushed a deeper red as she glanced at Sasuke again. My hobbies are... She let off a soft sigh as she turned to and smiled dreamily at Sasuke before coming back to her senses and turning back to the others. I hate stupid people who goof off all the time, she said, glancing at Naruto out of the corner of her eye. I don't know what Ica Paradise is, and I don't know any embarrassing stories about Iruka-sensei, and even if I did I probably wouldn't share them with you because apparently you're a pervert, she finished resolutely with a light glare in Kakashi's direction. Kakashi outwardly giggled at her insult and made mental notes of her speech as he turned to Sasuke, who had stared resolutely at the wall during Sakura's entire speech. Now you, Casanova, he quipped, causing Sakura to blush to the roots of her hair and Sasuke to glare at him. There are plenty of things I hate, but I don't see how it matters, considering there is almost nothing I like. It seems pointless to talk about dreams, that's just a word, but I do have an ambition, to restore my clan and to kill a certain man, Sasuke finished. Much to Kakashi's annoyance, he hadn't even bothered to respond to his last two questions. All right, Kakashi said, turning to Naruto and getting a grin in response. Naruto's been practicing all day for this, so let's try it, he said, causing the other two to look at Naruto in confusion. So now you're so stupid that you have to practice to answer questions that don't have a right or wrong answer, Sasuke commented, smirking at the blonde. Kakashi was impressed with Naruto's quick response and use of sign language, but he was fairly certain that it wasn't anything Iruka or even Sandaime had taught him. Now kiddies, let's all get along, he said, grinning at them. Go ahead Naruto, he said when Sasuke crossed his arms and stopped smirking. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment and scrunched his face up in concentration before nodding to himself and turning to look at his teammates. I like ramen. I like it when sensei buys me ramen at restaurants. I hate waiting 3 minutes for instant ramen and when sensei doesn't let me have ramen. I want to become Hokage and gain acknowledgement from the villagers. Naruto finished, looking over to grin at Kakashi. Kakashi grinned back at Naruto, before turning to the two stooped genins sitting next to him. Since I'm sure neither of you understand sign language, allow me to interpret for you. He said he likes ramen, especially when Irika buys it for him from Ichiraku's. He hates waiting 3 minutes for instant ramen to cook and when Irika doesn't let him have ramen, which I would like to remind him is in fact the order of his doctor. His dream is to become Hokage and gain acknowledgement from the villagers, which will be discussed at a later date, he explained, trailing off to whisper lightly at the end. Why did he use sign language? Sakura asked, her eyes attempting not to tear up at the possibilities. Naruto was injured in an attack a week ago. His voice is out of commission until Sandaime can contact a competent medic, Kakashi explained. This means, of course, that part of your training will be learning sign language. Irika will be including that in U's supplementary training, beginning tomorrow. And no, you cannot slack off simply because you feel it is an inconvenience. He added the last part looking over at Sasuke, who scowled deeper. Sakura was looking intently at Naruto as he grinned over at Kakashi. After a moment she turned to look at Kakashi, but he began speaking again before she could say anything. Well, we're finished for the day. Naruto is stuck here for the next 2 days, which is why I'm using tomorrow and the day after that for your testing, he said pointing to Sakura and Sasuke. Tomorrow morning, I want the two of you to report to Sandaime's office. He'll tell you where to go after that. I'll start with Sasuke's test tomorrow. Sakura, you'll be working with Naruto and Irika on sign language, he told them. I'll show the two of you out, he added standing up. Naruto, I'll send Irika back in when I pass him. Naruto grinned and signed, ramen? No, I will not tell him to get you ramen, Kakashi retorted as he closed the door. The next morning Sakura arrived at the administration building bright and early. She ran into Sasuke outside of the Hokage's office, where he was sitting impatiently against the wall. His aide said he would see us at 8, Sasuke told her. She checked her watch and saw that they still had 15 minutes to wait. It would have been nice of Kakashi-sensei to tell us that, she muttered angrily. Luckily they didn't have to wait that long. As Sandaime's chuckle told them he was already prepared to see them. Now, it's nothing that bad, he promised them as he ushered them into his office. I wanted to talk to you this morning because there are several things I need to explain to the two of you. As I'm sure Kakashi told you yesterday, Naruto was injured about a week ago, which resulted in his loss of voice. For the time being, I'm going to ask that you not tell anyone that Naruto is on your team. This will not last for very long, but we are trying to keep Naruto's injuries from becoming general knowledge. As I'm sure you both know, a shinobi should keep their weaknesses well hidden and we would like to help him do so. For now, if people simply don't know where he is less likely to be forced into compromising himself, he told them. So, can we not talk about our team? Sakura asked in confusion. Not at all, I'm simply asking that you avoid giving his name and talking about him specifically. It will probably be easier to do if you talk about your team in general instead of each member specifically. Do you understand? He asked. Sakura nodded reluctantly, trying to figure out how she would be able to do so. Sandaime smiled at their nods and then turned to lead them back to the door. I'll take you to Kakashi now, he added, leading them out into the hallway. They passed two of the Hokage's aides on the way and Sasuke glared at them as they chuckled. When they reached Naruto's room, Sandaime knocked twice and they waited. After several moments, Naruto answered the door and let them in. They aren't here, he explained to Sandaime. Well then, while we're waiting for them, why don't you show me what you learned last night? Sandaime suggested, taking a chair next to Naruto. Naruto thought for a moment and then began signing a list of words. While Sakura and Sasuke watched, Sandaime studied Naruto's movements, occasionally pointing out small mistakes. Sandaime's eyes widened when Naruto signed his 7th word and reached out his hands to stop Naruto from going on. Who on earth taught you that one? He asked, gaining a sheepish grin from Naruto before he signed, pervert. Why? Sandaime asked in exasperation. Naruto snickered and signed names. Whose? Naruto grinned and jabbed his finger in Sasuke's direction. I should have seen this coming, Sandaime said, sighing. Is there any way you can be convinced to change it? Naruto nodded his head resolutely. What is he calling me? Sasuke asked cautiously. Naruto repeated the sign and Sasuke and Sakura turned to Sandaime for explanation. He's signing BSTRD, Sandaime finally explained. How dare you call Sasuke that? Sakura shouted in outrage, standing up and preparing to berate Naruto. What did he call Sasuke? Irika asked, cutting off Sakura's rant. He entered the room and placed the bag he was carrying on the table next to Naruto's bed. What did you call him? He asked a suddenly sheepish Naruto. Naruto hesitantly repeated the signing, BSTRD. Irika smacked his forehead with the palm of his hand and turned to look down at Naruto. You're giving me a headache, he told the boy. I realize you find this amusing, but if you refuse to be nice, can't you at least call him something neutral? I'm sure he would rather be called boy or blue than your choice. I'd rather he just use my name, Sasuke growled out. Well, that would be rather cumbersome, Irika explained. Naruto is in fact not learning sign language to completely replace speaking. There is still a possibility that he will be healed. Because of this, he's learning it in stages of practicality and fingerspelling, which is how most names are done in sign language, is quite impractical, Sandaime explained. What do you mean? Sakura asked. Sadly, in order to sign Sasuke, it would take more time than it does to sign BSTRD, Irika said. Mainly due to the fact that time is often of the essence, Naruto is learning to abbreviate where he can, so context will be important when interpreting what he signs, Sandaime added. Well, don't call Sasuke BST, Sakura said, turning back to berate Naruto. Well, that's not fair. No one protested when he decided to call me pervert. Kakashi whined falsely from the door. Naruto rolled his eyes at his whining, and Sakura noted that it was synchronized with Irika's eye roll. You are one, Irika finally stated. Try to come up with something else today, alright? He told Naruto. Naruto nodded grudgingly as Irika turned back to the bag he had brought and pulled out a book. Which one are you taking today? He asked Kakashi. I'll work with Sasuke today and do Sakura's tomorrow. Keep her here until I return though so I can talk to all three of them again, Kakashi said, stepping up behind Sasuke and placing a hand on his shoulder. Irika nodded and handed the book to Sakura as Kakashi and Sasuke left. I'll come by and check on you all later, Sandaime said with a wave as he followed Kakashi and Sasuke out the door, shutting it behind him. Did you eat breakfast? Irika asked Sakura as he began pulling food out of the bag. No, I was in a hurry, she explained, deciding not to mention the fact that she was in fact on diet so she had skipped breakfast altogether. You can eat with us then while you skim over that, he said, fixing her some food. That's a short overview. Look over it first and then I'll start working with you. Eat first of course, he said. As the three ate, Sakura looked over at Naruto curiously. How much sign language do you know? She asked him. Naruto thought for a minute before shrugging and turning to Irika. He's learned quite a bit actually. We've been teaching him for the past week or so. Normally this isn't something you would cram and learn so quickly, but the fact that he has to use it helps him. He understands the basics of sign order and such, so right now we're beefing up his vocabulary. At final count last night he knew almost 200 signs, Irika explained. He wouldn't be able to hold a conversation with just anybody on the street because we've been selective with the order we've been teaching him words in. We had to practice all morning when I realized Kakashi was going to ask you to introduce yourselves, because those were signs that we hadn't taught him yet, he added. Will I be learning in the same order as him? Sakura asked, gaining a nod from Irika. Right now the first things we have to teach you and Sasuke is how to understand Naruto. Neither of you have to use sign language to speak back to him, but if you can't understand him your teamwork will suffer because one of you will essentially be unable to be anything more than a bystander. We want to build Naruto's lexicon up to at least 500 signs before you start missions. After that Kakashi will probably teach the three of you lip reading, which you can use to extend conversations with Naruto past what he knows how to sign, Irika told her. After breakfast, Sakura turned to the book Irika had given her and spent the rest of the morning reading it and asking Irika questions. Irika and Naruto spent the morning going over new signs and occasionally holding conversations to make sure that Naruto was putting everything together correctly. Sandaime brought them lunch at about noon. Naruto eagerly showed him everything he had learned that morning, and Sandaime spent some time testing him and conversing with him using signs. While watching them, Sakura realized for the first time that Sandaime, Iruka, and Kakashi all seemed to know sign language perfectly. She sat up a bit and turned to Iruka, where he was watching Naruto describe a scene in the comic Sandaime had given him. "Iruka-sensei, where did you learn sign language?" she asked, catching Iruka slightly off guard and ending Naruto and Sandaime's conversation as they turned to look at her. She was slightly abashed at the sudden onslaught of attention and spoke to retract her question. "I'm sorry if it's too personal dash." "It's not that," Iruka responded, smiling at her. "I just never thought to explain it. My mother and grandmother were both deaf. Well, technically my grandmother was only partially, but she still primarily used sign language unless she was forced to do otherwise. I learned it from them," he explained. "Hoka-sama, do you mind if I ask how you learned it?" she said. "I learned it shortly after I became Hokage. It was simply part of the job at the time," he explained. Naruto tugged at Iruka's sleeve and signed, "Pervert." "You'll have to ask him," Iruka told him. Sandaime was called away soon after when his aides came to warn him that his grandson was looking for him. After lunch they went back to work, until Kakashi and Sasuke returned near dusk. "That was a long day," Iruka remarked as the two returned. Sasuke sank into one of the chairs and glared up at Kakashi, who smiled back at Iruka. "Doesn't matter, I've learned everything I needed to," Kakashi retorted. Iruka rolled his eyes and turned to watch Naruto as he attempted to gain Kakashi's attention. Kakashi, who had chosen to blatantly ignore Naruto just for the heck of it, learned never to do so again when Naruto lashed out and kicked him far closer to the groin than Kakashi was able to continue ignoring. He looked down at Naruto, but refrained from yelling at him when Naruto signed, "I have a question." "What?" he asked. Naruto thought for a moment and attempted to ask it twice before giving up and turning to Sakura. "Oh, we wanted to know how you learned sign language," Sakura said for him. Kakashi looked at them for a moment before his eye turned up in amusement and leaned in conspiratorially. "That is a secret," he told them happily before turning around and heading to the door. "I trust the two of you can find this room by now. Meet me here tomorrow morning. Sakura, make sure you eat breakfast," he ordered as he left. "A secret?" Sakura asked no one in particular. "Ignore him for now. He'll tell you eventually," Iruka assured her. He turned to Sasuke and asked, "Have you eaten dinner yet?" Sasuke only shook his head no. "Did he stop long enough to let you eat lunch?" he asked, gaining another negative from Sasuke. "Do you want to rest here for a bit while I go get dinner for all of us?" he asked. Sasuke hesitated momentarily, but Iruka was pleased by the tired nod he got from him. "What about you, Sakura?" he asked, turning to her. "I guess I can. My dad's not supposed to be back from his mission yet," she answered. "I'll be back in a bit then," he said, leaving the three teens in silence. Sakura arrived at the administration building the next morning with a nervous flutter in her stomach. Maybe she should have ignored her sensei's instructions and skipped breakfast. Sasuke had looked exhausted when he returned from testing the night before. He had been the head of their class in everything. Her test scores had been perfect, but she wasn't stupid. Her test scores weren't likely to help her much with this testing. There was also the problem of Kakashi-sensei. She knew nothing about him and doubted that Naruto or Sasuke-kun knew much more. She didn't know what he expected her to be able to do, and unfortunately she knew that she was far below other kunoichi of her rank when it came to physical skills. Sakura didn't even want to think about how far below Naruto and Sasuke-kun she was. She absent-mindedly waved to the Hokage's aides as she turned down the small hallway that led to Naruto's room. She reached up to knock when Iruka opened the door and looked down at her in surprise, mirroring her own. "Ah, sorry Sakura, go on in," he said, stepping out of the way to allow her in. "I'll be back in a few minutes. Please behave," he said, stepping out. Sakura looked around the room in confusion before she spotted Naruto and Sasuke glaring at each other. "Naruto, what did you do to Sasuke-kun?" she asked. Naruto gaped her for a moment before signing something that she didn't understand. "I don't know what that means," she admitted to him. Naruto's face fell slightly and he turned away to scowl at the window. She shrugged at his behavior and took a seat next to Sasuke to wait for Kakashi to arrive. When Irika returned 15 minutes later, Kakashi had yet to arrive and all 3 genin were beginning to fidget. "He's not here yet?" he asked with a sigh. Sakura was about to answer when Kakashi appeared in the doorway behind Irika. "Who's not here?" he asked, causing Irika to swirl around to face him. "Never mind," Irika growled at Kakashi's infuriating nonchalance. "Well then, Sakura, why don't you come with me? I'll leave Naruto and Sasuke to you," Kakashi responded happily, beckoning for Sakura to follow him out of the room. She nervously stood up and waved to the others as she walked out and silently followed Kakashi out of the administration building and through the streets. When they reached one of the smaller training fields, Kakashi stopped and turned around to look at her. "First things first, do 100 sit-ups and 100 push-ups," he ordered, pulling out his book. Sakura nodded and complied quickly. These exercises had typical in the academy, so she wasn't overly worried about her performance on them. She finished several minutes later and was pleased to note that she hadn't felt too much strain. "All right then, start laps around this area. I'll tell you when to stop," he said. Once again she nodded and complied. After about 20 laps, which she judged to be about 4 kilometers, she was a bit winded, but she continued on as Kakashi glanced lazily between her figure and his book. 10 more laps and her pace had slowed significantly. Every time she passed Kakashi and he didn't stop her, she glared at him but continued on. Finally, as she was struggling to finish her 50th lap, Kakashi called out to her and beckoned her over. "Good work," he told her as she stood in front of him. "You're a little weaker than I would have expected, but I was told by Irika that kunoichi around your age have been shunting physical training in the academy, so we'll just have to work you a little harder. Take a short break, then we'll move on," he told her. Sakura happily slumped down on the ground and leaned over to catch her breath. She swayed slightly as the wind picked up and a dizzy spell passed over her, but she shook her head and ignored it. After several minutes of silence, she looked up to ask her sensei a question only to find him not standing in front of her. "Kakashi-sensei?" she said as she stood up and looked around the suddenly barren training area. "Where did you go?" "Sakura," she heard someone say off to her right. "Over here." "Kakashi-sensei, what?" she began to ask before being cut off. "Say," the voice said weakly. It wasn't Kakashi's voice, but she knew it was one she recognized from somewhere. "Sakura," it repeated, slightly more clearly than the previous times. Her eyes widened in recognition and she sped up as she walked towards the source of the voice. "Sasuke-kun, what are you doing out here? Did you come to see how my test was going?" she asked sweetly as she neared her dear Sasuke-kun. "Sakura, help me," she heard Sasuke plead as she stopped dead in her tracks. "Help," Sasuke repeated faintly, jump-starting Sakura's actions as she sprinted the last few meters to his location. She froze on the spot when she saw leaning haphazardly against the trunk of a tree as if it was the only thing holding him up, which it probably was, considering the massive amounts of kunai and shuriken piercing him from the waist up. She swayed unsteadily on her feet as she watched him reach toward her and struggled to stand. "What?" she whimpered in confusion as she took a step towards him. "Help," he said one final time before his eyes slid shut and his body slid to the ground. "Sasuke-kun?" she whimpered again, kneeling down next to him and reaching forward. She reached towards his neck and checked for a pulse to find it already gone. "Sasuke-kun?" she repeated, nudging him slightly as she began to pull the weapons out of him, tossing him behind her. "Sasuke-kun? Sasuke, please wake up." "Sasuke," she said as voice grew steadier and louder with each word. When the boy in front of her failed to respond, she began shaking and her hands fell away from the remaining weapons as she collapsed over him sobbing. She wasn't sure how long she had been crying when she suddenly felt a hand in her hair. She relaxed slightly at the comforting touch, until the hand tightened its grasp and yanked her backwards away from Sasuke. Sakura screamed and attempted to steady herself so that she could get a glimpse back at her attacker, but a kunai was placed at Sakura's throat, prohibiting her from moving her head. "Don't move or we'll kill the other boy too," a gruff voice said. She heard the sound of something being dragged along the ground, and strained her eyes to the right only to see Naruto's unconscious form lying on the ground. She whimpered and tried to stop her mind from going into overdrive so that she could find a way out of the situation. None of it made sense. Sasuke and Naruto were supposed to be with Irika-sensei. Neither of them should have come down for any reason. If the Hokage had needed Kakashi-sensei, then he would have sent one of his aides. Kakashi-sensei wouldn't have left her without telling her. She knew the man was weird, but he couldn't be that weird or that rude. She calmed almost immediately as she came to a final conclusion. This is still part of the test. Shut up, girl, the person behind her said, yanking roughly on her hair. She quieted but kept up her internal dialogue as she tried to figure out what this had to do with the test and how to pass it. Had Kakashi-sensei called Naruto and Sasuke down here and faked their current states to prove something to her? Were they some type of special clones? Or others using henge? What could possibly be doing? All of her thoughts quieted as she came to her second conclusion, Genjutsu. She slowly brought her hands together in the tiger sign and whispered, Kai. The wind picked up slightly and whirlwind of leaves surrounded her. As the leaves faded away, the sound of clapping reached her ears. Sakura turned her head to look for the source, but she felt something tug at her hair. She fought not to begin panicking again, and slowly reached back to see what her hair was caught in. She relaxed slightly when she felt bark and not skin. She fiddled around for a bit as she tried to loosen her hair, but she had no luck. Ah, sorry about that, Kakashi said, landing in front of her. Give me a moment and I'll have you loose. She felt a couple of tugs on her hair as he worked to get it loose, but 5 minutes later he had no luck either. I guess you struggled a bit more than it seemed like. Either that or I let the branch get too tight, but that's not likely, Kakashi muttered, earning himself a glare from Sakura. Well, there's really nothing else to do, he said, pulling out a kunai. Sakura panicked slightly when she saw him reach behind her with a kunai. Wait, what are you dash? Her sentence dropped off when felt a final tug on her hair and then something soft landed on her arm. She glanced down cautiously and saw locks of pink hair scattered about on the ground. You cut my hair. I was growing that out for Sasuke-kun and you dash. Her rant was cut short when Kakashi squatted down in front of her and placed a hand over her mouth. You think about Sasuke too much. He's your main weakness at the moment and it's one that is very easy to exploit. I'm not saying that it's wrong to care, but you center everything you do on Sasuke. You don't train enough and you diet too much because you want a specific body type. You dress, act, and look not only impractically, but contrary to the way you were taught to act as a kunoichi. Sasuke is now your teammate. I won't tolerate you favoring one teammate over the other. I also won't tolerate you allowing yourself to be distracted by him. Think about that instead of your hair. It would have gotten you killed one day anyways, Kakashi stated bluntly, shocking Sakura. She sat quietly even after he had removed his hand and stood up. Kakashi finally accepted her silence as understanding and reached down to help her stand up. She rose shakily and he led back towards the training field. Good job with the genjutsu. Irika mentioned you might find your knack in that area and I'd say it's worth a shot. You're Haruno Sanzo's daughter, right? He asked. Yeah, Sakura replied, turning to him with curious gaze. Kakashi eyed her for a moment before continuing. I think the Hokage said he would be back from his mission tomorrow. When you see him tomorrow night, ask him to teach you Iko Akechi, Kakashi told her. I've never heard of that, Sakura informed. Don't worry, he'll know what it is, Kakashi promised as they left the training grounds and headed for the administration building. When they reached the administration building, Sakura caught a number of eyes with her uneven haircut, which she ignored in favor of glaring at Kakashi's back as he hummed and continued to read his book. He walked straight into Naruto's room without looking, but Sakura hesitated at the door. After taking a deep breath, she stepped up behind Kakashi and noticed that Irika was occupied explaining something to Sasuke. Naruto was the first to notice their entrance, and when he noticed the state of Sakura's hair, his jaw dropped. He reached over and nudged Irika's shoulder several times until Irika finally looked up. He was about to reprimand Naruto when he also caught sight of Sakura's hair. Kakashi, what did you do? He bit out, glaring at the older man. I accidentally got her hair tangled in tree branch so I had to cut it off, he explained cheerily, taking a seat. Wouldn't it have been easier to cut off the branch and work from there? Irika asked. Sakura's eyes widened when she realized he was right, and she turned to look at Kakashi with teary eyes. I never thought of that, Kakashi muttered, before shrugging. Sakura fought the urge not whimper and instead focused her energy on glaring at Kakashi as hard as possible. Irika stood up and walked over to her. "Come on, I'll take you to get it at least cut properly." "Kakashi, don't leave this room," he warned as he escorted Sakura out of the room. As they were walking past the Hokage's office, Sandaime stepped out and lightly closed the door, muffling the childish shouting from inside. He turned and began to walk away lightly, and Sakura had to fight the urge to giggle when she realized he was tiptoeing. "Hokage-sama," Irika called out lightly. Sandaime turned around in surprise and brought a finger to his mouth before beckoning for them to catch up. "Konohamaru is throwing another fit," he explained as they continued down the hallway. "Konohamaru," Sakura said. "My grandson, he enjoys challenging me to fights, believing he'll become Hokage if he beats," Sandaime explained before stopping in his tracks and doing a double take of Sakura's hair. "What did Kakashi do?" he asked after a moment. Sakura giggled at his exasperated tone. "He cut it off when it got stuck in a tree branch. I'm taking her to get it fixed and to get dinner for all of us," Irika explained. If you'd like, we can stop by the Jounin lounge. If Anko's in, she could fix it up rather quickly, that way you wouldn't have to walk through the village," Sandaime offered. "Really?" Sakura asked hopefully. The walk back from the training field had been bad enough. If she went out in the village again, there was chance that someone who knew her might see her. "Of course," Sandaime promised, patting her on the head. "Would it be a problem if I leave her with you then? That way I could go get food while she's getting her hair fixed and get back a bit earlier," Irika suggested. "Not at all," Sandaime replied. "Do you have any preferences for dinner? If I can get someone to say something other than ramen, it'll give me another reason to not give it to Naruto," Irika said. Anything's fine really," Sakura said. When Irika looked slightly crestfallen, she added, "But sushi's always good." "Sushi it is then," Irika said happily. "I wonder if Naruto's ever tried it before. Anyways, I'll see you when I get back. Just head up to Naruto's room when you're finished." Sakura blinked as Irika walked away, but Sandaime's hand on her shoulder. He smiled at her and led her down the hallway. After going down 2 floors, the Sandaime stopped outside of a pair of double doors and peeked through the window. "Excellent, she's still here and the room isn't too full," he said, turning to Sakura with a smile. He opened the door and stepped in, greeting everyone in the room. Sakura followed slowly, taking in her surroundings as she followed Sandaime in the direction of a young woman happily munching on dango. She looked up in surprise when she saw Sandaime approaching and quickly finished chewing before greeting him. "Good evening, Hokage-sama." "To you as well," he returned, before reaching back and pulling Sakura forward slightly. "I was wondering if you could do us a little favor. Sakura's hair was sheared off in an accident during training and I was wondering if you had the time to fix it up a bit," Sandaime explained. "Sheared off?" Anko asked, standing up and reaching out to finger the edges. She pulled a stray twig off and Sakura eyed it in disgust, causing Anko to smirk at her. "Well, I have a seat and I'll fix it up a bit." Sakura nodded and complied quickly. "So how much hair did you lose?" Anko asked, stepping behind Sakura and pulling out a kunai. "About 8 inches, Sakura answered ruefully. Anko whistled in response, catching the attention of the 2 other jounin in the room who walked over curiously. "You giving out free haircuts now?" one of them asked through the toothpick in his mouth. "Will you give you one to Guy and that student of his if we drag them in here? We'll even tie them up and knock them out if that'll make it easier for you," a second jounin, with scar on his left cheek, suggested. "Not even my expertise would be able to fix what they've done to themselves," Anko muttered, causing all 3 adults to chuckle. Now, Sandaime said as his chuckles died down, "individuality is encouraged among my shinobi and that occasionally leads to oddity. I recall the time you yellow polka dot bikini top and a purple miniskirt for a month." "Some of my best days," Anko replied wistfully. "I'd agree," the scarred man added just as wistfully. "Now that Naruto kid, he's got good taste too. Where's he been lately anyways?" "The village is too quiet without his pranks," Anko stated, dropping the lock of hair she had been trimming and turning to look at Sandaime. "Naruto's recovering from his run-in with Mizuki. He'll be up and about in a few weeks' time, I believe," Sandaime answered. "That long?" Anko sighed, turning back to Sakura's hair. None of them had noticed her slight stiffening when Naruto had been brought up. At least the question had been directed at Sandaime and not at her. So what exactly happened here anyways? The scarred man asked, pulling up a chair and sitting down in front of Sakura. Lost 8 inches during training, Anko answered for her. How? I mean, I know I tried to cut off my sister's hair a couple of times when I was younger, but I never actually succeeded, he retorted. Reidu, I pity your sister. How did it happen? Anko asked, stepping around to face Sakura. For the first time, Sakura noticed that the woman had been using a kunai and turned to her in surprise. You've been cutting my hair with a kunai this whole time? Trust me, sweetheart, there isn't anything I can't do with a kunai, she replied with a wink. Obviously whoever did this used a kunai as well, but they weren't nearly as talented as me. My sensei cut it off when it got caught in a tree branch, Sakura answered sheepishly. How the hell did you get your hair caught in a tree branch? Anko answered, stopping to stare at her. Well, it wasn't my fault. My sensei caught me in a genjutsu, Sakura answered. What genjutsu was he using? Sandaime asked curiously. I don't know the name of it, it took me a while to get out of it, and when I did I realized that what I had thought was a hand holding my hair was actually a branch, she answered. You got out of it yourself? Reidu asked, did you cancel it? Yeah, once I realized it was a genjutsu I just used the dispel technique, Sakura said. Impressive. You a genin? The one with the toothpick asked. Of course she is. You're in the latest batch of them, aren't you? Anko said. Yeah, Sakura assented. Who's your sensei? Reidu asked. Kurenai and Asuma are the only 2 I know who passed their teams. She's one of Kakashi's, Sandaime responded grinning. All 3 jounin froze immediately before turning to look at Sandaime in surprise. You have to joking, he actually passed a team? Anko said. He's failed what, 10 of them already? 10. Sakura nearly shouted in surprise. It wasn't 10, Sandaime assured her, it was 9. Technically we didn't give him a choice this time. Her teammate is Uchiha Sasuke and the council wanted him to be taught by Kakashi. Their 3rd teammate is injured at the moment, and they were worried about how that would affect the outcome of his test. They decided unanimously to give the team an automatic pass, Sandaime explained. Lucky duck, Anko claimed, moving back around Sakura to finish cutting her hair. So who's the 3rd teammate? I haven't heard of any kids with injuries lately, the one with the toothpick asked. He already told us, Anko stated. No. He didn't. He said that one of her teammates is the Uchiha kid, but he didn't give a name for the 3rd one, he retorted. Yes he did, Genma, you just aren't paying attention, she said, causing Sandaime to chuckle. I should have known you'd figure that out, he said smiling at her. Was I not supposed to? Anko asked. We are keeping the situation quiet for the time being, Sandaime informed. Gotcha, I'll keep my mouth shut, Anko promised. Actually, even thought we don't have a clue what they're talking about, we probably shouldn't talk about the auto pass, should we? Reidu said. It would help, Sandaime commented. Righto, we'll keep our mouths shut and you can run along home, I'm finished. If you get a chance, deck Kakashi one for me. Tell him if he ever cuts a girl's hair again, I'll show him another use I have for kunai, Anko said, patting Sakura on the head. Sakura smiled at her and nodded. I'll tell him. And thanks for the haircut, she added with a nod. Why don't you head back on up to meet Kakashi? Tell him I'll stop by to see him later, Sandaime said. Sakura nodded and waved goodbye as she left the room and headed upstairs to Naruto's room. She entered happily and, completely ignoring the curious glances that her teammates gave her, took her time inspecting her new haircut in the mirror. When she turned around she looked at Kakashi and said, He's not back yet? I thought he was with you, Kakashi responded in confusion. He went out to get the food. Okasama offered to have one of the jounin downstairs cut my hair. She wanted me to tell you that if you ever cut a girl's hair again, she'll show you another use she has for kunai, Sakura repeated happily, sitting down next to Sasuke. Naruto snickered as Kakashi scowled at Sakura. Well, at least, Irika being gone gives me the chance to speak with the 3 of you, he finally said, standing up and turning to face them. There are several things I want to make clear before we really get started tomorrow. I've evaluated each of you, And I'm sorry to say that I'm not as impressed with you as the council was. I've never passed a team before and, as much as Sandame assured me I would like the three of you, I still have reservations. However, I am willing to put those reservations aside, on the condition that you listen to me and Irika regardless of what we say. Some of what we teach you and say to you may go against what you have already learned or may go against your personal beliefs. I want your promise that you will think over what we tell you. That includes what I told each of you after I finish testing you. Do we have an agreement? Kakashi asked, looking at each of his surprisingly sober students. After a moment, he gained a reluctant nod from each of them. A moment later, Irika popped in the door. Anybody hungry? He asked with a smile. Naruto woke up on the first day of real training with his team, happy to be out of the cramped room by Sandame's office and in a real bedroom. He was even more pleased when Irika knocked on the door and peeked in. I was just checking to make sure you were up, he said with a smile. Do you want breakfast? He asked, gaining an eager nod from Naruto. Go ahead and get dressed, then come downstairs. The moment Irika disappeared, Naruto hopped out of bed and quickly got dressed. He adjusted his forehead protector around his neck like Irika had shown him to cover the scars that still refused to fade. He skidded into the kitchen and blinked when he realized that he and Irika weren't alone. Pervert, he signed, sitting down next to Kakashi. Nice to see you too, Kakashi retorted, ruffling Naruto's hair. Why are you here? Naruto asked. I was just discussing your training regimen with Irika, Kakashi told him. What are we doing today? Naruto asked before he began eating. Training, Kakashi answered, gaining a glare from Naruto. No missions? Naruto asked when he had finished eating. Naruto, we told you 3 days ago that you would only be completing the minimum amount of necessary missions. You won't start them for a while yet, Irika told him. Naruto scowled and stood up. You remember where we're meeting? Kakashi asked, gaining a nod from Naruto. You better hurry up then if you want to get there before me, he said, looking at Naruto nonchalantly. Naruto's eyes widened and he glanced up at the clock before rushing out of the kitchen. When the front door slammed a moment later, Irika turned to Kakashi with a frown. They don't meet for another 10 minutes and I know for a fact that you won't show up for at least another hour, he accused. Kakashi smirked and shrugged. It'll give them the chance to talk before I arrive, he said. Neither Sakura or Sasuke know enough sign language to fully hold a conversation with Naruto, Irika countered. They'll figure out something, Kakashi said. He smirked at Irika's answering growl. On a bridge at the edge of town, 2 teenagers sat impatiently waiting for their third member and sensei. They looked up when the sound of running reached their ears and saw the orange blur that was their third teammate. You were almost late, Sakura stated, frowning at him. Naruto grinned sheepishly and opened his mouth before quickly shutting it. He repeated the process several more times before he lifted his hands. Both of his teammates watched his hands for the signs that never came. They redirected their gazes to his face when his hands stilled and fell back to his sides. He scowled at them and jumped up to sit on the bridge's railing. Sakura fidgeted after several minutes of silence. It was never quiet when Naruto was around. He had always made a lot of noise, even during class. She hadn't noticed the silence while they were working in the administration building because Irika had been there and the tower had been lively enough. Sitting on the bridge, the silence from her 2 teammates was growing oppressive, but she couldn't bring herself to break it. She bit her lip lightly and turned to Sasuke before remembering Kakashi's warning about her attention to the boy. Sakura didn't think Kakashi had meant that she couldn't talk to him, but he probably wouldn't appreciate it if he showed up and found her ignoring Naruto in favor of conversing with Sasuke. Sakura finally put her brain to work and decided that Naruto was the more likely of her 2 teammates to actually respond, as long as she kept the conversation on areas he could respond to. She hoped Sasuke would join in, or at least pay attention, if she could make the conversation interesting enough. As she continued thinking about conversation topics, she suddenly remembered the Sandame's comment about Mizuki-sensei the day before. She glanced at Naruto cautiously, wondering if he would be able to answer. It probably would have been a lot easier if Irika would allow Naruto to write, but he claimed that Naruto would never learn if he constantly relied on that. Naruto, Sakura began, catching both of her teammates' attention. Do you know what happened to Mizuki-sensei? He wasn't at the academy the day of orientation and I haven't seen him since graduation day, she said. Technically it wasn't a lie, she hadn't seen him. Naruto stiffened, but Sakura couldn't read his face well enough to tell whether or not he was thinking about how to explain or trying to ignore the topic. After several moments, he hesitantly signed his answer. However, Sakura only recognized fight. He got into a fight? She asked, trying to clarify. Naruto nodded and signed, with Sensei and me. When? Sakura asked. 10 days ago, Naruto answered. That means it was the day of graduation, Sasuke interrupted. You weren't really failed because of a bias, were you? Sakura stated. Naruto hesitated slightly before finally shaking his head. Then how do they expect you to function on a team with us? Sasuke asked. Naruto snarled and turned towards Sasuke, but Kakashi's hand on his shoulder prevented him from lunging at the dark-haired boy. That's enough, Kakashi stated. Naruto has proven himself more than capable of handling the role of Genin and is the most suitable match for the two of you. How so if he didn't pass the Genin exam? If there wasn't a biased sensei holding him back, then it means he doesn't have the skills, Sasuke retorted. Kakashi sighed and turned towards him. Naruto failed the Genin exam because of his Bunshin no Jutsu. He has since learned another jutsu that can replace it, he explained. If you must know, all three of you are deficient in some areas, but those will be dealt with during training. Speaking of which, we need to start. Kakashi left the three gaping at him and motioned for them to follow as he walked off. He had wanted to give them the bell test, slightly modified of course, but he supposed he should give them a bit more time to accommodate Naruto's disability. On the off chance that they managed to figure out the real goal of the test, they wouldn't necessarily be able to communicate well enough to do anything. Three rather put out genin followed their sensei as he continued to lead them through the woods. Sakura frowned as she watched Kakashi nonchalantly walk with his head in his book. He didn't need to remind them repeatedly that he didn't want to be teaching them. She wasn't sure if his attitude towards them was just his personality or if it was part of increased training that Sandaime had mentioned. She supposed constantly hearing about their faults was supposed to encourage them to look into them on their own and work to improve them. Sakura vaguely wondered if Ino and the others were hearing the same things from their sensei. Of course, that would all depend on whether or not Ino had passed, since she hadn't actually had the chance to talk to anyone since orientation. We're here, Kakashi said, stopping short and turning to face them. Sakura glanced around the large clearing they were in before turning back to Kakashi. We're going to take things lightly for today, so start by running a few laps. This type of physical training should be stuff you do on your own, but until I'm satisfied that you will, I'll oversee it. The three glanced at each other before taking off. Kakashi fought the urge not to giggle as the team's dynamics quickly showed themselves through such a simple exercise. Sasuke quickly and easily took the lead, which wasn't surprising considering that his speed had been the best during individual testing. As he continued on with a steady pace, Naruto grew fed up with what Kakashi was sure Naruto saw as Sasuke's attitude. He'd ignore the fact that Naruto was probably right, and began picking up his own pace to match Sasuke's. As soon as the blonde caught up to Sasuke, the older boy sped up his pace just slightly so that he could maintain his lead but not wear himself out too much. Naruto picked up his pace again and the two continued playing tag as they ran laps. Sakura had of course fallen behind. She had initially tried to catch up with the two, but as they continued she was unable to keep up with them and maintain a steady pace. Kakashi wasn't sure if he was more disappointed that she wasn't keeping up with them or that she wasn't even trying to. Sakura seemed to have relegated herself rather early to just watching the other two compete. It wouldn't help team dynamics at all if the girl never tried to improve. She couldn't learn early to let them do all the hard work. Kakashi stopped their running after only 5 laps of the clearing and called them back over to him. Do some push and sit-ups while I think of something else for you to do, he ordered, pulling his book out again. He watched out of the corner of his eye as Naruto once more turned it into a competition. Competition wasn't necessarily a bad thing. After all, he competed constantly with Guy. However, their competition wasn't as equal as his and Guy's. Sasuke was only interested in constantly showing Naruto up and probably wouldn't do well if Naruto ever beat him in anything. Unless Sasuke acknowledged Naruto, The rivalry that the Hokage had been hoping would be useful would be the exact opposite. "Alright, that's enough of that," he finally said. Kakashi allowed the three enough time to stand up and stretch before beckoning for them to walk over towards the edge of the forest. "Normally I wouldn't start you on this so early, but I don't want to wear you out today. Watch first as I demonstrate," he said before turning to the nearest tree and easily walking up its trunk. While standing on the lowest branch, he looked down into the surprised faces of his students. During individual testing, I noticed that Sasuke and Naruto both struggled with controlling their chakra. "Well, Sakura did too, but not as much you two," he told them. He watched Naruto's reaction closely, but confusion only briefly flickered across the boy's face. Kakashi could only hope that their talk the day of his testing had sunk in a bit. Of course, while he was focusing on Naruto, he didn't miss the blush that graced Sakura's cheeks or the glare that Sasuke sent her way. "Bettering your chakra control will make your jutsu better and more efficient," he told them. "For those of you with less chakra," he started, glancing at Sakura, "your stamina will be increased and you'll be able to last longer in fights. You'll also be able to work to increase your chakra stores. For those of you with too much chakra, learning better chakra control will make your jutsu more efficient because you won't waste chakra on them." He dropped back down to the ground and took out 3 kunai before handing them to them. "You can use those to mark your progress," he said. "What you need to do is focus your chakra to your feet. You need just the right amount of chakra in order to stick to the tree and not damage it." The 3 stared at him in confusion and he sighed. "Get started," he ordered. Sakura was the first to move. She picked up the kunai and brought herself back up into a meditative stance. She closed her eyes and focused on gathering her chakra in her feet. After she was satisfied, she ran towards the tree, hoping her momentum would help her get farther up the tree. Kakashi watched in amusement as Sakura made it up several meters before gracefully rebounding off the tree and landing back on the ground. She looked up at the mark she had made and scowled. Sasuke scoffed at her attempt and began gathering his own chakra. He also took a running start just as Sakura began her second attempt. Sakura managed to put a meter between her new and old marks before once again gracefully rebounding. Sasuke was not so fortunate. He made it almost as high as Sakura's first mark before being repelled from the tree as he channeled too much chakra to his feet. He landed smoothly, but turned to glare at the mark he had managed to carve into the tree. He chanced to glance at Sakura's progress and noted the large improvement that she had made in only 2 runs. Sasuke scowled at his own mark and gathered chakra once again before running at the tree. Naruto watched his 2 teammates in their first attempts and frowned slightly. "You better get started, Naruto," Kakashi urged as he watched Sakura and Sasuke's continued attempts. Naruto steeled his determination and began concentrating on gathering his chakra. He charged towards the tree, but he barely made it 4 steps before he lost his footing and slipped off. Kakashi fought the urge not to giggle as Naruto landed in a heap. He had managed to place a mark about 2 meters off the ground, but it was barely half as far as the other 2 had gotten with their first tries. Naruto righted himself, and Kakashi had a feeling he would be blushing if the boy had been able to vocalize the curses that he could see dancing across his lips. Naruto glanced jealously at Sakura and Sasuke as they continued to progress upwards. Sakura was sitting happily on a branch nearly 5 meters off the ground, waving to Kakashi. "This is easy," she called down to him. "Then keep going until you can't mold chakra anymore," he told her. Naruto glanced at her, before quickly dusting himself off and focusing the chakra towards his feet again. He took off again, but every time he charged the tree he would barely add an inch to his preceding attempt before he would slip off. After half an hour, Naruto stopped his attempts and glared at the tree in front of him. He sighed and glanced over at Sasuke only to realize that although the boy was making more progress than him, his efforts were beginning to plateau. Sakura was still easily making it up the tree, but she was beginning to look a bit winded from the constant chakra usage. He heard giggling behind him and looked back to see Kakashi reading his perverted book. After a moment's hesitation, he pocketed his kunai and walked over to Kakashi. "I need help," he signed after he had managed to gain Kakashi's attention. He thought for a moment before adding, "I can't go any farther." Kakashi looked up and examined the 3 trees, comparing Naruto's progress with Sakura and Sasuke's. Sakura had progressed by leaps and bounds compared to the other two, but she was showing far more weariness than the other two and looked like she could use a break. Sakura needs a break, ask her for some tips, Kakashi suggested, looking back down at Naruto. The blonde looked up at him like he was stupid before finally signing. How? Shouldn't she be able to understand that by now? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head in response. We might have to change how they're learning things a bit, he pondered. Sakura, come over here and take a break, he said, catching the girl's attention. While she walked over, he turned back to Naruto and said, work for a bit longer and then I'll have her give you some hints. Naruto pouted and squinted up at him for a moment before walking away and beginning his exercises again. Sakura made her way over to Kakashi as he dismissed Naruto. It really wasn't a surprise that Naruto had already tried to give up, especially considering the progress he had, or hadn't, made. He grumbled silently to himself and went back to work, barely making it to his previous record before slipping again. He barely managed to reverse his fall in time to land on his feet. She shook her head and turned back to Kakashi as he coughed lightly to catch her attention. Since you were so successful, I want you to help Naruto and Sasuke. None of you are leaving training until all three of you have reached the top of the tree and left the kunai there, he told her, smiling beneath his mask. What happened to not wanting us to wear ourselves out? She asked. He smiled down at her and chuckled. I changed my mind. Rest up a bit and give them some pointers, then get back to work. You'll probably reach the top first anyways, but you can't leave until they have as well, Kakashi stated. Sakura grumbled and walked back over. Hold on a second, Sasuke, Naruto, she said, stopping the two from charging at the trees. What do you want? Sasuke asked impatiently. Are you going to help us? Naruto asked. Sakura only caught one of the hand signs, but she nodded anyways. Kakashi-sensei says we can't leave until all three of us make it to the top of the tree, she informed them. Naruto's eyes widened and he turned to glare at Kakashi several meters away. He once again made a sign that Kakashi was sure Irika hadn't taught the boy, not that he was paying attention anyways. Forget about him for now. The important thing is completing the exercises, Sakura said, forcing him to turn around and look at him. She pointed up at the 3 trees they had been climbing for the past half hour. Each of these trees is about 15 meters tall. I've been stopping at about 10 meters because there's a convenient branch, but I can probably make the top in about 10 minutes if I rest before I try again, she told them. She directed Naruto to his tree. You've made it up about 6 meters. That means that you aren't concentrating hard enough. There aren't any indentations on the tree like there are on Sasuke's. That means you're losing your footing because you aren't using enough chakra and Sasuke's using too much, so the tree cracks under his feet and repels him off, she explained to Naruto. Kakashi listened in as Sakura gave Naruto pointers on concentration. Sasuke was watching and listening intently, but he had a feeling that if either Naruto or Sakura turned around to look at him, Sasuke would pretend to be ignoring them. He was also proud that Sakura had managed to hide criticism and pointers for Sasuke in her speech to Naruto. It was a smart move since he wasn't likely to listen to her if she had offered help directly to him. Hopefully Sasuke would be smart enough to shove his pride a bit deeper and take what she was saying seriously. The next 2 hours, Kakashi saw a significant improvement in both Naruto and Sasuke's performance. Both had made it past 10 meters, so he was hoping they would be finished by nightfall. If they hadn't, hopefully Irika would bring something to eat because he was starving, and Kakashi was sure the 3 genin were as well. Sakura was sitting under her tree resting and watching Naruto and Sasuke. Just like she had said, after resting for about 10 minutes she had made it up to the top of the tree and lodged her kunai into the trunk before dropping onto the branch 5 meters below and then onto the ground. Sakura's stomach began protesting around 4 in the afternoon, and she glared at her teammates as they continued to fall short of their goal. An hour later, Naruto and Sasuke were severely winded and scratched up from their falls. Both were dusted with dirt from the number of times that they had landed roughly on the ground and kicked up dust. They were hungry, sweaty, and exhausted from working for so long. Naruto glared over at Sasuke and then at the trees. They had managed to stay nearly even ever since Sakura had offered them pointers earlier that afternoon. They each only had about a meter to go, but they had been stuck at the same spot for nearly half an hour, and the deep grooves in the tree showed just how many times they had nicked the same area. Hurry up, Sakura whined as her stomach growled loudly. She had been practicing on and off ever since she had left her kunai at the top of the tree, but she hadn't been able to make it up more than 2 meters in the past half hour, so she had given up and remained seated at the foot of the tree. Naruto and Sasuke looked like crap and she knew they were trying their hardest, but she was demon hungry and felt they should be trying even harder. She gaped as Sasuke took off and barely managed to make it to his previous height before his footing slipped and he dropped back down. He knelt panting and glaring at the tree as he tried to catch his breath enough for another run. The pink-haired genin rolled her head to the side so that she could glance at Kakashi out of the corner of her eye. He was still reading his stupid book even though it looked like he hadn't turned a page the entire afternoon. Unless he had managed to sneak off to lunch at some point, then there was no way that he had eaten all day either. Maybe his mission experience had prepared him for spending longer amounts of time without food, but just because he could last longer without food didn't mean he wasn't hungry after not eating all day. Kakashi giggled as he felt Sakura glaring at him lazily. He glanced down at his watch. They were supposed to have headed back 45 minutes before. Hopefully Iruka would get worried enough that he would come looking for Naruto. If he did that, he could probably be swindled into bringing them dinner so that Naruto and Sasuke could take a break and regain enough strength to finish. Sound of stomping caught his attention, and he looked up to see Naruto taking his frustration out on the ground. He glanced up at the tree and wasn't surprised to see that both Naruto and Sasuke were losing height as they continued. By now they were so tired and hungry that they couldn't keep enough concentration on what they were doing. Calm down, Sasuke ordered, shocking the other two members of team. The more aggravated you get, the more difficult it's going to be for you to climb and the longer we'll have to stay here. Naruto gaped at the other boy for a moment before straightening up. Before turning back to the tree, he nodded once at Sasuke and grinned apologetically at Sakura. Naruto closed his eyes and concentrated for a moment before charging at the tree almost in tandem with Sasuke. Kakashi lowered his book slightly, hoping this would be their last run. Sure enough, they managed to slam their kunai into the tree trunks right before they lost their footing for the final time. Kakashi slipped his book back into its pocket and disappeared. He reappeared a moment later to catch the two boys as they plummeted towards the ground. Kakashi landed a moment later and Sakura walked over towards him. "Can they come to dinner now?" Iruka asked, walking towards them. Naruto's eyes lit up as Kakashi set him down and he looked up expectantly. "Yeah, training is done for today," Kakashi answered. "Good," Iruka responded, turning to the three genin. "Sakura, the Hokage wanted me to tell you that your father will be home tomorrow morning. His team was slightly delayed by their clients. If you and Sasuke would like, you're welcome to join us for dinner," he offered. "Okay," Sakura answered, eager to get anything, even ramen. Sasuke nodded after an encouraging glare from Kakashi. "How generous of you, Iruka-sensei," Kakashi commented as they walked back towards the village. "What do you mean? You're the one paying for your students," Iruka retorted with a straight face. Kakashi was left gaping as three giggling genin followed Iruka. He vowed to make their next day of training even more hellish as they sat through dinner, occasionally smirking at him. The next morning Kakashi was so excited that he forgot to arrive late. He frowned as he walked up when he realized that at the rate he was going he would never get to annoy his genin with the excuses he had spent the past week preparing just for them. He supposed he'd have the chance to do so the next week if all went according to plan. Of course, a lot of that depended on whether or not anyone could keep their mouths shut around Iruka. Kakashi lazily waved for Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura to follow him as he walked away from the bridge. They entered the training ground and Kakashi glanced around cautiously to make sure that Iruka wasn't there to yell at him yet. Kotetsu and Izumo weren't exactly great at keeping their schemes quiet, and he was fairly certain they were working with Iruka the entire morning in the mission office. When he was satisfied, Kakashi turned back to the genin and told them, "Today I want to start by checking your inventory. It's very important that you start playing to your strengths, but you also need to be prepared for everything. As a team, you can divide what you need between the three of you, but I have a feeling that since you're just out of the academy, all you've got is the basics and maybe 1 or 2 custom pieces. So, show me what you've got." The three genin unhooked their kunai and shuriken pouches and emptied their contents onto the ground for him to see. He was actually surprised to see all three pull a few more shuriken or kunai out of other places. Kakashi looked down at the supplies in front of him and fought the urge to snicker as he ordered them to run laps while he went over their caches. An hour later, he decided they had done enough and called them back over. He handed each of them a water bottle and told them have a seat. Sakura and Sasuke gulped the water down thirstily and Kakashi fought the urge not to cackle. Naruto uncapped his own bottle and took a large drink before throwing the bottle away and gagging. He glared at Kakashi and tried to find the right signs to yell at him for the foul-tasting water. Kakashi smirked, wondering how Naruto had managed to taste drag he had slipped into the water bottles. Rule number 1 of Shinobi, one Naruto should have already learned. Never trust someone just because they're your superior, Kakashi said as Sakura and Sasuke sank to the ground. He helped Naruto follow a moment later with a quick chop to the back of the neck. The last thing Naruto heard was Kakashi chuckling. Day 1. Sasuke woke up with a pounding headache and cursed Kakashi. He looked around and spotted Naruto and Sakura off to his right. He wasn't surprised when he checked for his weapons only to see that Kakashi hadn't returned them before dumping the 3 genin wherever they were. Sasuke stood up and stretched, looking around before doing a double take. He took in a deep breath as he realized what he was seeing. He released the breath and walked over to his teammates, roughly shaking them awake. Naruto shot up and looked at Sasuke frantically before his jaw dropped. I don't know where we are, Sasuke told him. There's sand in my hair, Sakura growled, looking to her teammates for answers. What did that stupid sensei do to us? He drugged us, Naruto signed, but neither Sakura nor Sasuke understood the signs. Naruto glared at the two before his face brightened slightly. He walked forward down the beach towards the wetter sand and wrote drugged. Sakura saw what he was doing and walked forward to see what he had written. He drugged us, Sakura repeated, making sure she had understood Naruto. It must have been in the water. He took all of our weapons as well, Sasuke told her. Naruto shook his head frantically and pointed at a small pile of objects at the edge of the tree line about 10 meters. Behind them. Sasuke turned around to look at what Naruto had seen and walked towards it while Sakura and Naruto followed. The 3 knelt down to inspect Kakashi's generous parting gift of 3 kunai, 4 scrolls, and 3 wristbands. Sakura scowled and picked up the kunai, handing 1 each to Naruto and Sasuke before tucking her own into the waistband of her shorts. She glared at the scroll on the top of the pile. That man has a sick sense of humor, she thought as she read the bold note. Read this first. Was printed on the outside of the scroll next to what she assumed was Kakashi's version of a smiley face. Might as well do what it says, Sasuke muttered. Sakura reached forward and picked it up, slowly unrolling it. Sakura, since I'm sure you're the one reading this, I'd like you to relay several bits of information to Naruto and Sasuke. First, the island you are stranded on is 1 kilometer from shore. Do not attempt the swim as there are very vicious fish inhabiting the water surrounding you. The good news is that all of these fish are edible and a wonderful source of protein. Second, the wristbands are to be worn at all times while the 3 of you are on the island. I will know if you take them off, and you will not like what happens if you do. They are for your safety as well because they will alert me if you die. Third, the other 3 scrolls contain the following. Further instruction in sign language for all 3 of you. Training instructions for the 3 of you to follow during your stay on the island. Surprise! Do not open this one for another 2 weeks. I would recommend finding a way to keep track of time, because if you open that scroll too early I'll know, and I won't be happy. Last, have fun. Sakura glared at the scroll before dropping it and picking up the 3rd scroll, marked instructions, and opening it as well. While she did that, Naruto leaned forward and snatched up the 3 wristbands. He slipped one of them on his arm and handed the others to Sasuke and Sakura to do the same. Sasuke sneered at the band and placed it reluctantly around his own wrist. I hate him, Sakura stated, staring at the scroll in horror and then glancing to the wristband she had just slipped on. She tossed the scroll to Sasuke and began clawing at the wristband, trying to pull it off. That pervert! Telling us we couldn't take these things off was pointless if they were designed to SCK up all our chakra and use that as glue so they can't be removed. Let me get this straight. These things bind our chakra so that we can't use jutsu while we're here, Sasuke stated. Apparently all of our training while we're on the island is taijutsu, Sakura agreed, looking back over at the scroll. We're supposed to spar each other every day, combined with laps and other exercises. I can't believe he wants us to run around this whole island so many times, she muttered. Naruto glanced up at the sky and noticed that it was getting late in the afternoon. It startled Sakura and Sasuke when he tapped them on the shoulder, but once he had their attention he signed, "What next?" Sakura looked at him blankly, and his inquisitive look turned to a scowl. He couldn't understand how they still couldn't understand something that he knew Iruka had taught them. He jabbed his finger at the sun's position hoping they would figure out what was going on their own. "It's getting late. We should make sure we're prepared for the night," Sasuke stated. "Right, we'll need a fire and food and some type of shelter for at least tonight. We can work on something more permanent tomorrow. For tonight at least we should probably stay out here. Tomorrow or the day after we'll explore the island more fully, but we shouldn't wander into it." "Right, Sasuke-kun?" Sakura said. Sasuke scowled at her change in demeanor but nodded in agreement. "One of us should look for food while the others get firewood and see if there's anything that can be used for a temporary shelter," he added. "The main problem will be starting the fire. With our jutsu disabled we'll have to start it by hand, but we don't have any matches, flint or other tools." Sasuke drifted off when Naruto tugged on his sleeve. The blonde pointed to his kunai and held out his hand expectantly. "Naruto, you already have one kunai, you don't need more than that," Sakura chided. "Let me borrow your kunai and I'll see if Pervert was telling the truth about the fish," Naruto signed in explanation. "All I caught in that was kunai and pervert," Sasuke told him. Naruto turned to Sakura hopefully but she looked just as lost as Sasuke. "I recognized borrow as well, but we already knew that you were asking for the kunai," she told him. Naruto pouted pitifully as he tried to come up with another way to explain. He finally reached down for the scroll and pointed to the section where Kakashi mentioned the vicious yet edible fish and then back at the kunai. "I need more than one," he claimed, hoping they would understand. "You're going to try and get some fish? So you want more than one kunai to use?" Sakura asked, hoping she had understood what he was trying to tell them. He nodded and Sakura let out a sigh of relief. "There's no harm in trying, but if they're vicious enough to keep us on the island then I don't know how you're going to catch any," she told him. "Sasuke and I will see if there's anything in the interior. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Don't leave the beach," she added as she and Sasuke handed him their kunai and walked off along the edge of the tree line. When they came back about half an hour later, Naruto was sitting impatiently next to the scrolls. 3 fish were speared on the kunai waiting to be cooked. There wasn't anything that would really be useful in making a shelter, at least not anything that we could throw together before the sun sets tonight. "We might find something tomorrow if we go farther in," Sakura told him as Sasuke set up about arranging the wood for a fire. He handed Naruto 3 thinner sticks to put the fish on before turning back to the wood and trying to figure out how to light the fire. Naruto rolled his eyes and handed the sticks to Sakura. He removed the fish from the kunai and handed them to her as well. She looked at him in confusion but shrugged it off and took them. While Sakura prepared the fish for roasting, Naruto took off his jacket and turned it inside out. He caught Sasuke's attention as he began feeling around for something in the lining. When he had found what he was looking for, he undid some of the stitches in the hem and reached inside the lining, before drawing out what looked like several matches, but the sticks were flimsy, which explained how they had stayed inside Naruto's coat and never broken or shone through. Naruto walked to the edge of the beach and disappeared for a moment before coming back with a handful of grass and leaves. He placed the smaller kindling underneath the wood Sasuke had organized and struck the match on the bottom of his boot. He carefully guarded the flame as he led it to the kindling. Once that was lit, he walked back to the woods and grabbed more so that they could keep the fire going until the larger pieces lit. Once he had made the second trip, Sakura and Sasuke had caught on and they joined him at the edge of the tree line picking up dried kindling. Once they had gathered a good amount, Sakura sat down by the small fire and continued feeding it as the larger pieces began to catch. "I doubt it was your own idea to sew matches into your jacket," Sasuke stated, too proud to actually ask for the information he wanted to know. Naruto glared at him but answered anyways, "Sensei did it. We'll need more wood to last through the night." I'll stay here and make sure this lights properly and start the fish, but you two should find more. Make sure you don't go too far from the beach, Sakura told them. Naruto grinned and nodded to her before following Sasuke back away from the beach. They had made several more trips and Sakura promised that if they made one more, the fish would be ready. Naruto happily walked away and Sasuke followed, rolling his eyes. The dark-haired boy walked back onto the beach several minutes later and added his load to the large pile for the night. As he sat down on the other side of the fire, Sakura handed a fish to Sasuke and the two waited silently for their third member to come back. A moment later a crashing noise came from the trees behind them. Naruto broke away from the tree line and rushed towards them, repeatedly looking back at the woods he had just exited. He dropped onto the ground next to them and began frantically signing the same thing over and over again. Sakura watched his behavior with growing alarm and finally pulled him over to the wet sand on the beach and told him to write it. Monster, Naruto wrote, glancing back towards the forest in alarm. What do you mean? Sakura asked. He held up his kunai and showed her the trail of blood along one edge. What did you do, trip and cut yourself on it? Sasuke asked wryly, walking up close enough to see the blood. Naruto frantically shook his head and pointed at the message he had written for Sakura. Did you kill something out there? Sakura asked. Naruto shook his head again. I was attacked. It was huge, but I managed to hit its arm and it went away, he told them. Sakura watched intently and was happy that she could understand most of what he had said. If it went away, then it probably won't pursue you out here. You might have treaded on some animal's territory out there, so we'll be careful to avoid it tomorrow, she claimed. Naruto gaped at her and watched in confusion as Sasuke and Sakura walked back to the fire and the food they had left there. Come on, Naruto, eat, Sakura called to him. Naruto glanced warily at the tree line and cautiously walked over to join them. He refused to sit with his back to the trees and shot the darkening area frantic glances every few minutes. That night they slept huddled around the fire. At Naruto's insistence, which took him nearly half an hour to get across to Sasuke and Sakura, they kept a guard awake at all times. When Sakura was woken to take her shift at what was probably close to 4 or 5, she grumbled and occasionally sent glares at Naruto's sleeping form. She stopped glaring when she realized that even asleep he didn't look like he was getting much more rest than her. In fact, if the coughing meant anything, Sakura was fairly sure that Naruto was getting sick. Maybe he didn't dry off fast enough when he was finished fishing earlier, she thought, shrugging and turning back to put a bit more wood on the fire. Day 2. An hour later, the sky was beginning to grow light and Sakura was beginning to nod off. A loud popping noise shook her from her doze. Sakura jumped but quickly realized it was just the fire and was settling back in when she heard a sharp crack from her left. She spun around and tried to see inside the woods. Her breath hitched when she saw a large shadow dart through the trees and she stood up, pulling out a kunai while taking a step closer to Sasuke. Naruto had begun coughing again behind her and she winced as a particularly harsh one escaped his lips. She glanced along the edge of the trees for as far as she could see, but there were no more signs of whatever had alerted her. Sakura didn't notice that Naruto's coughing had stopped and was taken completely by surprise when the blonde boy tapped her on the shoulder. What is it? He asked. She blinked at him for a moment before shaking her head. She glanced back at the woods once and shrugged it off. This is all Kakashi-sensei's fault. He has me so stressed out that I'm seeing things, she fumed, setting a few more sticks on the fire. She turned back to see Naruto watching her in confusion. He finally moved his hands and a sign that Sakura recognized from earlier. No, I didn't. See your monster, she told him exasperatedly. Naruto looked at her suspiciously for a moment before sighing. I'll go get some food, he told her. At least she assumed that's what he was telling her. She really needed to spend some time with that scroll on sign language that Kakashi had left them. Maybe she and Sasuke would learn quicker if they didn't allow each other to speak while they were on the island or something like that. Just make sure to dry yourself off quickly this time. I think you might be getting sick and it won't help us if you're sick while we're here, she warned him. Naruto shot her a bemused look but shrugged it off. He started towards Sasuke to wake the other boy up, but Sakura intercepted him. Let Sasuke-kun sleep. He was up most of the night keeping watch at your insistence, she told him. Naruto scowled at her and looked like he wanted to protest. Sakura wasn't sure if he didn't because her glare scared him or if he thought it was futile because she wouldn't be able to understand him anyway. She watched as he shuffled away, kicking up a great deal of sand as he went. He shrugged off the majority of his clothing and Sakura blinked in shock. She raised her hand to brush through her hair and realized that her forehead protector was gone. That's why I never saw them before, she realized. He wore his forehead protector around his neck. She shuddered slightly and turned away quickly. She was used to seeing scars on older shinobi, and even some of her friends bore inconsequential scars from training accidents. But it was more than obvious that Naruto's didn't come from any sort of accident. They also weren't exactly what one would call inconsequential. Naruto returned 15 minutes later with 3 fish just like the night before. His jacket and shirt were back in place, and Sakura had to admit that she was relieved when she noticed the scars were mainly hidden. Naruto handed Sakura the fish, and while she was busy he snuck over to annoy Sasuke. He grabbed one of the sticks near the fire and reached over to poke the other boy. Sasuke reached out and grabbed the stick from him before it could hit, and Naruto pointed at him and opened his mouth to yell accusingly. Sasuke raised an eyebrow condescendingly as Naruto continued to flounder about wordlessly. The blonde finally came to rest several feet from Sasuke and plopped down. He crossed his arms and turned away, pouting and refusing to look at either of his teammates. Sakura glanced over when she realized that Sasuke was sitting up and turned to Naruto angrily. "Didn't I say not to wake him up?" she accused. Naruto turned to gape at her and frantically signed what she was sure was an excuse, but she didn't catch any of what he said. "At least this time I don't have to feel bad about not understanding him. He's so flustered that I'm pretty sure he's messing up on his own." She rolled her eyes at him and went back to turning the fish over the fire. "This'll take a bit longer," she told them after she had gotten sick of the stifling silence that had descended upon them. "Why don't the two of you spar and get that out of the way? The earlier we finish the exercises he set out for us, the faster we'll be able to search the island." Naruto turned to glare at Sasuke, but the dark-haired boy simply ignored him and stood up. Sasuke moved farther down the beach and waited stoically for Naruto to join him. "Hurry up, Dobe," Sasuke called out as Naruto sluggishly made his way over. Naruto glared at him but continued at his slow pace. "At this point sparring with Sakura would be better than this," Sasuke said disdainfully. Naruto stopped about 5 feet away and then lunged at the other boy, snarling. Sakura rolled her eyes as their sparring match turned into a wrestling competition. She sincerely hoped that Kakashi wasn't watching this because she wasn't sure if he'd count what they were doing as constructively working on their combat skills. Sasuke cursed and recoiled when Naruto's harmless grappling turned into a fist full of sand in his eyes. Naruto used his moment of blindness to land a punch to Sasuke's right eye. Sasuke lashed out in return and, still blind, tackled Naruto to the ground where they resumed their grappling. However, Naruto maintained an advantage because Sasuke couldn't stop to rub his eyes and the sand continued to cause irritation which created blind spots. Naruto landed 5 more hits that Sasuke knew were going to leave nasty bruises, and he wasn't sure if he had managed to return the favor with any significant blows. Sakura finally broke up their spar and told them to come eat. Naruto immediately made his way over to her and sat down, gratefully accepting the fish she handed him. He began eating smugly as Sasuke limped over to them. Sasuke couldn't quite remember when Naruto had landed a kick on his knee, but it hurt like hell. After eating, Sakura suggested that they run the laps Kakashi had told them to, so that they could get a feel for the size of the island. After that they could complete the sparring and explore the island a bit more in hopes of finding a spot for a more permanent camp. Without reason to argue, both boys agreed and they took off. The island itself couldn't be more than 1.5 kilometers in circumference, and they had seen at least 2 streams that seemed to cross through the island in an X shape. They passed their camp for the 4th time and prepared to finish their last lap when Naruto stopped and added more wood to the dying fire, before allowing them to move on. They returned to find that someone had put the fire out, with water judging by the wet sand surrounding the messy ashes that were all that was left of their fire. "Do you still have a match or 2 left?" Sakura asked, turning to Naruto. He nodded and pulled several matches out of his pocket to show her. "Hold on to those no matter what," she instructed him. "Let's hurry up and finish the rest of the stuff Kakashi-sensei wanted us to do, and then we'll move inward." Naruto, while Sasuke and I spar, catch as many fish as you can. We'll take them with us, she added. Then while you and I are sparring, Sasuke can collect more wood to take with us. That way we won't have to spend time looking for it later. Naruto nodded and they all went their own way. Within an hour they were ready to move out, and Sakura suggested that they follow one of the streams so that they wouldn't have to worry about coming to the beach as often. They had been walking for a while when Sasuke stopped short. Sakura and Naruto quickly moved up to his side, but he simply pointed down at the damp mud they were walking through. Sakura moved in front of the two boys and bent down to inspect the footprint that Sasuke had found. Naruto curiously leaned down next to her and tried to size up the print by comparing it to his own foot. The footprint was at least 3 times as large as his own foot, and it hadn't been made by anything human, unless that human had been born with only 4 toes, and what looked like a claw in the back. Why is this the only one in the area? Sakura asked aloud. Naruto pantomimed walking and then stretched his arms as wide as he could, but Sakura and Sasuke looked at him dumbly. I know that wasn't actual sign language and I have no clue what you were trying to tell us, Sakura told him. Naruto's proud smile quickly turned into a scowl and he turned away from his teammates for a moment before quickly turning back. He knelt down and splashed some of the water from the stream onto the mud and then wrote long stride before pointing to a second footprint in the middle of the stream. Actually, you could have signed that and both of us would have understood it, Sakura told him a bit apologetically. Naruto glared at Sasuke, despite the fact that he hadn't been the one to say it, and jabbed his finger again at the second print in the stream. Whatever this was past here heading towards the beach, Sasuke stated. And this doesn't look that old. We should be careful until we figure out just what's on the island. It's a monster, Naruto told them as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. Sasuke scoffed at him, but Sakura wasn't so inclined to ignore his claims anymore. She glanced around at their surroundings and sighed. We should keep going, she told them. About an hour later they found an area that Sasuke and Sakura thought would suit their needs. It wasn't too far from the small streams, so they would have water nearby and they'd be able to make it back to the beach easily. First things first, let's rebuild the fire. I don't really see what we'd manage to do for shelter. Hopefully the trees will provide some if it rains, she told them, placing the scrolls on the ground. They quickly went about gathering enough kindling and setting up the fire. When it was set up properly, Naruto pulled out a match and lit it. With almost extreme care, he slowly moved the match to light the kindling, making sure that a stray breeze didn't come along and extinguish it. When the kindling was lit, and Naruto was occupied with slowly adding more to it, Sakura turned to examine their supplies. It won't kill us to eat fish for a while, but we really have no clue how long Kakashi-sensei intends to leave us here. It would probably be best if we take time over the next few days to see if there are any other animals or edible plants on the island. Gathering wood in general won't be a problem, but if it rains we'll need something to put over the fire to guard it, and it could make it difficult to find dry wood. So we should make sure we always have more than a day's supply of wood and find a way to cover it with something to keep it relatively dry, Sakura thought, trying to remember everything she had learned from Iruka about survival. Her train of thought was lost when she heard a branch snap off to her left. Any doubts about Naruto's monster were driven from Sakura and Sasuke's minds as they saw what was crouching on a tree branch at the edge of their clearing. Whatever you do, don't let it put the fire out, Sasuke whispered, moving his kunai in front of him defensively. Naruto slowly placed the remaining matches securely in his pocket and pulled out his kunai. Sakura took out her kunai and inched towards the fire, checking to make sure the small fire was okay as she did so. The creature in the tree watched them curiously for a moment before dropping to the ground. Sasuke and Sakura stood up, but Naruto remained crouched next to the fire. The thing was a lot easier to see in the afternoon sunlight. It had to be close to 8 feet tall, and its shoulders were at least as wide as he was tall. Just like the footprints they had found suggested, the creature had 4 toes on the front of the foot and an odd talon-like digit on the back. It had brown leathery hide and sparse, but coarse-looking patches of fur or hair on its body. Its neck was elongated and had a small ridge of even coarser-looking hair along it that trailed down the back. The head was like no animal Naruto had ever seen. It was small and circular in shape with 2 huge bulging eyes, and Naruto could only hope that that meant the brain inside of it was small and stupid. The mouth was a thin line, but Naruto could see the ridges of sharp teeth protruding from the top jaw. The four had sat there staring at each other for what seemed like several minutes when all of a sudden the creature lunged towards Sakura. She hopped out of the way. Surprisingly enough, it followed her. Sakura dodged again as the creature swung one of its clawed hands towards her head. Its feet kicked up dust as it ran forwards, and Naruto's eyes widened when he realized the dirt was causing the fire to splutter. He quickly set more grass and leaves, hoping to keep it going until the larger wood caught. Naruto glanced at Sasuke and saw him preparing to dash towards the monster. He stood up as Sasuke took off and jumped towards Sakura, who had been struggling to dodge all of the creature's attacks. Sasuke stabbed forward with his kunai, hoping to drive the beast backwards. He succeeded somewhat, but after a moment of avoiding Sasuke's attacks, it merely jumped over him and towards Naruto and Sakura. Sakura screamed and moved away, but Naruto stood his ground and struck forward with his kunai. He missed the hit and had to duck in between the thing's legs. While behind it, he jumped up attempting to land a kick on the back of its head. The large creature spun around and batted Naruto away while he was still in midair. Naruto hit the ground with a thud and skidded backwards straight through the small fire and into one of the trees. He sat up and rushed back over to where the fire had been, once he was sure that Sasuke and Sakura were keeping the creature busy. He focused on gathering up as much of it as he could. Naruto was happy to find that some of the smaller pieces hadn't actually been extinguished, so he put them together and added some more, allowing it to quickly rekindle. Sticking his burnt thumb into his mouth, he stood up and saw that the beast had kept its attention on Sakura and Sasuke the whole time. He moved slowly around the fire while Sasuke was fighting it and prepared to throw his kunai at it, when the creature stopped its attacks and jumped up through the trees, disappearing. He blinked and looked around in confusion. Sasuke was looking up at the canopy of the trees expectantly, but nothing happened. They stood in silence for almost 5 minutes and the monster failed to return. "Are you all right, Naruto?" Sakura asked, looking over. She was surprised to see that he had already managed to repair the damage to the fire that his fall had caused. Naruto nodded and signed. "It only attacked you too. Maybe it decided you weren't worth its time after you ran away from it yesterday?" Sasuke taunted. Naruto growled, but Sakura sent a glare his way and he backed down slightly. "The good thing is that it didn't manage to put out the fire," she said. "It didn't go after the fire," Naruto told them, but neither of his teammates was paying attention to his hands and they missed the signs. He sighed in frustration and looked back down at the thumb he had burned. He blinked when he realized that it didn't hurt anymore and the skin looked perfectly fine. It wasn't odd for him to heal quickly, but normally the little things didn't heal that quickly. "We need to set up camp better so that it can't attack as easily. The fire needs to be put in a place that's accessible but harder to put out, so it definitely needs something over it. And we should make sure that we always have dry wood available, so we should have some here and cover it with something," Sakura decided. Naruto blinked at her and turned to Sasuke, surprised to see that he was nodding in agreement. "Aren't we going to do something about that thing?" he asked. When he realized that neither of his teammates had noticed for a second time, he marched up to Sakura and tapped her on the shoulder. "Naruto helped Sasuke gather more firewood. I'll try to figure out what to do with the fire here," she told him, without turning around. Naruto growled slightly and turned to Sasuke to try him, but he was quickly ignored. "Let's go Dobe," Sasuke said to him, walking out of the clearing. Naruto mouthed the nickname and glared in Sasuke's direction before taking off in the opposite direction. Neither of his teammates seemed to notice. Sasuke continued on his way and Sakura began examining the clearing, trying to figure out a way to protect the fire. Over the next hour, Sasuke returned every 15 or so minutes with another load of wood, and Sakura began to become suspicious when Naruto didn't return once. After his 5th load, Sakura stopped him and told him to look for Naruto instead. By the time Sasuke returned an hour later, and without Naruto, Sakura had dug out a fire pit and done what she could to cover some of the wood he had gathered. "Where is he?" Sakura asked, turning around to face him. "I can't find him," Sasuke answered, not really looking her in the eye. Instead he turned to inspect the small clearing he had chosen. "Where could he be?" Sakura asked. How the hell could he not find him? Naruto wears orange for cripe's sake. And the island isn't that big, she wondered as Sasuke continued to ignore her. "Well, we can't just leave him out there, can we?" she asked, looking at him for answers. Kakashi-sensei's going to kill us if we lose Naruto, she thought pathetically. He'll come back before it gets dark, Sasuke told her. He ignored the pink-haired girl as she spluttered in response and turned to add more wood onto the fire. Back by dark. Sakura muttered darkly, later that night after the two had eaten and were preparing to settle in. It's too late to search for him again tonight. We'll have to find him tomorrow, Sasuke stated. Sakura froze and laughed nervously. He wasn't supposed to hear that, she thought despondently. This is all Naruto's fault. Now he's got me worried and insulting Sasuke-kun. Day 3. Naruto woke up and stretched, making sure not to fall out of the tree he had spent the night in. He wondered when his teammates would realize that he was barely 50 feet from them, but he didn't feel like giving himself up. Doing so before they found him would be too boring. He climbed, the normal way, to the top of the tree and noticed that the sun was just rising, and that meant his teammates probably wouldn't wake for some time. Instead of waiting around, he took off on his own towards the nearby stream to get a drink and maybe find something other than fish for his teammates to eat. A gift might make them a bit less angry at him, even though it was their fault that he had left in the first place. He had just finished splashing his face with water when he noticed an odd reflection in the ripples he had left behind. The ripples faded and he realized what he was looking at. His eyes widened, and he forced himself to slowly turn towards the figure standing in the tree behind him. It didn't seem to be preparing to pounce or anything. It was just watching him curiously. Experimentally, Naruto took a step to his left, farther upstream from the monster but not into the stream, and when the monster did nothing he took a second and then a third. He managed 6 steps, moving steadily back towards their campsite, before the monster moved, jumping over Naruto's head and landing in another tree, effectively blocking Naruto's escape. Naruto frowned at the monster that still refused to attack or even show any hostility. This time he decided to just be direct, and he took several steps forward hoping the monster would just let him leave. However, when he was just 3 feet away from the tree the monster was sitting in, it growled at him and dropped down from the branch to stand in his way. Naruto cautiously backed away, not wanting to risk being hit by the monster like he had been the night before. When he was standing in front of the stream again, the monster was apparently satisfied that Naruto wasn't going to try and escape, so it jumped back up to his perch and settled down. Naruto sighed in annoyance and looked around inquisitively. If he had been back where he had started, he would have been able to cross the stream easily enough, and then, if the beast wasn't as fast as it looked, he might have stood a chance of losing it in the forest. As it was, the stream behind him looked deeper and much wider than the neck to his right. In order to cross he would have to swim either to the other shore or to the shallower neck. Either way would give the monster too much time to catch up to him. As the monster continued to watch him, Naruto grew bored and finally sat down, throwing a baleful glare in the thing's direction as he did so and signing, "I should name you pervert too. You're as annoying him." He sat up a bit straighter when the monster seemed to momentarily lose its balance. When it righted itself, its head was ducked and its shoulders were shaking as if it was laughing. That's just creepy, Naruto thought, settling back down as the monster didn't make another move. He was still there 2 hours later when voices from the forest behind the monster told Naruto that his teammates were awake and heading his way. He stood up slowly and noticed that the monster seemed to have been alerted to their presence as well. Glancing around, Naruto tried to find something to throw so that he could alert his teammates to what they were walking into. With the only rocks being in the stream itself and too far away for the monster to let him move, he took out his kunai instead. "Well, where all did you look last night?" Sakura asked loudly. Apparently the monster didn't like her tone as it repositioned itself to move towards her. Its jump was halted when Naruto's kunai hit the trunk of the tree. It was standing on just inches from its nose. It angrily turned its attention to him and away from the 2 genin that had appeared 10 feet away. "Okay, weaponless with a giant monster angry at me. Maybe I should have just let it eat them," Naruto thought as the monster landed on the forest floor and took a step towards Naruto, completely ignoring his surprised teammates. What an idiot. Definitely should have let it eat them, he thought after hearing Sasuke's annoyed statement. Naruto took another step away from the monster, making sure that he avoided the water, and when it took a step towards him, Naruto turned and ran. He could hear the monster moving behind him and tried to move off towards the trees, but the monster lunged towards him precariously and Naruto only avoided being hit by dodging back towards the water. His landing was worsened when his foot slipped off of an exposed root and sent him sprawling backwards, landing half in the water. He heard Sakura's shout behind him and pushed himself the rest of the way into the stream as his teammates approached. Unfortunately, his escape was halted by the monster. The moment Naruto resurfaced on the other side of the stream, it took a running leap and managed to clear the expanse and land on the shore in front of Naruto. Naruto rolled to the side and bounced back onto his feet as the monster moved towards him. Behind him, he could hear one of his teammates swimming towards him, and footsteps told him that another must have been running towards the shallower part to run across and help him. Hoping he was right, Naruto took off in that direction. He had only made it 3 steps when the monster's arms smacked him in the side and into a tree. He tried to brace himself for the impact, but his head snapped backwards and hit the trunk hard before bouncing back off and landing in a heap on the ground. Once Naruto went down, the monster veered off into the trees with Sasuke and Sakura right behind him. They pursued the monster for several meters before it suddenly disappeared. They listened intently, hoping for a clue to its presence, and when nothing came, they turned back and headed back towards Naruto, wondering why he hadn't followed them. The two reached the shore and Sakura started to panic when she didn't see Naruto anywhere. "Did he take off again?" she asked, turning towards Sasuke. The Uchiha's response was to roll his eyes at her and point to the opposite shore where Naruto had collapsed. "He swam over there and then fainted," Sakura stated in disbelief, moving back towards the shallow neck again. "Let's just get him back to camp. When he wakes up you can yell at him and then we'll train," Sasuke responded. When Naruto finally revived, Sakura had already set 3 fish on the fire and she and Sasuke were finishing up their spar. He blinked at his surroundings in confusion and reached to touch the back of his head. It should have been bruised, but he felt no tenderness in the area. "Oh, finally you're awake," Sakura said, walking towards him. "I don't know what you were thinking by running off last night, but if this morning is anything to go by, then we'll fail unless we keep you with us at all times, because it seems like the only thing you're good at is catching fish and getting yourself into trouble." Naruto glared at her and moved to retort before thinking better of it and turning away with a sigh. Sakura blinked at the easy victory but let it go. If Naruto wasn't going to argue, it would make things run much more smoothly. "You and Sasuke should spar and then we will. After that, we'll do our laps and maybe look around a bit more," she added. "What happened?" "Excuse me?" Sakura asked. "What happened?" "What do you mean, what happened? What do you think happened?" "You fainted on the other side of the river after running away instead of following to help us track that thing down," she told him. Naruto shook his head, frowning as his eyes squinted shut. All he could remember was hitting the tree. Sakura only rolled her eyes at his behavior and snapped her fingers in front of his face to get his attention. "Go spar against Sasuke. We need to get this stuff done or Kakashi-sensei will get angry." "Pervert won't get angry. He's doing this because if we die he doesn't have to teach us," Naruto signed. Sakura gave him a blank look of confusion and he turned away, pushing himself to his feet. "This is going to be a long 2 weeks. Day 1. Hey, maybe we should wait to do this till these kids put on a little more weight," Kakashi heard one of the Chunin claim from behind him. He turned around, narrowly missing whacking Naruto's head on a branch, and gave Izumo a bored look. "What do you expect of 2 orphans and a teenage girl who diets constantly? They'll toughen up on the island," he claimed back. "Seriously, Kakashi-san, this girl doesn't weigh a thing. The blonde looks practically emaciated, and Uchiha looks like he could at least stand to gain some muscle," Kotetsu piped up, supporting Izumo. Kakashi fought the urge to growl. If he couldn't squash their sympathy, his fun would be completely ruined. "Add malnourishment to their reports," he finally said, walking off with Naruto's limp body swinging over his shoulder. The 2 Chunin exchanged a glance and then followed hesitantly with their own charges. "Are you sure you shouldn't wait until they at least know more sign language?" Irika said that Izumo was cut off by Kakashi's glare. "You already spilled, didn't you?" Kakashi stated. Kotetsu nervously chuckled and took a step away while moving Sakura's body so that she was partially shielding him from any attacks Kakashi could launch. "He was very persistent," he mumbled. "If he isn't here to stop us, then he's allowing it to happen," Kakashi reasoned. "Well, he isn't totally against the idea. He just thinks you should wait until their communication improves," Izumo said. Kakashi turned around and continued walking away from Team 7's training field. We'll force them to communicate. All three will be forced to adapt their teamwork faster for this than for any normal training sessions, he explained once he heard the two begin following him again. When they reached the shore, Kakashi quickly removed the genjutsu that hid the small land bridge connecting to the interior island. The three trekked across and laid the 3 genin out on the ground. Kakashi pulled out 3 kunai and the 4 scrolls he had prepared the night before. He briefly considered hiding all but the first scroll, but he figured Irika would find a way to kill him if he made the exercise too difficult. That was of course if he managed to live after Irika found out that he had had to knock Naruto out himself because the poison didn't work on him. He contented himself with placing the 3 unconscious genin in compromising positions that would embarrass at least the 2 that woke up second. Once the genin were set, Kakashi prepared to leave. Izumo and Kotetsu stayed behind just long enough to reposition the genin before hurrying after him. They recrossed the bridge and Kakashi activated the genjutsu. It was small enough that he didn't think even Sakura would notice it. The only way the 3 would ever learn of its existence was if Sasuke miraculously managed to activate his Sharingan, but that wasn't likely to happen until he had been through a few combat situations. They made their way back to the Sandame's office and Kakashi prepared himself for the verbal beating he would most likely receive from Irika upon their return. He was slowly trailing behind the 2 chunin when he noticed them speed up and scurry past the mission room. Just as he was about to pass, 2 figures snuck out the door and almost knocked into him. What? Kakashi's question was cut off when 2 hands slapped over his mouth. Irika and Anko forced Kakashi back out of the line of sight from inside the room before breathing a sigh of relief. That was a close one, Anko stated, releasing her hold on Kakashi. Irika nodded and did the same. What just happened? Kakashi asked, a little dazed by the fact that he had practically been assaulted by a special jounin and a chunin. Guy and his team came back. Under normal circumstances I can handle him, but I can't take him and that student of his at the same time, Anko replied. Kakashi studied her for a minute before shrugging and continuing on his way. Kakashi, he winced as he heard Irika angrily interrupt his departure. Where are your students? Training, Kakashi replied, hoping he could avoid a confrontation while Anko was still there. Oh, I heard Kotetsu and Izumo talking about some special test you were putting them through. I think they mentioned you were using the training island, Irika informed him. Seriously? Anko asked, can I help keep watch? She added enthusiastically. It's not going to be as bloody as it is when Anbu uses it, Irika scolded. Don't care. Those 3'll probably kill each other. I saw that little pink-haired Kunoichi on your team after you chopped off her hair. She's got quite the temper if she ever allows herself to lose it, Anko told him. She suppresses it most of the time though. I don't think even Naruto would manage to provoke her to the point where she'd let it loose completely, Irika countered, walking past Kakashi and towards the Hokage's office. Well, he might not, but Kotetsu and Izumo don't know not to, Kakashi admitted following behind them. Why would that matter? They're going back later today, Kakashi stated nonchalantly, ignoring Irika's suspicion and pushing in front of the 2 hoping to reach the Sandame's office first. You mean you're only leaving the kids there for an afternoon? That's boring, Anko told him. I'm leaving them there for 2 weeks. Kotetsu and Izumo are going to cause problems for them. What they do is up to them, Kakashi told her. And if one of them doesn't realize what they're doing and shocks Naruto? Irika asked. Kakashi froze mid-stride and seemed to consider Irika's question, before shrugging it off and continuing on his way to the Sandame's office. Kakashi, Irika intoned threateningly. I'm sure they won't do anything stupid, they're just little chunin, Kakashi commented. Little chunin? Irika asked, raising an eyebrow. Anko smirked sadistically and took a step away from the fuming sensei. Well, they are 2 years younger than you, Kakashi reasoned. Hey, wait a minute, that means they're the same age as me, she hissed, stepping back into the argument. Kakashi sighed and reached into his pocket and pulled out a little orange book before walking away from the 2. Look at it this way, you're scarier than both of them, so no one's going to call you little. And we all know Irika isn't exactly a normal chunin, he commented, finally entering the Hokage's office. Scarier than who? Izumo asked, glancing at Kakashi from his single visible eye. Kakashi ignored his question and glanced around the room. "Where does the Hokage want us to set up the surveillance equipment?" he asked. "In the next room, it's already ready," Kotetsu answered. Kakashi nodded and walked through the open doorway into the smaller room next door. Anko and Irika appeared next to him a moment later as he looked at the various monitors that had been set up. "How many eyes are out there?" Irika asked. "2 for each of the kids, another on Kotetsu and Izumo, and the 8th one just for general surveillance," Kakashi answered, pointing to the monitors. 6 of them showed various views of the beach and the 3 genin lying motionless on it. Kakashi inspected their positions closely before turning to glare at the 2 chunin cowering near the door. "You know he would have killed you if we hadn't done it," Izumo reasoned quietly. "Who would have?" Irika asked, turning to the other 3 men suspiciously. The Sandame's entrance stopped anyone from answering Irika's question. "You've set everything up already?" "All that's left now is for those kids to wake up," Izumo answered. "The 2 of you should probably head back over there before that happens. There'll be less chance of them spotting the bridge that way," Kakashi told him, hiding his smirk behind his mask and the orange book still in front of his face. "Any rules we need to follow?" Kotetsu asked, walking towards the door with Izumo. Irika looked towards Kakashi expectantly, but the silver-haired man remained silent and Kotetsu and Izumo took it as permission to leave. "Are they at least wearing a headset or something?" Irika asked as they walked out the door. "Oh right. Wear your headsets at all times," Kakashi told them, gaining an appalled look from Irika. Anko looked between the 2 and struggled to hide her laughter as Kakashi continued to ignore Irika. Looking for a distraction, she turned towards the monitors that showed the beach. But this time, only 2 of the 3 genin were still motionless. "Hey, Uchiha's awake," she said, catching the attention of the 3 men still in the room. The Sandame glanced at the monitors as Sasuke woke his teammates up. "Well, I have a great deal of paperwork to finish. Alert me if anything important happens," he said, as Naruto tried to explain to his teammates that they had been drugged. "Honestly, they should have been able to understand everything he's told them so far," Irika commented. "Sheet, what happened to him?" Anko asked, walking up behind Irika as Naruto struggled to communicate with his teammates. "He was left mute by the attack from Mizuki's teammate," Kakashi answered. Anko stared at him in shock for a moment before turning back the screen, staring at the boy in awe. As Sakura made it through the scrolls, Anko's mood shifted and she began laughing at their furiousness. "Was all that really necessary?" Irika asked. Kakashi shrugged and frowned as they once again failed to understand Naruto and he was forced to pantomime. As the 3 separated to set up camp, Anko was too busy laughing at Kakashi's astonishment that the girl had picked up the sign for pervert and not the rest of what Naruto had said. She was brought back abruptly when Naruto shed his shirt, allowing the scars on his neck to stand out. "Sheet," she muttered. "You normally don't see that on someone without mission experience." The tension was broken when the other 2 returned and they began to decide how to build a fire. Anko was admittedly a bit confused by the twin looks of certainty Irika and Kakashi were sporting since she was sure they didn't want the same thing out of this. Irika won out when Naruto pulled out a book of paper matches from his jacket. Kakashi turned to stare at him in disappointment. "Don't look at me like that, it was necessary during his earlier survival training," Irika stated. "You give those to all of your students?" Anko asked curiously. "Well no, they're actually fairly hard to find on the shinobi continents, but Naruto's typically creative, and when we went camping without supplies he had flint rock in his coat and his team was the only one who managed to start a fire on the first night," Irika admitted. "I gave them to him because they're easier to hide." "So why exactly are you doing this?" Anko finally asked Kakashi as Naruto and Sasuke set off to find more firewood. "Kotetsu and Izumo are evaluating them. So are we while we watch," he told her. "Does that mean I can write up a really scathing report?" she asked eagerly. "As long as it makes sense. The more opinions we get the easier it will be to help them improve," Irika told her. From the way Sandame-sama phrased it, the autopass was given for Sasuke's benefit because of Naruto's injuries. "What's the real reason?" Anko asked. "That is the official reason," Kakashi told her. "I don't doubt that. I want to know what the real reason is, Anko repeated. Irika smiled as Kakashi sighed reluctantly. He was saved from answering her when they noticed hurried movement on several of the monitors. Looks like Kotetsu and Izumo decided to show themselves, Kakashi commented, snorting at their appearance. They read too many of those horror stories, Irika muttered disparagingly. Even Naruto could have come up with something more creative to pose as. Anko snickered and watched as Naruto managed to scuttle away from the monster that was Kotetsu and Izumo in possibly the lamest henge disguise she had ever seen. Not bad. He didn't freeze up, she commented. Although considering their form, he isn't as likely to see it as particularly intelligent, so this isn't necessarily a good predictor for real-life combat. Once Naruto returned to camp and began telling his tale, their criticism became a bit harsher. Once again, they should know most of this. If that scroll you gave them is advanced and they've already forgotten what they learned, then it won't be of any help, Irika stated. Kakashi, this is some of the most messed up team chemistry I have ever seen. Why were they placed together? And once more, what was the real reason for the autopass? Anko asked. They are more or less blank slates. Sanzo hasn't taught Sakura much, so other than Sasuke, they don't have assets aside from what they learned at the academy and what they taught themselves. The Sandaime is hoping that this lack of family expertise will allow them to become more generalized and that without certain restrictions to hold them back they will advance more quickly, Kakashi explained. Aside from Asuma and Kurenai's teams, these three were the only academy students that the Sandaime felt were ready to become genin, so he put them together in hopes that they would be learned to work together more so than the preset formulas of the other two teams. Kurenai's are preset for tracking, Asuma's for espionage and covert missions. These three will be able to pick up a wider variety of missions, at least that's the theory, Irika added. So they'll be like little U's, Anko muttered to herself giddily. As the three genin sat down to eat, she quickly lost interest, and after being assured that nothing was set to actually happen until the next day, she left Kakashi and Irika to their work. The Sandaime had appeared just as Naruto said about trying to convince his teammates that they needed someone awake to keep watch that night. Shouldn't they know this? He asked curiously when the other two had finally agreed. They should know a lot of things. Apparently we didn't give them enough practice, so now they aren't communicating properly, Irika told him. At least they listened to him, even if it was just to shut him up. I probably would have set Kotetsu and Izumo on them if they hadn't guarded the camp properly, Kakashi added. Maybe now I'll just have them scare Sakura, he added to himself. Day 2. He went through his plan the next morning. Sakura had spent her entire shift staring gloomily at the fire, only looking away to send occasional glares in the direction of Naruto's slumbering form. As she began to doze off, Kakashi turned on the communicator and woke up Kotetsu and Izumo. Head towards the beach, see if you scare her awake, he told them before they could complain about the early hour. Kakashi was disappointed to see Sakura startle awake before the two had made it there. He was even more disappointed when she was startled by Naruto and brushed off what she had seen. She shouldn't have done that. Even if it seemed minuscule, she shouldn't just brush it off, Irika muttered, leaning forward and brushing the hair out of his eyes and back into its ponytail. The comfortable silence of watching the trio was broken when Anko surged into the room, precariously swinging a paper bag in her hand, and happily plopped down in between them. I brought food, she told them, handing the bag to Irika just as Naruto and Sasuke started their morning spar. She giggled when Naruto threw a fist full of sand into Sasuke's eyes. I commend him for making good use of his surroundings. I commend them both for managing to forget everything they were taught in the academy, Irika groaned. As the three genin sat down to eat, Anko grew bored and sat back restlessly. Did the two of you really stay up watching these kids all night? More or less, Kakashi responded. And here I thought I had no life. Don't classes at the academy start up soon? Shouldn't you be finishing your lessons plan or something? She asked Irika. I'm taking time off from the academy to work on a few things for the Hokage, Irika told her. Meaning you're training these brats too. That's only part of it, Irika commented. Anko's chance for fun came shortly after when the Sandaime called Irika and Kakashi out of the room, leaving Anko to supervise the monitors. The minute the two disappeared, Anko flipped on the communicator and greeted Kotetsu and Izumo. "Hey bozos. I take it this isn't Kakashi-san or even Irika," one of them grunted in. "Return. Of course not. Here's the deal. The three are running their silly laps. Head towards the beach and when they disappear, put out their fire or something to set them back a bit. Make it look like something an animal did," she told them. "Fine," the same Chunin answered. "I'll have Kotetsu do it." "Aren't you two supposed to be working together on this?" "It isn't vacation, you know," Anko retorted. "It doesn't take two of us do this sort of thing, especially when we don't have to confront them," Izumo told her. On the monitors she could see Kotetsu's back as we walked away from the bunker the two were hiding in. Izumo continued to grumble into the communicator, but Anko tuned him out as she watched the three Genins start their third lap. "These kids are pathetic. I hope that isn't their real speed," she muttered to herself. Running on sand might have been slowing them down a bit, but it still didn't account for the weariness on Sakura's face. Irika commented that physical standards, especially among kunoichi in training, have been falling recently. Izumo interrupted, bringing Anko's attention back towards him and then to the beach where she could see Kotetsu standing rather obviously near the tree line. "Is he holding a bucket?" "What? Your idiot partner is holding a bucket. Didn't I say you should make this look natural, like an animal could do it? What kind of animal is actually capable of dropping water on a lit fire to extinguish it?" Anko asked rhetorically. I may have forgotten to mention that part." Anko turned to glare at the monitor showing Izumo, and as if he could feel her glare the man shifted uncomfortably. "Well, the damage is done. Not only are Sakura and Sasuke going to believe Naruto about the monster, but now you're going to have more trouble with them because they'll see you as more intelligent," she finally stated. "Yeah, sure," Izumo retorted. "And why isn't he wearing his headset?" Anko added angrily. "He went out to put out their fire, why does he need one? You're as inept as these kids. What if we needed to warn him that one of the Genin was approaching? What if we needed to keep track of him? I can't tap into your location if you aren't wearing the headsets, just like those kids have to wear those wristbands," she explained to him. She would have continued, but she heard the door open, so she flipped off the communicator and sat back just as Kakashi walked back into the room to observe the remainder of their training for that day. "Maybe you should have given them more to do," Irika commented, re-entering the room as the trio prepared to leave the beach. "I realize this is a survival test, but they'll get lazy at this rate." "If they start getting lazy, I'll have Kotetsu and Izumo rile them up," Kakashi retorted. "You'll ask them to rile the three up. But Kotetsu and Izumo are just as likely to say no," Irika retorted. "You would have gotten better results going yourself or sending Anko. I give them 4 days. Before they decide they don't want to listen to your orders anymore." Kakashi rolled his eyes in annoyance and pulled out his book. Anko couldn't help but agreeing with Irika, especially after the duo's performance earlier that morning. The rest of the afternoon passed slowly as the trio attempted to set up a camp. While Naruto's attempts of communicating with his teammates grew more desperate, their understanding grew worse. As they began setting up the fire, Kakashi had grown bored enough to flip on the communicator and order Kotetsu and Izumo to interfere. He also ordered them to keep their headsets on during the fight. "By the way, who did Naruto actually hit last night?" Irika cut in asking. "Me," Izumo replied as the two performed a combination henge and took off once again looking like the ridiculous monster they had thought up. Finding the trio's camp was easy enough, although it was interspersed with Kakashi attempting to lead them astray and Irika cutting in to correct them. "Go after Sakura and Sasuke this time. You've already fought Naruto. Just pretend to brush him off," Kakashi commented as the two finally landed in one of the trees lining the campsite. "Why do they think it's going to put out the fire?" Irika asked when Sakura and Sasuke finally noticed the monster watching them. Anko quickly concealed her giggles and sat back to watch the show. She also noticed that now that he was finally seeing it in the light of day, Naruto didn't look nearly as convinced that the monster was supposed to frightening. Maybe that was the reason he was able to stand his ground when Sakura took off screaming. The three were apparently having too much fun watching the Genin try to fight against the monster. When Kotetsu and Izumo finally got bored and left, the Sandame's voice caught their attention. "His healing rate has increased," he commented looking at one of the monitors that were showing Naruto. Not only that, but he was the only one who seemed to guess its targets, Irika added. And the other two aren't paying attention to him. They still aren't expecting sign language, so they aren't giving him a chance to speak, Anko added. Their ignorance is going to cause him to lose his cool, the Sandaime sighed, before straightening suspiciously and listening in as childish shrieks exploded from his office behind the door. Konohamaru? Irika asked in amusement. He'll get bored eventually, the Sandaime commented using the second exit to the room, the window. You know, it's things like that prove he taught Jiraiya, Anko snorted, turning back to the monitors as the shrieks next door grew louder. Wait, why isn't Naruto going back into the camp? Like Sandaime-sama said, he's going to lose his cool. He's angry, so he's ignoring them, Irika explained. I'm a bit more worried about the fact that Sasuke can't seem to find him, Kakashi commented, frowning. I wasn't happy with their performances individually, but at least it was something to work with. They're weaker together than they were apart. Day 3. The three hadn't deemed it necessary to keep watch that night since the genin were stewing. Kakashi had told Kotetsu and Izumo not to attack until they were given word the next morning, and the three had left. Anko had done so angrily since she had a mission and wouldn't be able to watch the rest of the fun. The next morning, Irika was happy to note that he had actually made it to the tower before Kakashi. He dropped off his paperwork in the monitoring station and decided to check in at the mission room once he had seen that, of the three genin, only Naruto was awake. While he was gone, Kakashi finally arrived and, seeing the prime opportunity to ruin Naruto's morning, he flipped on the communicator. Kotetsu, Izumo, Naruto's barely 50 meters from you at the stream. Block him in to see what Sakura and Sasuke do, Kakashi whispered. Irika returned just in time for Naruto to realize that the monster was in fact perched right behind him. When the monster refused to outright attack Naruto, Irika grew a bit suspicious. What did you tell them to do? He asked suspiciously, right before Naruto sat down and called the monster pervert. Hey, what the hell did he just say to us? He said he should call you pervert as well because you're as annoying as Kakashi, Irika replied before Kakashi could stop him from doing so. Now what did you tell them to do? He added, ignoring the sounds of stifled laughter coming from the communicator. Kakashi continued to glare at Irika as he replied, just to hold him there until Sasuke and Sakura arrive to see what they do. What good will that do? They'll blame him for getting into trouble on his own, even though we both know that he could have done nothing to avoid this, and that will make the next 2 weeks hell for all three of them. This is supposed to be a learning experience. You agreed to hold off on your twisted little test until they were communicating better, and yet here you are doing the same thing over a longer period of time, Irika retorted. Kakashi's glare shifted into an affronted look, with just enough of a hint of amusement that Irika just knew he had guessed correctly. This is nothing like my test, Kakashi finally retorted. In order to succeed, the three of them have to work together. This isn't just a survival game. They have teamwork exercises that won't be completed if one of them doesn't want to go along with them. You're also playing on weaknesses you already discovered to put them in situations that will destroy the few attempts they've already made to correct these faults. Sakura's already gone back to favoring Sasuke. Sasuke's already trying to take control and find ways to do everything on his own. And Naruto has no clue how to deal with them because even if he did want to work with them, he has no choice but to silently go along with what they tell him to do or leave on his own. How is this not like your test? There are no bells, Kakashi responded, lightly pulling out his book and leaning back. Irika's jaw dropped and he gaped at Kakashi for several moments before forcing his mouth to shut and dropping his heads into his hands. When the Sandaime arrived to check on them before his first meeting of the morning, he realized that Irika was attempting to stifle his laughter. Well, any changes? He finally asked. We're just waiting for Sakura and Sasuke to catch up to Naruto and realize that he's in trouble, Kakashi informed him. The Sandaime sighed once and glanced at the monitors once before slowly backing out of the room. If Kakashi kept up his games for much longer, Irika was going to lose his cool and probably resort to his overprotectiveness. He didn't want to be around when that happened. This is bad, Kakashi commented. What is? Irika finally asked. Well, not bad, just stupid. Sakura and Sasuke haven't realized what they're walking into, and Naruto, Kotetsu and Izumo all have, Kakashi answered. Of course it got worse when he watched Naruto give up his only weapon to keep the monster from attacking the two, and their only response was to scold him instead of realizing how much trouble he was getting in. Right, jumping into a situation without checking surroundings, another point off. Kakashi muttered more to himself than to Iruka. Well, Naruto certainly takes the most creative way out of situations, he added as Naruto slipped into the water to allow his teammates to temporarily tackle the monster. You told Kotetsu and Izumo to just go after him this time, didn't you? Iruka asked when the monster followed Naruto to the other side of the river. Alright Kotetsu, Izumo, that's enough for now. And I may have said something along those lines, he commented back to Iruka, wincing slightly at the hit the monster landed on Naruto's side and flipping the communicator off. That last hit wasn't really necessary, Iruka retorted, watching in concern as Sakura and Sasuke followed the monster out of the area. And why are they following it now? They wouldn't the night before when Naruto suggested it, he added. We have a slightly bigger problem, Kakashi interrupted, flipping the communicator back on. Iruka glanced at him in confusion before noticing that Naruto had disappeared from the two monitors that were supposed to keep track of him. Kotetsu, Izumo, get back to the river immediately. You knocked the kid unconscious and into the water, Kakashi stated over the radio. The monster froze and temporarily disappeared from the monitors before reappearing next to the stream. They just had to knock him into the deep end, Kakashi cursed, as the two released the henge and Kotetsu dove in. Izumo skimmed over the top of the water and met Kotetsu on the other side of the stream when he resurfaced with Naruto in hand. Izumo took Naruto from him and quickly checked to see that he was breathing. He should be fine. He wasn't left down there for long, he commented. Back to Kakashi and Iruka. Kakashi wondered if the two could feel Iruka's glare all the way at the training island, and if so, if it was even half as intense as it really was right next to the other man. Move him back to the other side of the stream, Kakashi added as the two moved back towards the bunker. No time. His teammates are on the way, Kotetsu stated as he and Izumo took off through the trees. I told you they would stop listening to you, Iruka remarked. They didn't stop listening to me. They just found a way to go against what I said. I think that might have been the worst excuse for losing authority that I have ever heard. And I've spent the last 5 years coming up with reasons that 6 to 12-year-olds don't listen to their academy sensei, Iruka commented. So that's why you were teaching, Kakashi muttered to himself again. Iruka shot a glare in his direction and turned back to the monitors to wait for Naruto to wake up and observe Sakura and Sasuke's spar. Iruka's frown deepened at Sakura's ignorant explanation of what happened. Kakashi's frown deepened when Naruto realized his plan, the plan Iruka had cut to pieces by being present during the festivities. Kotetsu and Izumo might have to bother them a bit more now that Naruto seems to have gotten over his anger at least temporarily, he decided. Haven't you had enough of this? You got the information you needed. They spent 3 days being manipulated further and further apart. The least you could do, if you intend to actually teach them as a team, is to let them attempt to repair some of it themselves, Iruka retorted. Instead of waiting for Kakashi's reply, he decided to return to the mission room for the remainder of the afternoon. Team 7 would be fine as long as their sensei didn't interfere too much. That night Kakashi told Izumo and Kotetsu to pare down their attacks. Within 2 days they had stopped completely, although Kakashi was still disappointed that Naruto was apparently the only one who noticed the odd footprints near the river. When he had tried to explain that another shinobi older than the 3 genin had to have been on the island, his teammates continued to be distracted from what he was saying and missed the point entirely. Kotetsu and Izumo remained on the island at Iruka's insistence in case any of the genin decided to kill one or both of the others. Day 14. On the 14th day of their stay on the island, during an intense debate between Sakura and Sasuke about whether or not the first day had counted or if the scroll had meant that 2 weeks had to officially be over before the last scroll was opened, Naruto had gotten fed up with not being allowed to participate in the discussion, as well as with his teammates in general, and he had gone ahead and opened the scroll. When the smoke cleared, Kakashi was standing on the island with a look torn between disappointment and amusement. While explaining to the trio that they had been monitored the entire time by cameras and that he hadn't liked what he had seen, 2 more shinobi appeared from the forest. Naruto took one look at them and frowned suspiciously. The two only winked cheekily at him and performed a combination henge, taking on the appearance of the monster that had plagued the trio for the first few days. "Pervert, you told them to try and kill me, didn't you?" he asked angrily. Kakashi grinned at him but shook his head. "That was an accident. Luckily we were monitoring you and saw you fall in. They were the ones that pulled you out as well, which is why you found the footprint the next day," Kakashi commented, leaving Sakura and Sasuke oblivious to what the two were talking about. "We have a lot to discuss, but before we do that I want to give Kotetsu and Izumo time to write up their reports. Anko already gave Irika hers. While I'm going over these tomorrow, the three of you will be meeting with Irika. If you two don't improve your sign language, this team will never work," he declared, turning to Sakura and Sasuke. Sakura sheepishly glanced in Naruto's direction and was surprised to see that he was outright glaring at her. When he was satisfied that the three understood the plan, Kakashi escorted the genin back to the village. "We have a lot of work to do," Irika stated, looking at the three genin in disappointment. "Some of the problems brought to my attention during your stay on the island are rather easy to fix. However, giving you the easy fix before you even realize what the problem is would be pointless. While Kakashi is going over everyone else's reports on your behavior, why don't you tell me how you would evaluate each other?" "What do you mean?" Sakura asked nervously. "What do you think went wrong on the island?" "We weren't prepared to work together," Sakura finally admitted after several minutes of awkward silence. "Blossom and BS, you don't listen to me," Naruto signed angrily. "Yes, we noticed that," Irika responded. "Noticed what?" Sakura asked. "That you two haven't adjusted to the fact that Naruto can't talk, and so you aren't giving him a break during which he can respond. And neither of you is looking for those responses, so he ends up with no input in the team whatsoever." Admittedly, I was a bit disappointed that Naruto only resorted to throwing rocks at them once. It was more amusing than seeing him catch them off guard by tapping them on the shoulder. "Kakashi, I thought you were studying the reports today," Irika stated, turning around to frown at the jounin. "I am. I just stopped by to check on how this was going," Kakashi replied. "You aren't keeping them for long today, are you?" "No. Only another hour or so. I have to take Naruto back over to Hokage Tower to meet with one of the medics on his case," Irika replied. "Another hour? Good, I'll just wait here and leave with you. That should make me 2 hours late," Kakashi decided, sitting down on the couch opposite his students. Irika glared at him for a moment before turning back to the three genin. "It's a pity you have such a horrible example of what a real shinobi is," he lamented for them. "Now where were we? Blossom and BSTRD are idiots." "That wasn't nice, Naruto. And it wasn't completely true either. Try to be objective for today," Kakashi suggested. "You can always insult them more later." "Moving on," Irika sighed, turning back to Sakura and Sasuke. The latter was glaring at Naruto and Kakashi, but Sakura at least looked properly reprimanded. "Maybe we would have listened to the dobe if he had had anything useful to suggest," Sasuke retorted. "Funny, I don't remember either of you having to gather food the entirety of your time on the island," Kakashi muttered. "Now you're just instigating a fight," Irika sighed. "This isn't going to work. Sakura, Sasuke, there are books on sign language for you to take home with you. You're giving them a week before their next meeting, right?" Kakashi nodded and added, "We'll meet back here in a week. By that time, if you can't converse properly with Naruto, I'll suspend training another week. The more time I suspend training, the longer I will hold you back from promotions. Continue your own personal training during that week, and Sakura, remember to talk to Sanzo about Iko Akechi." "What did the medic say?" the Sandame asked later that afternoon. Irika and Kakashi had shown up in his office 4 hours after Kakashi had been due. Not that the Sandame had minded. His impending meeting had given him an excuse to keep Konohamaru out of the office. He doesn't know what's causing it. And since Naruto had no clue what we were talking about, we couldn't learn anything about what was happening, Irika admitted. And the meeting with the genin? Would have gone better had Kakashi not arrived and encouraged Naruto to insult his teammates, Irika muttered. "And Naruto is where?" "Training," Irika answered again. "Well then, on to business." While waiting for Kakashi to arrive, I took the liberty of reading through the reports Anko, Kotetsu, and Izumo submitted. I believe Kakashi has glanced over them, and in order to save time I'd like to just summarize them for you right now. You can read them later, the Sandame said, waiting for Irika's approval of the plan. When Irika nodded, the Sandame picked up the 3 reports in front of him. In general, the critiques weren't bad. You and Kakashi will be harder on the genin than the rest of us. Kotetsu and Izumo both expressed concern with the health of all 3 genin. They claimed they looked underweight. They also complained about their uniforms. While we are not particularly strict with our genin, they felt that especially Sakura and Naruto should look into something different for missions. Aside from that, the main thing they noticed on the island was the stubbornness that prevented the 3 from working together properly. And for Naruto and Sasuke, pride that supposedly caused the majority of their mistakes. I don't suppose any of these had escaped your notice. No, I convinced Kakashi to give them a week off to monitor Sakura and Sasuke's eating habits. I can control Naruto's now that he's staying with me, but if Sakura and Sasuke aren't eating correctly, other steps will have to be taken. The rest will have to be dealt with during training, Irika responded. The Sandame nodded and continued. Anko's report was a bit kinder and more in-depth. She claims, Uchiha and Sakura don't pay enough attention to their teammate. Naruto's fighting is messy, but he makes a clever use of his environment against his opponents. Somebody tell that kid to stop scowling. I think she was talking about Sasuke there. That girl needs a life. Sakura obviously. Please make him laugh. It's too depressing that he isn't even smiling. Naruto, I suppose. Get him out of those dumb clothes. That could be Naruto or Sasuke, she wasn't very clear. I hope they torture Kakashi for what he's doing to them. Kakashi and Irika need to. We'll ignore that last one for now, it has nothing to do with the genin. By the time the Sandame had finished, Irika was trying to rein in his laughter and Kakashi was torn between glaring at Irika and hunting down Anko and feeding her to his dogs. Please tell me those were her actual statements and that I will eventually be able to show them to Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke? Irika asked, calming down enough to gasp out his question. They are, and you can once Kakashi allows it, the Hokage told him in complete seriousness. Irika was still trying to figure out how the elderly man had been able to say everything he had with a straight face and without intonation. That being said, I have several suggestions for the 2 of you, but please remember that it is up to you to decide how to mold them. The first is to seriously consider their comments about the dietary needs of your students. I understand that you are already looking into this, but try not to let it fall off of your radar. Both Naruto and Sasuke, as orphans, have fended for themselves, and even if Sasuke eats more than Naruto, whether or not he is eating correctly is always questionable. I've been forced to send Sanzo on more missions lately, and that has left Sakura on her own. Many of the kunoichi in her year, and the younger years, have been gripped with fad diets, and without her father to balance that out, she may need more attention than the other 2. Also consider their comments on uniform. I normally encourage my shinobi in their individuality, however, especially for Naruto in his current state, blending in is becoming more important. For Naruto to truly blend in, it may also be best if his teammates change at least slightly as well so that they blend in better with the older genin. And for purely practical reasons, the more professional they look, the more clients will trust them once they start doing missions. Lastly, and I assume you are already planning to work with them on this, their communication must improve. The fault cannot be completely placed on Sasuke and Sakura, as this is quite an adjustment. Naruto needs to learn more patience to cope with his handicap. Just remember, the blow must always be the final one. It has to incapacitate them, because a skilled enough opponent who can keep their head after the injury will be able to use it to escape the genjutsu, and you'll lose your edge. Sakura nodded as she processed her father's words and closed her eyes to concentrate. She couldn't understand how Kakashi could have known about this jutsu, let alone how he expected her to be able to learn it as a genin. But not even Sakura would deny that she had a competitive streak, and Naruto and Sasuke had set it off during their sparring matches. They both easily outdid her physically, and she had the feeling that had jutsu been allowed in the matches, she would have been out even faster. But she grinned. Judging by their performance at tree climbing, neither has good chakra control, which means they both probably SCK at genjutsu. At least until Sasuke develops the Sharingan, I'll have leg up on them. Although she wasn't sure if it was worth the trouble she had to go through to convince her father that she was capable of learning a jutsu which she didn't actually believe she was capable of learning. That will be true for all genjutsu you learn in the future. Pain is one of the most successful counters to the majority of genjutsu. Now show me the seals again. Sakura nodded again and went through the hand seals without putting any chakra into the jutsu. Good. I think you've got the general theory and method down. The real problem for you is going to be the chakra. Until I give you the go, don't use this in training with anyone but me. And when you start missions, don't use it unless you absolutely have to. This could almost wipe out your reserves at their current level. Sakura pouted and she heard her father laugh at her. I'm just being honest with you. Now that you're a genin, I want you to take this seriously, and that means understanding your strengths and your weaknesses. Yeah, and the second list is growing by the day according to Kakashi-sensei, Sakura muttered back, dropping her arms and turning to look at her father. That means he's already doing more than your academy-sensei did for you, Sanzo muttered back to his daughter. Irika-sensei never had a problem with it, Sakura retorted, feeling oddly defensive of her former teachers. Yumino Irika? Of course he would. I'm talking about the other teachers, especially those kunoichi they put you with. I swear if any of them had field experience for anything over D rank, I'd be shocked. I never could understand why the feminine arts were so important. It wasn't like more than a fourth of kunoichi graduates would ever need them for espionage. Yamanaka-san told Ino that it was because they don't expect more than a fifth of the kunoichi to rise above genin level. Eventually they all quit and the training is more of an alternative than anything else, Sakura explained. Maybe if they'd focus a little more on teaching you how to be shinobi, the girls wouldn't get so bored with it and take up those alternatives. If Tsunadeheim had stayed, you would all have a better influence to look up to, Sanzo sighed in response. Sakura shrugged and waited until her father's back was turned before running through the hand seals. Her father froze momentarily and Sakura lost her concentration in the excitement of actually having successfully performed the jutsu. Her father turned around as the jutsu dropped and eyed Sakura curiously. After a moment he motioned for her to walk with him, muttering, "You've come pretty far for just a week. Very good, Naruto." Naruto beamed over at Irika and was rewarded by Irika reaching down to ruffle his hair. "The Sandame wants to see your progress today. So, after your meeting with your team, Kakashi is going to take you over to his office." "Where will you be?" "At the academy. I have to stop in for a meeting, but I'll be back later to fix whatever Kakashi does with you three," Irika assured him, leaning back in his chair. "I'm not that bad." Irika's eyes widened and he lost his balance as his chair tilted too far backwards. As Irika fell, Naruto stood up and pointed at Kakashi accusingly. "Can't you use the door?" Irika bit out, standing back up and lowering Naruto's arm. "I used the door. You were just too distracted to notice," Kakashi countered. "What would I have? You know what, never mind. You stay here with Naruto until your students show up." "I'm heading over to the academy," Irika stated, standing up. "Nice work, pervert." "Thank you, Naruto." Naruto rolled his eyes and looked up long enough to wave goodbye to Irika as the older man walked out the door. "When do they get here?" "Sasuke will be here now," Kakashi said, standing up as he heard Irika speaking with someone at the front door. "And Sakura will be here in a few minutes. I saw her on her way over here, but she looked a bit woogly." Naruto blinked at him, waiting for a better explanation, but Kakashi went back to ignoring him. Getting fed up with it, he walked over to one of the kitchen drawers and pulled out a pad of paper. Scribbling woogly? On it, he shoved the pad under Kakashi's nose and tapped his foot expectantly. "I don't know how else to describe her. She was boneless and looked completely lost on her feet," Kakashi replied, glancing up and motioning for Sasuke to take a seat as he entered the kitchen. Sasuke glared at the white-haired man balefully as he sat down. "Why are you angry?" Naruto asked, making sure to wave his hands wildly in front of Sasuke's face to catch his attention first. He waited patiently for an answer, but Sasuke only transferred his glare onto Naruto. "If you understood him, answer him. If you didn't, go back home and study more," Kakashi stated. "I'm angry because this is looking like it's going to turn into another wasted day. I get more done training on my own," Sasuke growled. We haven't started your training yet. I'm still testing you, Kakashi retorted. We haven't learned anything new, Sasuke retorted. Tree climbing, Naruto signed, once again shoving his hands in front of Sasuke's face. Would you stop doing that? Sasuke stated, turning to Naruto again. You won't listen to me. Yes, I will. Just stop shoving your hands in my face and find a different way to get my attention. Naruto glared at his teammate and Kakashi watched in amusement as the blonde launched into a tirade of every insult he knew in sign language, and quite a few that Kakashi assumed were Naruto's original creations. We'll be handling that later in the week. Your chakra control has to be better first, he stated once Naruto had run out of steam. Both boys turned to glare at him, but they were interrupted by a knock at the door. That took longer than I thought it would, Kakashi muttered to himself as he went to let Sakura in. A moment later, he returned with Sakura twitching behind him. What happened to you? Sasuke asked. Thick brows, Sakura uttered, barely containing the increased twitching of her eyebrows. Kakashi coughed suspiciously but ignored his students' questioning looks as he led Sakura to the table before taking the last chair himself. Sakura, Sasuke, for the rest of the day you two are forbidden from speaking. You will use sign language only. If I am satisfied, then we will schedule training for tomorrow. If I'm not, you'll have another week off, he stated. Sakura snapped back to attention and was about to retort when Naruto reached over and slapped a hand over her mouth. When he was certain she wouldn't speak, he removed his hand and signed, "If you speak, he'll decide he isn't happy." Sakura's eyes widened and she settled for turning to Kakashi with a glare before nodding for him to continue. Today we are going to discuss your normal personal training, preferences in the shinobi arts, what you see as your strengths and weaknesses, and most importantly, my opinions about each of you. If you did your homework, you should have no problems with this. If I'm happy with what I'm hearing, I'll take you out to the training grounds and teach you something new. The three genin frowned but didn't bother arguing with him as they waited for him to begin the conversation. But we'll start with Sakura. Aside from training with your father in the evenings, what training did you do this week? Sakura frowned, wondering how he knew when she had trained with her father, but shrugged it off and moved to answer. 100 sit-ups and push-ups, 3 times a day. I noticed that I was slower than them, so I ran 5 kilometers twice a day to improve speed. I read about genjutsu and practiced chakra control. But Sasuke? 100 sit-ups and push-ups 4 times a day. I ran 10 kilometers in the mornings and 10 at night. I practiced taijutsu, chakra control, and the katan jutsu that I know. But Naruto? Naruto frowned and scratched the back of his head a bit nervously before starting. I run 20 kilometers and do 200 sit-ups and push-ups in the morning. Then I work on chakra control and do 100 more sit-ups and push-ups. He paused and noticed Kakashi trying not to laugh at the scowl forming on Sasuke's face. After that, sensei made me read boring books. Then I went out, ran to the training ground, and ran another 10 kilometers. I practiced with my kunai and shuriken, sparred with one of my clones, and did another 200 sit-ups and push-ups. Good. Now let me help you make a few adjustments. Sakura, add another 5 kilometers dedicated solely to improving speed. Time yourself every day and try to improve your time weekly. Actually, that goes for each of you. I want each of you doing a total of 300 sit-ups and push-ups each day, no more no less. We'll up your strength training by using weights. We'll go over weapons training later, but each of you should be spending some time with it on your own. Keep working on chakra control. Tree climbing will help you increase stamina as well, so Sakura especially should be working with that. From now on, even when we aren't meeting on that day, you 3 need to meet and follow the same sparring pattern I set for you while you were on the island. Also, I'm getting a sense from the 3 of you for your preferences. Sakura, you're leaning towards genjutsu even more now. Sasuke is still focused on ninjutsu. Naruto, right now you're favoring taijutsu. Any plans for expanding elsewhere? I want more ninjutsu. Naruto signs, still managing to appear whiny enough that Kakashi almost winced. I want to improve taijutsu, Sakura added. Alright, you're beginning to sound more like 3 genin I can work with. I have to run Naruto over to see the Sandaime, but I'm not done with you 3 yet. Be at the meeting spot from 3 weeks ago in an hour and we'll head down to the training field. For now you two are free to speak, but when we join you again I want to hear nothing out of you." Without another word, Kakashi ushered all three out of Irika's house and took off down the street dragging Naruto behind him. Sakura hesitated momentarily before catching Sasuke by the arm. Do you want to go get lunch or something before heading over to the meeting place?" "No," Sasuke responded apathetically. "Please? I mean, we don't have to get lunch or anything if you aren't hungry. We could just spar or something at the academy. Or we could go to the library and try to figure out what Kakashi-sensei is going to teach us," she suggested, glancing down the street reluctantly. Sasuke eyed her suspiciously and sighed. "Did Kakashi-sensei tell you to do this? You sound more desperate than usual." Sakura was momentarily elated that Sasuke had paid enough attention to recognize an abnormal tone in her voice. Before she remembered her original reason. "It's just that, look, my dad's old student is over this morning for this sparring session they planned last night at dinner, and to be completely honest, he freaks me out. I don't want to go home, so I'm asking if you want to do something productive in the hour until we meet Naruto and Kakashi-sensei instead of going off and doing whatever you do alone," she told him, trying not to fidget too much under his glare. "I'm productive enough on my own," Sasuke countered, turning to leave. "That doesn't mean you can't be more productive with my help. Look, you're the better shinobi, but even you can't deny that I'm smarter and I have better chakra control. There has to be something I can help you with just to take up an hour of our time so that I don't have to go home," she persisted. Sasuke's glare deepened, but he hesitated and Sakura picked up on it enough to turn to him hopefully. "Help me with sign language. I'm still not up to yours or Naruto's level." Sasuke finally decided not want to admit he wanted her help on anything to do with shinobi arts. "All right." An hour later, the Sandaime escorted Naruto and his Kakashi from his office, claiming, "Your progress has been remarkable. I'll leave it up to Irika and Kakashi now." He glanced down the hall suspiciously and then back to Naruto, pulling out a small book and handed it to the blonde, adding quietly, "Don't tell Irika." Naruto grinned and took the book from the Hokage, not even bothering to fight Kakashi as he pushed down the hall in front of the white-haired man. "Where did you send Sakura and Sasuke?" the Hokage asked. "I just told them to go home for an hour." The Hokage frowned and tapped his finger on his pipe. "You do know that Kotetsu and Izumo left to take care of that favor an hour ago, don't you?" "An hour ago? Weren't they supposed to have finished an hour ago?" Kakashi muttered, turning to head towards Naruto. "This could be bad." "What could?" Naruto asked. Kakashi smiled down at him and shook his head, refusing to answer as Naruto continued to question him all the way to the bridge where they were to meet Sakura and Sasuke. "Oh, good, you're both here and you aren't glaring me at yet," Kakashi said, greeting his wayward students. "Should we be glaring at you?" Sakura asked, almost forgetting to use sign language but correcting herself just in time. "No. You three just happen to do that a lot," Kakashi reasoned, smiling sweetly at her. The dread was beginning to grow in Sakura's stomach as Kakashi led them towards their training ground. "Well, since we met so early today and your training regimes were interrupted, start by running 5 laps and doing 50 sit-ups and push-ups," he told them. As they took off, he muttered to himself, "Time to wear them out." When Sakura finally returned home that night, she was bruised and scratched and her clothing was torn and muddy. Kakashi had had the three spend an hour climbing trees before setting them about using chakra to hang from the trees by their hands. It had been easier to channel, but it was still tiring and her arms kept falling asleep from remaining in one position for so long. After that, he had forced them to run sprints for half an hour and then they sparred. First against each other and then against him. Instead of letting them leave after that, he had set them about tree climbing again. Once they were nice and sick of that, he had forced them to work on their stealth, and for every time he found one of them in less than 5 minutes, they had to work on tree climbing for another half an hour. By the time the three had successfully hid for 5 minutes, it was after dark and Irika was sitting patiently at the side of the clearing, trying desperately not to laugh at the three genin. Instead of inviting them out for dinner, he had ordered all three to go home and go to bed. Kakashi had only reminded them to meet at the bridge the next morning. Sakura had been too tired to even make it up the stairs to her room. She had entered the house and collapsed on the couch. When her father came out of the kitchen a half-hour later, he carried her up to her room, moving the outfit on the bed over to her chair and placing her under the covers. As an afterthought, he closed the empty closet and drawers before going to sleep himself to prepare for the racket his daughter would make when she woke the next morning. A part of him wondered if he should warn the neighbors before he drifted off to sleep. Sakura took a calming breath and promised herself she would not panic. "I'm just dreaming. All that training yesterday is messing with my head. This is just a nightmare. I'll lay back down and when I really wake up my clothes will be here. Wait, I can't normally hold an inner monologue when I'm dreaming, can I? Daddy!" When her father appeared in her doorway a moment later, hair still mussed with sleep but not a wisp of surprise on his face, she knew she wasn't dreaming. "What happened to my stuff? Two young chunin were here yesterday morning about an hour after you left for training. They said your sensei had sent them, something about training. They left that for you," he explained, pointing to the outfit he had moved to the chair the night before. "But where is my stuff? I'm not sure about that. Maybe they hid it and you have to find it. Your sensei probably knows. By the way, who is your sensei?" "You'll know in half an hour when the Hokage announces his death," Sakura growled, throwing on the funerary garb that had been left behind for her to wear for the day. Without another word or even bothering to touch her hair, Sakura stormed out of her house and towards the bridge. She knew she wasn't the only victim when she found Naruto and Sasuke there, both wearing funerary clothes as well and fuming silently. She actually jumped at the glare Naruto sent her way when he heard her coming, but his face softened slightly and he signed, "I thought you were pervert. 3 of you are here already?" The first thing Iruka noticed was that all 3 genin were glaring at him. The second was that they looked very unhappy. The third was that Sakura and Sasuke must have rocketed from their houses as quickly as Naruto had, because he could tell that none of them had brushed their hair and Sasuke and Naruto were missing their forehead protectors, which coincidentally was the only reason he had actually made a detour, a very, very long detour, that morning so that he could bring Naruto his. Now that he was in front of the 3 though, he was beginning to regret that. He was also beginning to wonder if he should cool them down a bit before Kakashi arrived, because as funny as that would be, he was sure Kakashi would only rile them up more and then he would end up with a fussy Naruto, Sakura's father would be dealing with a very set-off adolescent girl, and Sasuke would train himself to death. "Alright, you 3 come with me," he sighed, setting off for Hokage Tower. If he was lucky, he would be able to catch someone in the mission room to watch the 3 until they had calmed down. They were just entering the tower when Anko walked out the door and nearly knocked Naruto down. Her eyes widened in surprise and she smiled down at him as she reached out to steady him. When she recognized Sakura, she waved and said, "Hey Pinky, Kakashi done anything else to your hair?" "No. He stole all my clothes though," Sakura muttered. Now really that isn't fair. I didn't steal them. Kotetsu and Izumo did. And why aren't you 3 at the bridge?" Iruka turned around to glare at him and stepped in front of the genin, placing a hand on Naruto's shoulder hoping to stop the boy from growling. "I brought them here because I knew seeing you would only make them angrier. Whatever you have planned you can do tomorrow," he stated. "And give back our clothes," Sasuke added. "Yeah. And Naruto says he's changing your name from pervert to—" "I don't think I'm allowed to say that out loud, Naruto," Sakura said, trailing off and looking at Naruto in surprise. "Didn't Iruka-sensei say they were trying to stem Naruto's bad language? I think it's just gotten worse." Well, you see, I told Kotetsu and Izumo to take your clothes so that you would have to get new training clothes for missions. Clothes that would make you look more professional. But it turns out they weren't really listening to me when I told them what to do. Which is why you have nothing but what you're wearing right now. It also turns out that instead of boxing up the clothes like I told them to, well, they burned it all." They burned all of my things?" Sakura whimpered. "Unfortunately, yes," Kakashi stated. "I already dealt with them and they will be making up for it by donating part of their wages to helping you 3 replenish your wardrobes. I had been planning on letting you 3 spend today shopping because I was sure Sakura would enjoy it. But if Iruka says you can't, then I guess you can't." "Now wait a minute, I just said they couldn't be around you," Iruka countered before the genin could turn on him. "DMN Kakashi. You are seriously the most evil sensei I have ever witnessed. And this is from someone whose sensei tried to kill her. Anko interrupted, looking between the Genin and Kakashi and trying not to laugh. Why no? Let me take them shopping. I got stuck with a really boring mission this morning and this will let me turn it down, she added eagerly a moment later. No, Kakashi stated. I want them to look professional. You'll put Naruto back in orange and who knows what you'll do to the other two. At best you might just put Sakura back in that bikini top you used to wear. I liked that top, Anko insisted. At least it was more interesting than a mask, Irika muttered. You know what? Wait 5 minutes while I tell the others to cover for me and I'll go with them to make sure Anko doesn't cause too much damage. And Kakashi, I hope you know that what Kotetsu and Izumo aren't covering you are. Well, that was the plan. But really they are my students, shouldn't I be dealing with them? No, Irika, Sakura, and Sasuke insisted. Naruto followed it up with a rather rude gesture and Anko stifled her giggles. Kakashi muttered, scratching his head in confusion. Why not? You said you wanted them to look professional. Besides, they're still angry with you, anything you suggest will be turned down, Irika rationalized. Kakashi didn't look pleased with the prospect, but he shrugged it off. On 2 conditions. First, no orange or bright red and white unless they are very small quantities, and 2, enough layers or combinations that they will be suitable for multiple climates. You two should be able to handle that. This free afternoon gives me the chance to start on the new book that came out, he decided, muttering the last bit to himself. Irika rolled his eyes, but Anko looked flabbergasted. When did a new book come out? She cried, moving in front of Kakashi and looking up at him. It came through special order yesterday. It doesn't come out officially for another 2 weeks, Kakashi answered, his eye crinkling thoughtfully for a moment before he added, I might just be able to find an extra copy for you if you make sure Irika doesn't spend too much of my money on them. Deal! Anko shouted eagerly. Kakashi nodded, more to himself than to the group in front of him, and walked past them and into the tower. All right, I only need a little time to take care of business in the mission room. Why don't you head back into town and get something to eat? Anko, don't let them eat ramen, and no dango, Irika told her. No dango, Anko muttered sadly, turning to see a similar pout on Naruto's face. Well, since our favorite foods are out, what do you two want for breakfast? She asked, slinging an arm over Naruto's shoulders and turning to look at Sakura and Sasuke. When neither gave any answer aside from a shrug, she sighed and said, let's just go look around and see if anything catches our stomach's attention. When Irika found them 20 minutes later, Anko and Sakura were happily munching on dango while Naruto and Sasuke were halfway through their first bowls of ramen. I should have known, he muttered, sitting down next to Naruto and waving off the chef. Naruto grinned up at him and finished his bowl with a loud slurp. He moved to order another one, but Irika put his hand down and shook his head. One is enough. But it's so good, Naruto reasoned. I don't care. Naruto pouted and Irika sighed, pulling the blonde off the stool and keeping him in front of him while Sasuke finished his bowl. Once Anko and Sakura had finished and joined them, he decided to start. I know you three are angry about this, but do you at least understand what Kakashi's goals are? All three looked up at him in confusion and Sakura muttered, he doesn't like bright colors? Why wouldn't he like bright colors? You kept saying we needed to look more professional, Sakura added. I guess what we were wearing made us look bad around clients. She's got the general idea, Anko muttered. Aside from the rules Kakashi set out, do you have any other suggestions for what you all should be wearing? Well, we're supposed to be helping Naruto blend in, right? Doesn't that mean we should all blend together? Sakura suggested. Yes, it does. How would you go about doing that? Irika asked, letting her take the lead. Well, we should avoid wearing anything that draws attention to any of us, even if we were doing so to try and pull attention off of him. If one of us catches attention and he doesn't, that would look suspicious. But we're still rookies, and rookies don't normally conform right away. Can we pass as non-rookies? Sasuke asked grudgingly. Doubtful. You're all small for your age, and even if you get a lot stronger you probably shouldn't display too much of that because that will just attract trouble, Irika told them. There is of course a second option, non-conformity, Anko added. But you just said, Sakura trailed off in confusion. No, you just said. You do have to blend in, but the three of you have need to stand out written into your genetics. You have to learn to play both sides. Sasuke is an Uchiha. Naruto is a notorious troublemaker. And you are a smartass, daddy's girl who screams, on most days, I spend way too much time on my hair and need my teammates to protect me. What you need to learn to do is to exploit aspects of that, Anko told her. But they aren't supposed to know it's me, Naruto signed. Exactly. And to be honest, they shouldn't know Sasuke is an Uchiha either. You three want to memorable only for being outrageous. Be memorable as a team, not as individuals, Anko continued. I don't really think there is anything we could all pull off, Sakura muttered looking at her teammates frowning. You're misunderstanding me. You don't need to dress identical, that would be conforming. This is going to take more than just clothing if you want to pull it off. Clothes are just the starting point, Anko stated. So we have to act completely different, Sasuke replied, not looking at all pleased with the current conversation. Not at all. You just have to agree to accentuate certain aspects of your personality when in public. When you're with your teammates, and Sakura when you're with your father you can go back to normal, Irika suggested. Like Anko said, each of you is already recognizable to those who know you and to some who don't. But if you ask me, none of you are particularly happy with the way you're seen anyways. If you were, you wouldn't care as much about the way Kakashi has been criticizing you. You also wouldn't be agreeing to the change in the first place. Any of you going to argue with me on that point? Anko asked. When none of the genin could do anything but shift uncomfortably on their feet, she nodded. Don't worry, it happens to all of us. So let's go back to talking about what changes you should make. Aside from color, what have you noticed about each other's clothing that you think should change? Well, you said we need to make sure people don't see us for who we were, right? Sakura asked, glancing nervously at Sasuke. Maybe Sasuke shouldn't use his clan symbol. Especially since he hasn't awakened the Sharingan, and if anyone recognizes the symbol that will be all they expect, she suggested nervously. Sasuke glared offensively, but Irika and Anko nodded thoughtfully. What about colors? Irika, why don't you two just tell us what to wear so that we can get this over with? Sasuke grumbled. Because, if they do everything for us then we won't learn. It's the same reason Kakashi-sensei and Irika-sensei tried to get us to figure out what went wrong on the island. Just telling us what we're doing wrong isn't enough, we have to agree that something is wrong in order to try and fix it. That happens more quickly if we figure it out ourselves, Sakura explained meekly. You're not going to make us wear black, are you? Naruto pouted. Nay, black is boring. Besides, the only shinobi in the village who wears black outside of ANBU missions is Marino Ibiki, and he's a scary hardbutt who was also the Yandame's teammate, Anko told him. Black screams badass and we want you guys to be more subtle than that. You've been in on this the whole time, haven't you? Sakura finally asked. Well, not the whole time. I just thought it was funny that Kakashi finally accepted a team. By the end of this I won't be the only person drawn into seeing how much he messes up, she joked. You aren't exactly instilling confidence of their sensei in them, Irika deadpanned. That's what you're here for, she retorted. Naruto watched the two for a moment before tapping Sakura on the shoulder. This is scary, he signed to her. That's one way of phrasing it, she whispered back. Well then let's get going. To make it up to the three of you and replace some of your everyday clothing, we'll even let you get one or two things that are orange or red or whatever you want, Anko offered. But we have to replace everything, Sakura reminded her. We'll take care of all of it, don't worry, Irika assured her. By the time they found Kakashi lounging outside the administration building that night, Anko was eagerly awaiting the retrieval of the newest edition of the Ika Ika series, and the three genin were looking forward to taking their new clothing home and sleeping off a day's worth of shopping. Kakashi looked up expectantly and was happy to note that each of the genin was only holding 2 bags worth of clothing. I hope this means that Irika didn't spend all of my money on them, he said. No, Irika laughed, holding out a receipt for Kakashi. This is all you owe me, and you can take from that whatever Kotetsu and Izumo. Kakashi looked over it and nodded before pulling a book out and handing it to Anko. Once she had the book firmly in her hands, she pulled out a second much longer receipt and handed it to Kakashi. This is what you owe me, she told him, grinning. Excuse me? Well, you told me to make sure Irika didn't spend too much of your money, and he didn't. I couldn't really help myself though, she grinned. Even Sasuke cracked a small grin at Kakashi's flabbergasted face. I should have expected this from you, Anko, Kakashi finally sighed. Fine, you three meet at the bridge tomorrow morning at 7. Make sure that you've already done your daily training by then. And bring something you can swim in, he finally said, turning to the three genin. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke nodded to him, and Sakura and Sasuke turned to leave when the Hokage walked over. Oh, good, you're still here, he said, taking a puff of his pipe. Sakura, your father wasn't able to find you this afternoon, so I told him I'd pass on word to you that he would be gone on a mission for the next day or two, he told her. Sakura frowned and sagged slightly but perked up when Kakashi spoke. It's getting late. Take the stuff you've got with you and drop off at home and then head over to Irika's. I'll bring food for you guys, maybe then you won't still hate me tomorrow, he told them. Kakashi, if you would take Naruto with you, I need to speak with Irika momentarily, the Sandaime added as they turned to walk down the street. Irika turned back curiously and the Hokage motioned for him to follow. Did they get everything they needed? The Hokage asked as they entered his office. Yes, they cooperated with only a few complaints. More from Sasuke than the other two actually, Irika answered. That doesn't surprise me. He's the reason I asked you to meet with me. I spoke with Kakashi this afternoon while you were with the trio. Sasuke appears to be opening up to his teammates, but he is concerned by his solitary habits. He still clings to all reminders of his clan, and while this isn't odd, it may become unhealthy, especially with Itachi still out there. I understand what you're getting at, but we can't just force him to let all that go, Irika argued. No, we can't. But he can be shown an alternative. After the death of his father, had Minato not come along, Kakashi would be much worse than he is today and far beyond even his behavior as a young genin and chunin. Sasuke will be worse if he isn't given an anchor within Konoha, something other than revenge, the Sandaime insisted. That's why you cleared Anko so quickly. I had been wondering why Kakashi was allowing her to be so involved, but it would make sense given her history. She can empathize with Sasuke as much as Kakashi can. And with Naruto even more so, the Sandaime added, pleased that Irika had figured out at least part of it. What happened to her being a bit of a loud mouth? Irika asked jokingly. We had a long talk and she understands the situation to its full. When she is not on missions, she has agreed to be available, should you or Kakashi need help with any of the three, the Hokage replied. I'll remember that. Is there anything else? Irika asked. I just thought you would like to know that I was visited by a number of teachers from the academy begging me to reassign you back to the academy. They're apparently a bit lost at the moment. I hope you don't mind, but I told them you would be stopping by at the end of the week during our conferences. I can stop in as long Naruto will be with Kakashi, Irika replied, laughing. And Irika, please consider what we talked about. If there are any financial concerns, Irika cut him off by standing and shaking his head. You put me back on my old wages, so money really isn't a problem. The only way it would become one is if Naruto went back to eating nothing but ramen. I just think that would be too much of a shock for Sasuke right now with all the other changes being forced on him. I think all three of them need to adjust a bit more before anything like that is suggested, he told the Hokage. The Sandaime nodded and dismissed Irika, turning back to his paperwork. Naruto finished putting away the rest of his new clothes and walked out of his room at Irika's, hoping that Irika or even Kakashi had arrived. Kakashi had left him with Anko so that he could go get them food. As much as he found the crazy woman funny, especially in the way she played both Kakashi and Irika, he hadn't ever seen before that morning when she offered to help. And even though she apparently knew Sakura, he wasn't sure he bought her explanation of why she was helping Irika and Kakashi in the first place. Then again, maybe I'm just listening to Kakashi-sensei too much and becoming paranoid, he thought, pouting a bit as he walked out to find Anko sitting on the couch engrossed in the book Kakashi had given her. He looked at the cover suspiciously and tapped Anko on the shoulder. What is that? Anko snickered and patted the couch next to her. For him to sit down. This is the best book you will ever read. Unfortunately, you are too young to read it, and if Irika finds out, I think he'd probably kill me, she told him. You upset you didn't get more orange? She asked when he pouted more. I like orange, he signed defensively. Heh, don't worry. Once these first couple of weeks are over you'll be able to relax more. Kakashi's just putting the pressure on you three now to make sure you understand how important this stuff will be. Once you understand how you're supposed to behave on missions and things he'll give you more freedom on your own, she told him. But we aren't doing missions. Not yet. You brats are luckier than you realize. First off, I can guarantee that when you start D-class missions you won't be enjoying yourself. Secondly, the individual attention you're getting is more than most genin receive. Trust me, it won't seem like it for a while, but when you go back and see your classmates, you'll notice the difference. You're being trained more like we were. We were trained for war like real shinobi. Most genin now are trained for menial tasks. It isn't until they become chunin and even jounin that they get prepared for anything more, she explained. Naruto frowned pensively and Anko mimicked him, sighing in exasperation. And would you please stop frowning and smile once in a while? That sheet with Mizuki was bad, and you have another hurdle to jump, but if you go around frowning all day that's just going to make you feel worse. You used to smile all the time and now you do nothing but sulk as much as Uchiha. Your life isn't over, be happy you survived, she told him seriously. Naruto grinned a little, nervously, and Anko nodded. It's a start, she added happily, but none of that fake sheet you keep trying with your teammates. We don't expect you to go back to the way you were before the attack. What about you? What do you mean? Anko asked in confusion. Your smile? He signed, looking at her in equal confusion as if he couldn't understand why she didn't get his question. What about it? You smiled all day, but... Naruto paused, trying to think of the right word, and eventually had to give up and go into the kitchen to find paper to write it down. They glared at you. And why didn't Irika teach me to sign that? Anko swallowed a little nervously and sighed. I think he was hoping that if he left that out you wouldn't think about it as much. It wasn't like he wanted you out in public that much anyways, she admitted. Naruto sighed in frustration and picked up the paper again. Writing, you said Kakashi-sensei was evil and that coming from you that meant something. Yeah, my sensei was a jackass who betrayed the village, Anko admitted. Naruto's eyes widened and he signed, sorry, as he began to worry his lower lip between his teeth. Don't worry about it. Now help me give Irika a heart attack by grabbing one of those comics the Sandame keeps sneaking you, she told him, changing the subject. Eager for the chance to cause trouble, Naruto grabbed one of the older volumes the Hokage had given him. He now had 4, and hurried back out to Anko. She grinned in response and motioned for him to move back onto the couch next to her as she expertly fitted Naruto's comic book inside her own book. Now you have to promise to play along and look very interested in this. However, you also have to ignore everything I say because even the author would probably kill me if he learned that I was corrupting you this soon, deal? She asked. Naruto nodded and leaned in as Anko curiously flipped to the start of the volume and muttered, he must have gotten this from Taro-san, it's not from the continent. Naruto looked up at her curiously, but Anko was able to brush off his unspoken question when there was a knock on the door. It's unlocked, come on in, she shouted. Naruto scowled up at her and signed, you don't know who it is. It might not be Blossom or BSRD or Pervert. Oh, I'm sure it's one of them. Blossom is Pinky, right? And BSRD is Uchiha? Pervert, that's a good one, she muttered, trailing off. See, I was right, it's both of them, she added, pointing to Sakura and Sasuke as they walked further into the house. The other two looked at them curiously, while Sakura did, and Anko beckoned for them to walk over and take a seat. We're playing a prank on Irika, just sit down and don't say a word until he gets back, she told them before turning back to Naruto. You know, this is actually kind of interesting. I mean, it isn't about anything cool like ninja and demons. Ignore the demon part, she told him. What are you reading? Sakura asked suspiciously. The Sandame is rewarding Naruto with comics. I'm going to pretend to read pawn to him when Irika comes in, Anko informed her matter-of-factly. Sakura's eyebrows rose impressively on her large forehead and hissed, are you trying to tempt fate? I don't believe in fate. That's a creation of crazy people, like the Hyuga. They like to talk about it. I believe that if destiny is written in stone, shinobi still don't have to worry about it because it doesn't take much to destroy stone, Anko answered, grinning at Sakura over the top of the little orange book. Anko heard keys jingle in the lock a moment before the door opened, and she made sure to project as she stated. And then Jungo pursued the fair maiden to the river and offered to help wash off the salty, sticky dash. Anko, if you say another word I will kill you, Irika growled, staring at the sight in front of him in horror. I would expect this of Kakashi but not of you. Hey, wait a minute. I would never give Ika paradise to minors. And that isn't even a line in the book, she just made that up, Kakashi added defensively, walking up behind Irika, holding 2 bags in his left hand and an identical little book in his right. Wait a minute, you already have it memorized? Anko asked in admiration. Irika ignored and stepped over Sakura and Sasuke, who had sat down on the floor in front of Anko in a twisted imitation of story time, and snatched the book out of Anko's hands. He blinked when he flipped it around and was brought face to face with animated characters with overzealously drawn muscles and bad hairstyles. This is, I hate you. He trailed off, separating the comic from the book and throwing one back to Naruto and the other back to Anko. Just don't read it around these 3, you got it? He told her, moving towards the kitchen. Yes sir, Mr. Teacher Man. I hear they're getting awfully panicky at the academy without you, Anko quipped, standing up and grinning as she followed him into the kitchen. Why did you leave the academy? Sakura asked curiously as she, Sasuke, and Naruto followed Anko and Kakashi into the kitchen. I was only assigned there temporarily. I was part of the strategy department, and the Sandaime somehow decided that I would be of more use strategizing ways to improve the academy during peacetime. In case you hadn't noticed while attending, the current system isn't exactly functioning correctly, he told them as Kakashi put the food on the table. Not in here, there's a bigger table in the next room, Irika told him, pulling out plates. Why do you have so much room here? It's too big, Anko commented. It was my parents. Unlike some people, he said, glancing at Kakashi, who burn houses to the ground, I put it to better use. It was decrepit, Kakashi retorted. The only thing decrepit was your state of mind. I read the report, you were drunk, Irika shot back, leading the 3 giggling genin into the larger dining area. You really burned down your parents' house? Sakura finally managed to ask. It was very therapeutic, Kakashi informed her. You should try it sometime, Sasuke, you'll feel loads better, he added for the younger boy's benefit. I think I'll keep my house the way it is, Sasuke stated, trying not to glare at Kakashi. You have a house? Naruto signed after waving his hands in front of Sasuke's face to catch his attention. Didn't I tell you to stop doing that? Pervert told me to stick with it for the rest of the week, Naruto grinned back. Sasuke rolled his eyes and turned back only to find Sakura looking at him curiously. Do you really have an entire house to yourself? Of course, Sasuke snorted. Don't you have a guardian or something? Sakura asked. Why do I need one? Sasuke retorted a bit defensively. What about you, Naruto? Sakura asked in confusion. Naruto shook his head and signed. Why? I thought they always had guardians, Sakura muttered. They do. The Sandaime takes guardianship of all children born within the village that are orphaned and without either biological or adoptive families, Anko told her. How do you know that? Sasuke asked her. He had custody of me until my aunt was old enough to step in, Anko answered. Your sensei was your guardian, right? She asked Kakashi, gaining a nod and a glare from the white-haired man. Am I the only one here who wasn't orphaned young? Sakura asked in shock. That depends on your description of young. I was about your age when my parents died and I was already a genin, so I didn't need a guardian, Irika told her. Genin don't have guardians? Once a shinobi graduates to genin, they can technically live on their own. Most choose to wait until at least chunin, although orphans or wards will sometimes choose to branch off at that point and they'll still receive small monetary help along with their pay for missions, Irika told her. Crazy, isn't it? Yeah, Sakura told him, a little flabbergasted. More than you wanted to know? Anko asked. Actually, I've always kind of wondered how they did it, Sakura admitted. How about a happier topic anyways? Anko suggested, turning to Kakashi curiously. Have you really memorized the new book already? Of course, have you gotten to dash? He was cut off when Irika threw a cup at his head. How about something more appropriate for these 3? He suggested through gritted teeth. It's not actually inappropriate. They can be very educational books. Have the three of you been given the talk? Kakashi asked, turning to the three blushing genin. He actually had to do a double take when he realized that Sasuke was really blushing too. I'll take that as a no. We'll have to handle that later. Is that why you wanted them to wear swimsuits tomorrow? Anko asked, causing the three genin to blush even brighter. I hadn't thought of that. I could probably fit it in though, Kakashi muttered. I can't believe you two. They aren't going to be able to look at each other tomorrow, Irika stated in disbelief. Well, Naruto and Sasuke shouldn't have any trouble with each other, Anko assured him. Actually, if I'm giving them the talk, I should really cover all the corners. You never know what to expect from young boys nowadays, Kakashi thought aloud. True, Anko concurred, leaving Irika gaping at them while Naruto and Sasuke blushed even deeper and Sakura tried to stifle her giggles. Once Irika had recovered, he hurried the three genin through their meals and then back home, making sure Naruto was in bed before finally collapsing into a fit of laughter in front of Anko and Kakashi. After ascertaining that the Chunin was not going insane, they waved goodbye and parted at the door, both a little relieved at how well the night had gone. The next morning Kakashi showed up an hour late at the bridge. When three very set-off and tired-looking genin first glared at him and Sakura shouted, "You're late." Accusingly, he was finally able to give one of the excuses he had planned just for them. Well, you see, I was almost here when I was assaulted by an odd green blob that kept shouting something about youth and springtime dash. You ran into Mato-san? Sakura asked, twitching slightly. Oh, that's right, I forgot you had met him. Just pretend I slept in, Kakashi told her. Nodded thankfully and sighed in relief. So what are doing? And you should be thankful that Anko remembered to have us buy swimsuits yesterday because those two Chunin burned those too, she told him. Kakashi looked at them curiously for a moment before he took a risk and asked, Did they leave anything for you guys? Just the clothes we wore yesterday, Sakura answered. No wonder the bill was so much, Kakashi muttered. Anyways, follow me to the river and we'll start your first official day of training. The rest of it was really just me messing with you, he giggled to himself. You do know you just said that out loud, right? Sakura deadpanned. I'm sorry, did you say something? Kakashi asked, turning around to look at her curiously. Sakura groaned in response and pouted for the rest of their trip. Once they reached the river, Kakashi handed each of them a kunai and smiled. Naruto should have almost no trouble with part of this little exercise since he caught most of your food while you were on the training island. To start, you have an hour to fill this basket to the brim with fish, he told them, pointing to a rather large basket beside him. Where did that basket come from? Sakura asked, turning to her teammates. Naruto shrugged and joined her in looking at Sasuke. Don't look at me, I don't know either, he admitted, turning away to hide his frown. Get to work, Kakashi told them. How is this training? Sakura asked suspiciously. Patience is required, Kakashi explained. The three genin looked at each other and shrugged, moving towards the river. The person who catches the most gets to pick what we eat for dinner tonight, Kakashi added as they plunged into the water. Within half an hour, the basket was full and the genin were looking at him expectantly. Well, so much for patience, he muttered to himself. So who won? Sakura asked, ignoring his statement. He shouldn't have made it a contest if he had wanted them to take their time. I thought you three were counting, Kakashi told her, looking at the three a bit blankly. All three gaped at him, and Sasuke actually lost enough composure to groan at Kakashi's behavior. Alright, sorry about that. Work on tree climbing for about half an hour while I take these fish back to the village, and then I'll teach you something new to make up for it, Kakashi offered. The three genin put their shoes back on and set about their task while Kakashi disappeared with the heavy basket of fish. When he returned half an hour later, grinning suspiciously, the three stopped and turned back to him expectantly. Alright, well, normally you wouldn't even learn this until much later in your training, if you were even taught it before you were promoted to Chunin. And I'm sure I'll get in trouble for even attempting to teach it to you now, but if you insist, I suppose I'll have to risk it, Kakashi sighed, watching the three out of the corner of his eye. He frowned when he saw that they were all watching him eagerly. Even Sasuke is interested, DMN. I really don't think any of you will be able to master this anytime soon, But I'll teach you the theory and you can try for a while today before I come up with something else to do. He added, hoping that theory would at least scare Naruto down. All his delaying did was make the genin a bit more impatient. Fine, follow me, Kakashi said, walking towards the river and looking around. We need a place with still water, give me just a minute. There, he said, pointing upstream. The three followed him as he walked towards the small puddle he had found. It's shallow as well, so that should actually make this a bit more possible for you three, he said, walking out onto the puddle. It was less than a foot deep and would barely be large enough for the three genin to stand shoulder to shoulder on it. Any guesses on what I'm about to teach you? Are you using a jutsu? Sakura asked curiously. Nope. Naruto looked at him in confusion for a moment before his eyes widened. Chakra. Like sticking to trees, he signed in awe. Kakashi stared at the blonde as if he had sprouted a second head, and Naruto frowned. I'm not that dumb, he signed to his sensei. Right, sorry. Did either of you two catch what he said? Kakashi asked, gaining nods from his other students. Do either of you know how he figured that out? He asked. Naruto's face contorted in indignation and Kakashi held up his hands defensively. That came out wrong. I meant, does either of them understand the theory like you do? He explained. Naruto calmed slightly, but he continued to scowl and glare darkly at Kakashi out of the corner of his eyes. Sakura glanced nervously at Naruto before speaking up. I'm not sure it's the same thing as tree climbing. You aren't sticking to the water, are you? It's more you're somehow supporting yourself on the surface, like changing the density so that you can still stand on it. But in tree climbing, the chakra you emit is constant because you are sticking to a solid surface. In this, you basically use chakra, like Sakura said, to make yourself float, Kakashi told them. You have to emit chakra continuously, but not always the same amount of chakra to counteract the effects of your body weight. Do you three understand? Now this puddle is shallow and it isn't like you three can hurt yourselves practicing here, so give it a try. Share the puddle for now, he told them, stepping off it and grinning as the three looked at each other in disbelief. Feeling a bit more confident than the other two, Sakura took a deep breath and stepped forward, pausing to focus her chakra to her feet before setting her foot down on the water. She tested it for a moment and worked to adjust the amount of chakra to her weight as she steadily leaned forward onto her foot. When she was confident that she could hold herself, she lifted her other foot and brought it onto the puddle as well, slowly evening out her weight distribution as she stood on both feet. When she was sure she was steady, she looked up at Kakashi in confusion and asked, "Was this supposed to be hard?" Sheet. Kakashi muttered to himself, trying to figure out how he would keep them busy for the rest of the day if Naruto and Sasuke managed to learn it as quickly as Sakura had. Let those two try, he suggested. Sakura nodded and stepped off the puddle, making room for her teammates. Sasuke shrugged and stepped forward, repeating the process. I can't tell if you three are making me look like an excellent teacher or if they just made the geniuses look like idiots, Kakashi muttered to himself, watching as Sakura easily helped the other two take their first steps on water. I'm very impressed, the Hokage stated, looking at the three genin in front of them. Only 2 months after their training had officially begun, and their improvement was more than obvious to the casual observer. If the casual observer happened to be of Kage level and had any knowledge of what the three had been like before their graduation to genin level. The three looked very pleased with his compliment, and the Hokage suddenly felt Kakashi's curious gaze. I was wondering if the three of you would like something a bit more challenging to test your skills. Really? Sakura asked, her tone betraying her eagerness as she stepped in front of her teammates. The Sandaime chuckled and nodded, pulling out a scroll and handing it to her. I received this mission request this morning and I believe you will be capable of handling it. Sakura scanned over its contents before handing it to Naruto and Sasuke and turning back to the Hokage with a smile. It sounds straightforward, she told him. Very much so. We've known about this for a few months now, but it wasn't until recently that the attacks became anything worth our involvement. He paused to chuckle as Naruto and Sasuke finished looking over the short mission description and sent the scroll flying towards Kakashi. Much to the genin's disappointment, he deftly caught it and scanned over it as well. Just 5? He asked, picking up on the details much quicker than his students had. Yes, They rarely hit more than one stall, but recently they've been doing so more frequently and the cost of the damages has risen too high for the merchants to ignore. Do you three believe you're up to it? The Hokage asked, directing his question at the genin. Sakura was about to raise an objection, but Naruto and Sasuke beat her to the Hokage's attention with their quick acceptance. She glanced back at Kakashi, but he obviously agreed with the Sandaime that it was their choice. What about you? The Hokage asked as Sakura remained nervously silent. Sakura opened her mouth slightly before Naruto, and Sasuke's expressions caught her attention. Naruto looked absolutely thrilled at the prospect of a mission, especially one that would take them outside of the village. She knew he was feeling cooped up since he wasn't supposed to wander around the village much, which left him confined to training and Irika's house. Sasuke, on the other hand, was sending her a warning look that just screamed, "I know you're about to ruin this for us, so keep your mouth shut." His people skills had been improving and he had warmed up to his teammates slightly, but she had noticed him growing more impatient with their activities and with her and Naruto when they didn't push for more excitement. "We can handle it," she finally told the Hokage. "Sasuke, Naruto still can't get our attention without whapping us over the head. What if it isn't as easy as the Hokage thinks, or something goes wrong and he can't communicate with us?" Sakura insisted when she met up with her teammates on the bridge later that morning. "We're good enough for this. The Hokage wouldn't have even offered this mission to us if he didn't think we would be able to handle it," Sasuke retorted. "BSRD is right. The old man isn't senile enough to send us on a bad mission," Naruto chimed in. "Don't call the Hokage senile," Sakura corrected him on impulse. "But he is old," Naruto told her. Sakura grinned weakly and shook her head, knowing this wasn't a fight they would let her win. "Sometimes I hate working with you too," she muttered. "That too better have included BSRD," Naruto told her, looking put out. "Of course it included the bis, Sasuke," Sakura told him, glancing at Sasuke out of the corner of her eye long enough to know that he was now glaring at her intensely for the slip-up. "Morning." All three turned around as their tardy sensei cheerily interrupted their conversation. Now, no need to look at me like that. I just wanted to make sure none of you had any questions about the mission before we leave. The town is northeast of here, but it should only take us about a day to reach there, and we'll start lookout tomorrow. It might take a few days for these bandits to strike, and then we'll get them and come back," he told them. "Will we have lodgings, or do we need camping equipment?" Sakura asked. "They'll put us up in the town. We might be pulling some all-nighters, but no real camping," Kakashi told her. "Still, pack lightly for this. Just a change of clothes and some extra supplies. The weather should be pretty much the same as here, so don't worry about that," he added. "Any other questions?" he asked when the three remained unresponsive. Sakura looked up and shook her head negatively, so Kakashi nodded and dismissed them to pack quickly so that they could leave within half an hour. An hour later, he finally met them at the main gate of the village. "Got everything?" Kakashi asked cheerfully. "You aren't going to arrive on time anymore, are you?" Sakura sighed. Kakashi's smile slid off his face, and Naruto had the suspicion that he was very disappointed with their reaction. "Are we leaving?" Kakashi smiled again at Naruto and nodded, turning to lead the way out of the village. As they stepped through the gates, he reconsidered and turned to study his team for a moment. "Sasuke, take point, Naruto and Sakura after him, I'll watch the back." He ordered them into formation. The three genin glanced at each other momentarily before Sasuke smirked and stepped out in front of his sensei, and his teammates fell in behind him. Once he was sure they were focused on the road, Kakashi sighed and reached into his flak vest and pulled out his book to settle in for a long walk. An hour onto the road, and Kakashi had already reread Ika Paradise twice. Having memorized it months before, even he had a limit as to how long the book could hold his attention, and he unfortunately found that he was already in need of a new pastime. His sensei had always used downtime during missions like this for lessons on history, but his students had already learned history in the academy, one of the few benefits of attending a ninja school during peacetime. Although, I bet Naruto and Sasuke don't remember anything that they learned. Of course, neither do I, but Sakura enjoys talking. Now how to get the conversation started. Looking up, he noticed that Naruto, in a fine imitation of his teacher Kakashi noted proudly, was multitasking by reading as he walked. It was one of the many odd comics that the Sandaime continued to slip to the genin every chance he got and which Irika seemed to hate because Naruto was more interested in reading them than he was in studying whatever strategy or history book Irika put in Naruto's hands for the week. "Ma Naruto, what is that?" Kakashi finally asked, ignoring his earlier plan of convincing Sakura to talk. Naruto looked slightly startled as he turned to look nervously at Kakashi. "A present from the old man," Naruto signed. "Why does the Hokage keep giving you presents?" Kakashi asked wryly, trying to get more of an explanation from him. Naruto looked thoughtful for a moment as he turned around to walk backwards so that he could converse with Kakashi more freely. After a moment, he shrugged in confusion. "He gives them to his grandson too," was all Naruto could tell him. "What's it about? Ninja?" Sakura asked, joining the conversation. Naruto shook his head and looked thoughtful for a moment. "They're fighters. I think one of them might be an alien. I'm confused though because he got them out of order, so I missed the 2 books before this." Naruto shrugged, watching as Kakashi got an odd gleam in his eye. Naruto returned the gleam a moment later when he signed, "What's yours about?" Kakashi's eye curved in a smile, but he simply shook his head. "Sakura is still angry at me. If I answer that, even as a joke, then she'll tell Irika. And if his reaction to Anko 2 months ago was any indicator, he'll kill me," he stated. Naruto shrugged and quipped back, "Orange was just joking. Sensei thought it was funny. I heard him laughing that night after you left." Kakashi's eye curved again and he glanced up to check that Sasuke was paying attention to them as well. For some reason the idea of me giving the 3 of you the talk was very amusing to him. "I haven't been able to figure out why," he shrugged. "Speaking of which, do I still need to go over that with you? Seeing as this is our first mission outside of the village and, well, opportunities and all." Naruto's eyes widened and he blushed at Kakashi's hints. "Kakashi-sensei, Anko told me to tell you that if you put ideas into Naruto and Sasuke's head, I was supposed to report back to her," Sakura interrupted, still not entirely certain why Anko had given her the order in the first place. Kakashi shrugged in response and went back to examining his students as they continued on the road. Finally, fed up with the scenery, he spoke up again. "Ma, what do you say we speed this up a bit? If we get into town earlier than expected, I'll treat you 3 to dinner," he offered. The 3 looked back at him eagerly and nodded. "Follow me then," he said, jumping into the trees at the side of the road they had been traveling on. He heard Sakura, Sasuke, and Naruto enter the canopy a moment later and he nodded back at them before heading off at an accelerated pace. They reached their destination in no time, it seemed. The sun was just setting when Kakashi led them into town and towards the house of their main client, Bairu-san. His wife answered the door and her eyes widened happily when she saw the team's forehead protectors. "Please come in. My husband will be back soon. There was another robbery this morning," she informed them unhappily, leading them into her home's modest sitting room. The 3 genin gratefully took the seats she offered them, lowering themselves to the cushions while Kakashi remained standing behind them. "I hope we aren't disturbing you," Kakashi told the woman, but she merely shook her head and seated herself across from the genin. "Not at all. As I said, we were expecting you, and my husband would normally be home except for the robbery this morning. It was only one of the bandits this time and the losses were far less than normal, which is odd since their activity has been escalating," she informed them, as the front door was heard opening down the hall. All 4 shinobi turned as a middle-aged man walked into the room. He stared at them for a moment before sighing relief. "I see you've met my wife, Marinda. I'm Karami Bairu. I can only thank you for arriving as swiftly as you did," he told them. The Hokage was concerned with the case, Kakashi told him. "He was wondering if there was a problem that caused you to wait so long to hire us." "No, there weren't any problems. We simply did not see it as financially sound. The damages caused by the thefts simply weren't adding up enough to call in shinobi. Recently that has changed. That is why I sent in the mission request a week ago," Bairu explained. "Our information says you know the identity of the 5 main bandits. Is this true?" "Yes, all 5 have been identified. They are low-level crooks, all originally from towns within half a day of here. We don't know why they started working together, or what made them decide to target us as often as they did. We also don't know why their activity escalated. It used to just be small things, a little food here, a few small trinkets elsewhere. Now though, they've emptied out 2 stores. They've taken to attacking merchant caravans and traveling merchants. No one has been killed, but the level of violence has gone up, Bairu claimed. How frequent are the attacks? Sakura asked curiously. At least once a week for the past 2 months. Although the attack this morning was the 3rd this week, Marinda told her. I have all the reports on the thefts for at least the past 4 months if you think that would be helpful. You'll have the full cooperation of everyone in the town. We're eager to get this solved before someone really gets hurt, Bairu added. Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Would you mind taking me to the shop that was hit today? My students can start going over the old reports, he finally asked Bairu. Not at all. Marinda, would you help them? The reports are in my office. If the 3 of you have any questions, she should be able to answer them or direct you to someone who can. As I said, we are all eager to help, Bairu said, turning and heading back out with Kakashi following him. Just try to get a feel for what's been happening, Kakashi called back to them, disappearing down the hall. The kitchen is right through there, Marinda said, standing up and smiling at the 3 teenagers. You'll probably be more comfortable with a table to work at, and I can start dinner while you're reading. Would you like to take your bags to your rooms first? She asked. I'll take them, Sakura said, standing as well and picking up her bag before holding her hands out to her teammates. Once she had them, she followed Marinda back into the hallway while Naruto and Sasuke went into the kitchen. They had just seated themselves at the table when Naruto snapped his fingers in front of Sasuke's face to catch his attention. Sasuke turned to the other boy coldly, but his angry retort died on his lips when he saw the confusion on Naruto's face. He said they sent for us a week ago. The old man just got the report this morning, he signed. Sasuke frowned in surprise as he processed what Naruto had already figured out. Tell Kakashi when he gets back. He might have already caught on to that, but we'll have to wait. Maybe the Sandaime just hadn't processed it until this morning, Sasuke reasoned, falling back into brooding silence. He was interrupted a moment later when a small pile of folders was dropped in front of him. Let's get started, Sakura told them, weaseling her way in between the 2 and pulling open the first folder. When Marinda entered several minutes later, she found the 3 hunched over a file, whispering quietly. Well, 2 of them were whispering, she noticed curiously. Ignoring her curiosity, she left. The 3 to their business while she set about cooking. Dinner was prepared and the 4 were sitting patiently still, waiting for Bairu and Kakashi to return an hour later. The burglary reports had been set aside after 40 minutes. They had mainly consisted of lists of petty goods that had been stolen, although the more recent ones had been much longer lists, and the property damage claims had been added. I didn't catch any of your names, Marinda finally claimed, looking at the 3 curiously again. They had had enough dealings with shinobi before to know what to expect when they sent in the mission request. The sudden escalation and number of perpetrators would easily have ranked the mission at C, possibly higher if the Hokage did not like something in the report. None of the other shinobi that had performed C-class missions had ever been as young as the 3 sitting in front of her. She had seen genin their age performing far more menial tasks, normally confined to their home village, but never this far away. I'm Sakura, these 2 are Naruto and Sasuke, the pink-haired girl finally said, pointing first to the blonde-haired boy on her right and then to the dark-haired one on her left. And the other man, he's your sensei? Would that make you 3 genin? Marinda continued. Yeah, Kakashi-sensei. We've been genin about 2.5 months, I guess, Sakura told her. Marinda's eyes widened slightly, but the 3 had behaved professionally the entire time they had been in her line of sight, so she decided not to express too much of her shock, at least not in front of them. Your husband owns one of the local groceries, right? Sakura asked, remembering the information she had read in the reports. Yes, it's been in his family for years. We've actually only been targeted twice by these men, so we've been lucky, Marinda claimed, eyeing the girl curiously. Pink hair was a bit odd, but she'd seen odder on shinobi. She had never really understood what it was about their genetics that created such unique appearances, but you could almost always distinguish shinobi from civilians, especially if they weren't first generation. Sakura's hair was cut a bit unevenly and pulled back into a pair of pigtails, making it look shorter than it probably was. Studying the 2 boys, She realized that they had unique genetics as well: short, spiky, bright yellow hair and slightly longer, spiky, dark bluish-black hair. Not two shades you saw on civilians. Unlike their sensei who wore his forehead protector skewed over his eye, all three genin wore theirs around their necks, allowing their hair to look even more haphazard. She had no clue how the two boys could see with their bangs falling over their eyes. Merinda also realized for the first time that most of the shinobi she had met had been in uniform, like the Jounin Kakashi. These three were not in uniform, not that most genin were. However, she realized, their clothing gave them a slightly more mature look, which was why she hadn't realized that they would be such new genin. The girl interested her the most, of course. When she had been a child, probably the same age as the rose-haired girl in front of her, the legendary Sannin and their legendary Kunoichi had been on the rise during the Great Wars. Merinda herself was only 10 or so years younger than the legendary healer, and she could even remember seeing the woman once when she had passed through the village with her teammates on the way back from the border. The pink-haired girl reminded her a lot of what she had seen. The same confidence, the same beauty, the same violence when her teammates got out of hand. Merinda had no doubt that Sakura caught attention when she was in public. Even though the girl was only 12 or 13, she was dressed like someone several years older. She, like her male teammates, had fishnets sticking out wherever her more substantial clothing didn't cover. Over what appeared to be a red fishnet bodysuit, the girl wore a short, dark gray skirt. Her top was a very deep red, sleeveless, mock-collared shirt with a small white circle on the front bottom corner where the shirt dropped over the skirt's waistline. The fishnet theme was continued on her arms where fishnet gloves peeked out from under armored plates on her forearms, and again on her legs where fishnet stockings peeked out above shin guards, leaving just a small gap in the fishnet for bare knees. The motherly part of Merinda's mind really hoped Sakura had some sort of jacket because they were due for colder weather later in the week. The two boys looked more prepared to handle colder weather. Of course, she wasn't quite sure how the smaller one was actually managing to not sweat himself to death in the coat he was wearing. "Aren't you warm in that?" she asked the darker-haired boy. He looked up in confusion and shrugged. "Just take the coat off, Sasuke," Sakura sighed. "I have never seen someone so embarrassed about a sunburn before." Of course, with all the training we've been doing outside, you'd think he'd be used to the sun by now, she thought as Sasuke sulkily pulled the coat off and set it on the ground behind him. Merinda immediately noticed the reddened skin on his arms and neck and smiled apologetically when she realized he had been trying to cover it up. She also realized that he wasn't as small as he had looked in the oversized coat. Comparing him to Naruto, she would guess that Naruto was actually the smaller of the two. When the actually smaller boy started silently laughing at his teammate's state, Sakura reached over and whapped him on his head. Merinda was beginning to understand why she had made sure to be sitting in between the two. It put them both in hitting distance. Once Sasuke took his coat off, Merinda had a much clearer view of his clothing, and that fact that Sasuke was wearing as much fishnet as Naruto, if not more. He was wearing dark, navy blue shorts with a dark red fishnet shirt and dark blue armor over his chest. He wasn't wearing gloves or any armor on his arms, but Merinda suspected that that had more to do with not irritating the sunburned skin. His lower legs were wrapped in bandages halfway up his calves where they met thin knee pads. Naruto was the only one of the three to not be wearing red. He had on a dark blue fishnet shirt that reached his wrists and had a high neck. Over that, he wore a dark gray hooded shirt with sleeves reaching his elbows and an orange spiral on the sleeve of his left shoulder. He was wearing dark blue capris with a cinched hem that went over more fishnet down to his ankles. Unlike both his teammates, he didn't appear to be wearing any form of armor or extra padding, although his shirt could have been hiding armor similar to Sasuke's. Merinda was interrupted from her study when she heard her husband return through the front door. He appeared in the kitchen a moment later with Kakashi behind him. "Sorry about the delay, Tsutobu-san was at the store so we spoke with him," Bairu explained as they took a seat at the table. Dinner passed in relative silence, and soon after Kakashi excused himself and his team, claiming that they needed a good night's sleep before starting early the next morning. Once the four were in one of the rooms Merinda had given the three genin, Kakashi sat down and looked at his students curiously. "Did you learn anything from the files?" "No, they really just corroborated what we had been told," Sakura answered. Naruto tugged on Sasuke's shirt meaningfully and he spoke up. We thought the Hokage said that he just got the mission request this morning, but Bairu-san said he sent it a week ago. Did something happen on the way to Konoha or did the Hokage simply not see to it immediately? I noticed that as well and I honestly don't know. The Hokage didn't mention a problem or any delay in bringing the request to his attention. The best person to ask while we're still here would be the messenger. However, Bairu said he hasn't returned yet, Kakashi explained. Was he supposed to return with us? Kakashi shook his head at Sakura's question. The Hokage didn't even mention the messenger to me, he answered. He was cut off from continuing when Naruto launched himself at Kakashi, bowling the older man over and scowling at him. Sorry, Kakashi apologized when he realized that he had been ignoring him. What did you learn? Naruto sighed, finally happy to have Kakashi's attention. Not much. This is mainly a traveler's town, so there are more inns and shops than residential areas. Most of the merchants actually live in the surrounding towns. That's how they recognized the thieves so quickly. Since the attacks escalated so much this week, I think the best plan will be to patrol the main street during the day. All of the attacks have actually taken place during daylight, normally in the early morning, Kakashi explained. Get some sleep and I'll wake you up early in the morning to start patrols, he added, ushering them back to their own rooms. XX Day 4 of Mission XX. The visitors and residents of the town had quickly gotten used to seeing the ninja walking through the streets or bounding across the rooftops. Every few hours they would pop into a shop to speak with the owner about his or her day, occasionally asking about past incidents with the thieves. It seemed as if just having the ninja as visible presence had been enough to ward off attacks in the town and on the two main roads leading in and out of it. Kakashi hadn't allowed the Genin's training to stop while they were on the mission, which often led him to wake them up at least an hour before dawn. They used their morning runs to encircle the town's perimeter and he'd send them out in pairs to spar throughout the day, allowing them to look at the surrounding forest as well to get their bearings. However, their clients had expressed some concern that the messenger that Tsutobu had sent to Konoha still had not returned, and so, instead of remaining in the village patrolling with Sakura and Sasuke, Kakashi and Naruto found themselves patrolling the road that led in the direction of Konoha, looking for clues that the messenger may have been attacked. Kakashi had spent the first hour recalling to Naruto exactly what he had seen and heard when he went out with Bairu to the scene of the robbery on the first night of their business. After that, he spent the time going back and forth between reading Naruto's signs as he explained why he thought most of the shop owners were crazy for waiting as long as they had, because collectively it would have been worth it to send for ninja after the first 2 months. Kakashi went on to explain that while that makes sense to ninja, it doesn't from the shopkeeper's perspective. That in such a town as this, there exists a heightened amount of illegal activity which nearly everyone turns a blind eye to as long as it doesn't get so bad as to drive visitors away. And while shinobi are not law keepers or connected to Fire Country's court system, most civilians forget that, and so, they avoid calling in ninja until it is absolutely unavoidable. What could they be doing that's illegal? The client owns a food store, Naruto signed in confusion. It's not necessarily that they are doing something illegal. It might be as simple as allowing customers to come in that are technically criminals but haven't threatened anyone in the town. Or it could mean they let people pass through and stay in the hotels without proper identification. Technically, ninja don't interfere unless either a crime is being committed blatantly or another ninja is involved. These men we're dealing with are businessmen. This town is their business and they don't want to bring in someone who might hurt it unless it is really worth it, Kakashi stated. So since the town wasn't hurt by the early attacks, they didn't do anything. Did they hire us because traveling merchants were attacked? Most likely. That or Bairu-san and Tsutobu-san got ticked off that they were finally targeted and their businesses are least likely to suffer from our presence, Kakashi shrugged. His store was only robbed on the day that we came, Naruto pointed out. Bairu or Tsutobu? Kakashi asked, but he figured Naruto was talking about the latter when he jabbed at him and nodded at Tsutobu's name. There weren't any other reports from him? Kakashi asked. Naruto shook his head. What about Bairu? He mentioned one that I remember. 2. One was old, don't remember. The other was this week, more damage than losses. Interesting. What do you say we head in? Kakashi asked, his eye crinkling up in a smile and making Naruto rather nervous. Naruto shrugged and followed his sensei back to the village. Kakashi quickly found his other two students on their patrols and told them that they were done for the day as he led them back to Bairu's house. "Why are we quitting?" Sakura asked as they landed at the door and walked inside. "We're not. I'll go back out and keep an eye on things, but I want you to do something for me here. Start by asking Mirinda for the theft record she had and then meet us back in Naruto and Sasuke's room," Kakashi told her as he led her teammates down the hall. Sakura ran into Kakashi as he already on his way out of the house and she teetering down the hallway with a large stack of files. "Sasuke will fill you in on what you'll be doing for the day. I'll speak with you in the evening," Kakashi promised. Once she was in the room with her teammates and the door was securely closed behind her, Sakura dropped the files on the ground and looked at Sasuke expectantly. "Kakashi thinks one of our clients is hiring the thieves," Sasuke stated. "What?" Sakura asked, sitting down next to Naruto and looking between the two. "Client hired runner who got to Konoha late. Runner not back. Also only one robbery at his store, minimal losses," Naruto answered. "Which client?" "Wait, Tsutobu-san was the one with only one robbery, right?" Sakura asked. Naruto nodded. "Kakashi recommended that we not talk out loud. I think he's making us reinforce our sign language while we go over this," Sasuke added quietly. "What are we looking for?" Sakura signed, nodding back to him. "Loss records. Most hit and highest losses first," Naruto told her, glancing through the folders and haphazardly handing them out to his teammates. "It'll go faster if records for same store go to same person," he explained when Sakura gave him an odd look. An hour later, the trio had finished their first sweep of the records and found the stores that had been hit most frequently. Surprisingly, those hit most frequently had not been the ones with the highest losses. They also found one detail that they had missed the first time around. "Keep that file aside for pervert," Sasuke scowled as he trailed off looking at Naruto. "You don't have a nickname." Naruto grinned pleasantly and shrugged. "That isn't fair," Sakura added, mirroring Sasuke's scowl. "Is too pinky." "No it isn't," Sasuke said aloud. "Pervert should pick it." He finally decided, figuring Kakashi's vocabulary would be wider than theirs would and so he would find something more insulting. Naruto frowned and sighed, turning away from his teammates to look down at the files. He still didn't think it made sense that no one before Bairu or Tsutobu had bothered to send for Konoha or at least tried to hire someone who passed through for protection, especially if Kakashi was right and other bandits and such pass through here regularly. "Clients have fewest losses, but convenient location," Sakura finally said. "There was no reason to send for us." "What?" Sasuke asked. "Each was hit after they sent runner to Konoha," Naruto added. "Why step in for other stores when they didn't before? Traveling merchants? Do they buy more from them?" Sasuke suggested. "Not in the records. We'll have pervert ask," Sakura suggested. "What else do you need to look for?" "What did you mean by convenient location?" Sasuke asked before going on. "Both stores are near each other and close enough to edge of town to be easy to get away from," Naruto told him. "Where have the others been located? Don't you pay attention on patrol?" Sakura asked in exasperation. "I pay attention to our surroundings and look for anything out of the ordinary. Apparently I haven't connected what we read to the places we've been around," Sasuke admitted reluctantly. "All on main roads. Most not in center," Naruto signed. He rooted around in the pile of files for a moment before he found the map Mirinda had given them on their first night in town. Sakura rooted in her pack before coming out with a marker and began circling the buildings that had been robbed. "There are more robberies on the north and west," Sasuke pointed out. "We spar up there," Naruto pointed out, indicating the forested areas surrounding the town that they had already explored. "Maybe they're traveling from south to attack since more caravans from south were attacked. And Bairu-san and Tsutobu-san stores are both on the east and they have definitely been avoiding that area since first hitting Bairu-san 4 months ago," Sakura added. "Why protect nearby stores though?" Naruto asked. "What do you mean? If one is paying the thieves, why are they avoiding the area nearby?" "There are more competitors nearby," Naruto pointed out. "He's right. They only hit stores on the borders of that area, as if they're afraid to go near the street. That doesn't look like they've been hired to go after competitors, since a lot of these stores aren't actually competitors, Sasuke added. I shouldn't be hearing this much talking, Kakashi stated, opening the door a crack to peek in at them. Sorry, Sakura signed. Naruto needs a nickname, Sasuke interrupted before Kakashi could chastise them more. Indeed he does. Are you telling me this so that I can pick one? He asked, gaining pleased nods from Sakura and Sasuke. Cut it out. We found stuff for you, Naruto interrupted, scowling at all three of them. Well, tell me what you found while I think of an appropriate name for Blondie, Kakashi suggested, stepping into the room and kneeling in front of them. Sasuke tossed him the report they had set aside earlier. Is this the first theft? Kakashi asked, noticing the early date on it. Sakura nodded and signed. Client suffered from damage and losses, just like the one last week. But someone interfered, so losses were not bad. This only identifies a man named Goru. Why do you think he's involved? Kakashi asked. He took on bandits once. Maybe he wouldn't go after them, or they just asked him to watch over that area, Sasuke suggested. It explains why they've avoided that area, Naruto added. Does this explain why they contacted us? Kakashi asked Naruto. No. But we thought maybe caravans were needed, and since those were hit heavier they would call for us. Do the caravan reports list what was taken? Kakashi asked. No caravan reports. Only dates that they were hit, Sasuke explained. What about the missing messenger? Kakashi urged. If messenger is this. Naruto paused to point to the name Goro before continuing. Maybe he didn't want to deal with ninja. Illegal like you said, but clients might not know. Good guess. I think that before we take our investigation further we need to chat with our clients. Why don't the three of you do a few rounds around the border of the town and then come back? I'll talk to them while you're gone, Kakashi suggested. Before you leave, if you could stop by Sudabu's house and send him over, that'll save me the trip. His students rolled their eyes at him as they filed out of the room. He waited until he heard the front door shut before he began to pick up the files he wanted to use to pester his clients, and was just standing to walk out of the room when Mirinda appeared at the door. Did your students leave? Dinner's just about ready. They'll be back later tonight after they make up their rounds from this afternoon. In the meantime, I need to speak with you, your husband and Sudabu-san. They'll be sending him over shortly. Is something wrong? Mirinda asked nervously. Probably not. But I'd like to talk a bit more about our mission here. We've been here for 4 days and nothing has happened. We want to make sure that we'll be worth your money, Kakashi claimed. I'll get Bairu then. He's in his study. When you get him, could you ask if he has records of what has been stolen from the caravans? Kakashi asked, heading towards the sitting room. That was where Kakashi was when Mirinda answered the door, allowing Sudabu in nearly 10 minutes later. He happily ignored his client's discomfort as all three sat down opposite him. Is there a problem? Sudabu asked. That depends on how honest the three of you decide to be. I've been approached by 2 of my students with a nearly identical concern. Understand why you would finally decide to step forward and contact Konoha when the only time you had been targeted was nearly 4 months before you sent for us. Both of your recent robberies were after you sent the messenger to Konoha. A messenger who may be missing, or may just be avoiding returning while ninja are still in town. I told you on the first day you were here. Losses were mounting and it couldn't be ignored anymore, Bairu insisted. You aren't the magistrate. You owe nothing to the other shopkeepers. The only suggestion my students had was that the caravans were your suppliers and targeting them had harmed your business, but neither of your businesses look harmed. Kakashi paused to pull out the map that Sakura had been drawing out. From the looks of things, these bandits have not only avoided your stores, but also the entire area around you. I see 2 possibilities. One makes you look very guilty, the other makes you look very smart. If you're suggesting we hired the bandits, that's ridiculous. I agree. That's why I think you're very smart. My guess is after the original hit on your store, Bairu-san, you hired someone to make sure it didn't happen again. You certainly have the wealth that would allow it. I'm going to guess it was either this Goro, who is mentioned in your report, or someone else who you simply don't want to mention to a ninja. I'm going to repeat a small lecture I gave to one of my students earlier today in hopes that you'll speak a bit more honestly about this. Shinobi are not law enforcement anywhere but Konoha. The only times we take such a role is if a ninja from an opposing village is present, it is within the parameters of our mission, or a law is being broken so blatantly that the ninja cannot turn a blind eye towards it, and we are very capable of turning a blind eye. Depending on your cooperation, we can take care of this situation and only this situation. If you've hired someone and you are honest about it, he or she does not need to be mentioned in the mission report. But if I feel that your omission puts my students in danger, we'll dig deeper until we can guarantee our safety. Bairu, Marinda, and Sudabu glanced at each other before Marinda sighed. His name is Nigoru. The day we were first robbed was 2 days after someone tried to rob Sudabu's store. It was still locked and they failed to break in and take anything, which is why there is no report. Our niece and nephew, who are only a few years older than your students, were working the store that day while we were meeting with one of our suppliers. When they were threatened, he stepped in and they convinced him to stay at least until we returned. When we returned, we spoke with Sudabu. There had already been 3 more robberies and we wanted to make sure that we weren't targeted again, so we hired him to watch the street around our stores. He stopped another robbery 2 stores down, and from that point on they avoided our area of city. Is this Goru the messenger you sent? Yes. Did he give any indication that he would rather not involve ninja or that he shouldn't be seen by them? No, Bairu insisted. Did he ever go after the thieves or did he stay near your stores? Stayed near the stores. It may have only been 5 men, but he didn't want to stumble upon them unprepared, Sudabu said. Why did you finally send for Konoha? Was he leaving? No. Other shop owners that had been hit repeatedly were threatening to do so. We felt that if we sent for Konoha there was less chance of trouble with the others. So you're paying for the mission because someone you hired only protected your street? Kakashi asked, gaining 3 nods. Any idea where Goru might be if he is avoiding us? None. He said he wasn't from Fire Country. But he said nothing about not returning after sending for you, and his belongings are still in the apartment above Sudabu's store that he was given, Bairu claimed. Do you have records on the caravans that were robbed? Not all of them, Bairu answered apologetically as he handed a small stack files to Kakashi. Those are only the most recent few. We think some of the robberies were reported to other towns and some weren't reported at all. Have any of the thieves or even any of the caravans given you any idea why the thefts are coming more frequently? There have been rumors of problems in Wave Country. Some caravans have mentioned that few resources are getting into the country. We're a bit far from the coast, but this is one of the largest trade towns in this area, Sudabu suggested. But the bandits you named are from the surrounding area. You think someone is paying them for goods that can be sold in Wave for higher prices. It's the only idea anyone has come up with, Marinda admitted. Then here's my last question. Would you rather us spend less time in the town protecting the stores and more time searching for the bandits, or do you want to put up with us for a longer PRD while we wait for them to come to us? If you think your students can handle it, a more aggressive search may make the caravans coming in feel more comfortable. We'll talk it out tonight, Kakashi assured them, standing up. If Goru comes back or you hear from him, please tell me. His input would be useful, he added, heading towards the front door. Well, kiddies, you were right, Kakashi stated half an hour later when he had caught up to his students near the entrance of the southern road. Right. Nigoru was hired nearly 4 months ago to deter attacks against the businesses of our clients. Because of general vicinity, most of the stores on that main stretch of road by them were protected as well. According to our clients, they hired us because other merchants were complaining and they were afraid that if they didn't hire us another merchant would blame them. I'm actually impressed. It only took you 4 days to give me enough information to take to them to question them. Wait, so you figured something was wrong the entire time? Sakura asked. Pretty much. But this is your first mission. If you still hadn't voiced concerns within a week or so, I probably would have pointed it out to you, but you caught on within the first day or 2. Sasuke's scowl darkened, but he didn't comment on Kakashi's cheerfulness. Where is this Goru? He finally asked. Well, that's one of the main questions. He didn't tell them he wouldn't be back and he left most of his things. This could mean that he doesn't want to run into ninjas, so he's waiting to come back until we're gone, or he just abandoned it, but it could also mean that he ran into trouble, so we'll keep an eye out. After your rounds and training tomorrow morning, I want the three of you to look over these. They're the only files Bairu claimed he had on the caravans that have been attacked. It isn't much of a sample, but if you find any similarity or anything suspicious in them, it might give us something to go on. Now that we have a fuller picture, we're going to do less sitting around, but I don't want to waste our time in the wrong place, so talk it over and come up with a plan. I'll approve it tomorrow afternoon. XX Day 12 of Mission XX. Team Kakashi's plan had ended up being quite simple. As they had already discovered that more of the caravans on the southern road had been attacked, it made sense to have a discreet presence in that area more consistently. All they had learned from the caravan reports was that the caravans attacked were typically leaving the town and not entering, although that was only out of a sample of 10 attack reports. Like in the village, there was no consistency with the items stolen, not in quantity or quality, so Kakashi agreed that it was safe to guess that the thieves did not know what the caravans were carrying ahead of time, which ruled out the likelihood of any type of inside information. During the duration of the mission, only one caravan had come into the town from the southern road and 2 had left along it. Like in the town, simply the presence of ninja seemed to be enough to keep the bandits at bay, and Kakashi was beginning to wonder when his students would decide to just start looking for the bandits and abandon protecting the merchants at all costs. Until that point, he was going to be putting up with a very moody Uchiha who had been struggling to deal with his own teammates on rounds, which had landed him as Kakashi's permanent partner until Sasuke decided to finally say what was bothering him. Although it isn't like it's hard to figure out, Kakashi snickered, drawing an annoyed look from surly student. When did Naruto get smart? Sasuke finally growled out. Must not laugh at jealousy. Must not laugh at jealousy. Kakashi repeated over and over in his head as he turned to look at Sasuke. Admittedly, he had acted the same way whenever Obito or Rin had upstaged him. Teaching his own students had finally given him an understanding of why his own sensei was so cheerful all the time. It isn't as simple as that, Kakashi finally countered, trying to appear serious. They both figured out that something was odd before I did. Naruto even caught the fact that something was strange with the messenger on our first day here. There's nothing wrong with that. Right now the difference between you and your teammates isn't intelligence, it's motivation. Sakura is naturally curious and logical. When things don't add up and she isn't distracted by black-haired boys, she immediately questions it, Kakashi stated, losing his battle with his grin as Sasuke snarled at the quip. As for Naruto, ever since his attack he has had one thing repeatedly drilled into his head. Never take someone for face value. They will always have a motive, and that motive is rarely selfless. He doesn't question Iruka. Kakashi snorted, drawing a confused look from his student. Iruka was the first person he questioned. It took Iruka a week to explain why he was letting Naruto stay with him. The only reason he accepts Anko and me is because he noticed that we seem to derive never-ending amusement from watching the three of you, and we're twisted enough for that to be our motive. That's why he was so convinced that our clients shouldn't have sent for us? Exactly. To be honest, I don't know why or how he picked up on the messenger bit. I suppose that's just one of those things about Naruto that we will never figure out, Kakashi admitted. As for why you didn't pick up on it, the answer is simple. You focused on doing your job. You were set on doing something, and so you did it without questioning the mission. That isn't a bad thing. The only reason I let them pursue their curiosity was that I knew it wouldn't interfere in the mission. There are many times when they will have to ignore it and focus solely on carrying out the mission exactly as it was laid out for them. That being said, if you never question situations like this, it will get you into trouble. Sasuke opened his mouth to retort when Kakashi suddenly reached forward and slapped a hand over his mouth. Come out or I'll come get you, he stated loud enough for whoever had been watching them to hear. Figures Konoha would send someone like you, a man with light blonde hair mumbled as he appeared in front of Sasuke and Kakashi. Sasuke, go find your teammates and stick with them for the rest of patrol, Kakashi ordered. But if they're here they aren't. Ni Goro, I presume? Kakashi asked, looking over at the man curiously. See, not a bandit, Kakashi smirked when the man above him nodded. So you go stick with your teammates while I deal with the missing Nin. Gora's eyes narrowed at Kakashi's announcement and he tensed. Sasuke hesitated as Kakashi continued to nudge him out of his way and finally took off in the direction of the road that Naruto and Sakura were patrolling. Who'd have thought Sharingan Kakashi would take students? Goro muttered, waiting for Kakashi to make a move. As far as I'm aware, you haven't committed any crimes in Fire Country yet. You haven't threatened any ninja here and you haven't drawn any attention to yourself. However, you are from Kumogakure and, unfortunately for you, Konoha just discovered a spy from Kumo within our ranks, so that makes me a bit less likely to just let you be. Fortunately for you, I promised our clients that I wouldn't bother you unless forced to, so what happens next is up to you. What the heck does that mean? Goro asked in disbelief. Considering how much it would be worth to turn you in for your bounty, you better have something other than the fact that you hated the raikage as your excuse for leaving your village. Give me something the Hokage can use against your home village, and I'll keep my word to our clients. Give me something I can use personally and I'll consider leaving you out of my mission report altogether. You've got to be joking, Goro stated in disbelief. The word of an S-class missing nin, who miraculously never made it above Chunin level, has to be worth something. I'm giving you an opportunity. The Hokage wants to hurt Kumogakure. And considering rumors about you, I'm going to guess that you do too. I think I'd rather take my chances against you, Goro finally sneered. Kakashi stared at him in disbelief for a moment until chakra began leaking from the blonde man. Well, that explains the S-class ranking, Kakashi murmured in disgust a moment before Goro attacked. Are you as bored as I am? Naruto signed, yawning as he and Sakura stealthily trailed a particularly large caravan out of the town. Of course I am, Sakura muttered before turning back around to focus on the caravan. It didn't look like they had anything particularly interesting among their wares, but the thieves had grabbed some fairly odd items in the past, and they hoped that the sheer size of the caravan would make it seem like an easy target. That was also why Naruto had left 2 cleverly crafted clones in the city when they had set out that morning. Hopefully the caravan would appear unguarded. A shout near the back of the caravan made her grin a moment later. You check that out. I'll do a once-over of the rest of the caravan and circle back to meet you if I don't find anything else, she told him, taking off towards the front of the caravan. Naruto continued in the same direction, veering out of the trees and onto the road. Sakura heard increased shouts from the rear of the caravan and she sped up as the front of it came in sight. She landed in front of the head of the caravan and gave it once over when Sasuke suddenly landed next to her. What's going on? They attacked near the back of the caravan. I was just making sure they weren't attacking in multiple spots. We need to get back to Naruto. Is Kakashi-sensei here? Sakura asked. The messenger showed up. He said he'd handle it. Is Naruto at the back? Sakura nodded and turned to head that way when the hair on the back of her neck stood up and she began to quiver. What is that? She asked breathlessly. Sasuke straightened and sneered as he looked back in the direction he had come from. It's chakra, but we need to get to Naruto. Kakashi-sensei will handle it, he claimed, taking off. Sakura shook her head and took a moment to warn the head of the caravan to keep his people together before taking off after Sasuke. That isn't human chakra, she swallowed nervously as she hoped for the first time that her sensei wasn't about to meet a premature death. The sight that met her at the back of the caravan actually made her pause in surprise. She could spot at least 10 different Narutos trying to fend off the attackers at the same time as at least 5 more were trying unsuccessfully to corral the end of the caravan and the living wares that had been knocked off it. One of the defenders, whom she assumed was the real Naruto, looked vaguely ill and kept glancing in the direction of the ominous chakra source. Sasuke had stepped in against 2 of the attackers but had completely ignored the caravan itself. Leave your wares and move, Sakura shouted when one of the merchants bumped into her. Just move towards the front of the caravan. You can deal with your wares later, she added, raising her voice and hoping it would carry to the others around them. The merchants finally began to clear out of the way, and the multiple Naruto clones that had been focused on them looked to Sakura gratefully before popping out of existence. The real Naruto glanced at her for a moment and nodded towards the group of clones struggling with 3 of the bandits before turning back to the 2 he was focusing on. Sakura hesitated momentarily before moving to aid the clones. It was just as she moved to avoid the punch one of the bandits threw at her that she remembered one small gap in their planning. Kakashi had never told them what to do with the bandits once they had found them. Capture? She had no idea, although she was fairly certain it wouldn't be the second. She decided she was thinking about it too hard when she just barely managed to block a punch from one of the men in front of her. Although he was pleased that none of their opponents seemed armed, their sheer size was more problematic than Sasuke had anticipated. Most adult shinobi were not particularly large. There were exceptions, like the Akimichi clan and supposedly the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, but most were around the same size as Kakashi. Their size allowed them good speed and flexibility, and what it cost them in muscle mass was often made up for by sheer training and even chakra reinforcement. Because of this, the men in front of him would have been no trouble for an adult ninja. Sasuke wasn't an adult teammate, and his teammates were even smaller than he was. The two men in front of him were at least 10 centimeters taller than his sensei, and he knew they both probably weighed twice as much as the older pervert. Sasuke's speed kept him from being hit by either of them, but none of his hits had any effect. He knew he couldn't risk throwing a shuriken with all the dogs and rabbits running around underfoot. He had a feeling that the caravan would not be forgiving if any losses were incurred, and that also ruled out his more destructive fire jutsu. Pulling out two kunai, Sasuke skidded past one of his opponents and under the other's legs, jamming one of the kunai in the back of the knee and slicing at the Achilles tendon with the other. The man shouted and teetered unsteadily, swinging down at Sasuke and forcing the genin to block with both arms as he threw his entire weight behind the punch. That stupid sensei better get here fast, Sasuke growled to himself, hoping for the first time that his teammates weren't dead. Naruto cursed himself for a second time as his distraction allowed the man in front of him to land a punch square in the center of his chest. He skidded back and glanced in the direction of the odd chakra that had appeared just minutes before. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew the Kyuubi didn't like it, and apparently the fox wasn't very worried about Naruto getting hurt in his current situation, as it kept making its displeasure known. He swallowed nervously and stood back, knowing that he had to finish his fight soon so that he could help both of his teammates in their outnumbered fights. The clones were holding up, but they weren't good for much more than a distraction for Sakura, as getting close enough to land any type of injury on the attackers would make it far too easy for them to be hit and dispersed. Squaring his shoulders, Naruto straightened and pulled out a kunai before lunging at the man. He felt more than heard his clone pop, and his eyes widened at the sudden assault of its last memories. Naruto turned away from his opponent and opened his mouth to shout at Sakura before snapping his mouth shut and taking off. Two more of his clones suddenly popped, and it seemed to him as if their opponents had finally figured out the trick behind them. He skidded into Sakura's back, forcing her forward a bit more than he intended, and then they were both on the ground with one of the men on top of them. Naruto felt something warm and sticky on his hand, and he glanced down, realizing that he had still had a kunai in his hand. The man above him opened his eyes in a glare as Naruto stared at him and tried to brace himself with one arm on the ground behind him so that he didn't have as much weight on Sakura. The man tightened his grip on the knife he had been aiming at the pink-haired girl and drove it into Naruto's unguarded left side. Naruto exhaled painfully and his eyes widened when the Kyuubi suddenly became more restless. He wrenched the knife out of his side and threw out of the way before placing his free hand on the bandit and pushing. The man stood up on his own, removing the kunai from his rib cage and tossing Naruto off to the side. Sakura heard a woman in the caravan scream as she rolled to the side to avoid being grabbed by one of the men she had been fighting. Naruto's clones had disappeared, and it was suddenly down to her and Sasuke against 6 men. 6 men who apparently weren't complete idiots and kind of knew how to fight ninja, or at least against genin. Sakura scrambled to her feet and glanced to see where Sakura was, her eyes skimming over Naruto's still form and then taking in the blood already pooling underneath him. Sasuke glanced back at her, freezing as he took in Naruto's appearance. "Get Kakashi's attention," Sakura shouted, her hands moving into seals without thinking. "Iko Akechi no Jutsu," she muttered, moving away from the men who had attacked her. 2 of them froze, proving that at least they had been caught in the jutsu, but her legs wobbled underneath her from the sudden loss of chakra. As Sasuke finally moved into action, sending a Katon jutsu into the sky to catch their teacher's attention, Sakura pushed herself forward, knowing that if she couldn't render the 2 men unconscious, she would probably lose control of the genjutsu, and then she would be defenseless and Sasuke would still be up against 6 men. She pulled out several shuriken as her legs gave out underneath her just meters from the two men, and she threw one handful and then a second, but was disappointed when both men were pulled away. Forcing herself to scramble back, still attempting to maintain her jutsu, she flinched when one of the men picked up several of the discarded shuriken and threw them at her with surprising skill for a civilian. She needn't have bothered with scurrying backwards, as the shuriken were suddenly swatted aside by an arm sheathed in red chakra. Sakura stilled at the overwhelming pressure it created barely a meter from her. The man in front of them panicked and launched his knife at the boy in front of him. The knife stopped as it came in contact with the chakra and was repelled back towards the man before falling harmlessly to the ground several feet in front of him. Naruto turned around to face Sakura, and she was shocked by the odd look in his eye. "Move," Naruto snarled before turning back to face his opponent. The man continued to watch the boy soundlessly when Naruto suddenly disappeared from in between Sakura and her opponent. The men that Sasuke had been fighting each moved towards him, but Naruto appeared above them, bashing their heads into each other and knocking them out. Sasuke's eyes dilated, trying to follow Naruto's movements as he darted away again in a flurry of red. The next to go down was the scrawnier man that Naruto had been fighting initially. He moved back as Naruto landed in front of him, but the blonde jumped at him again and delivered a roundhouse kick to his head, sending the man skidding into a nearby tree. The two that had been caught in Sakura's genjutsu were almost completely ignored as they continued to sit off the sides, still in a daze. Rather sit and watch Naruto go up against the man who had stabbed him earlier. Sasuke reached into his equipment pouch and pulled out a length of wire as he approached them. Pausing only to pull the two men back to back, he looped the wire first around their wrists and finished by tying several lengths of it around the two men. He figured that their lax struggling meant they were too drained by the genjutsu. Naruto was still in the middle of his fight with his assailant. The man was struggling to avoid the kunai that had made it into his teammate's hand, and Sasuke noted curiously that Naruto seemed more intent on actually injuring the man. Sakura screamed suddenly, and he noticed the man dodge a set of shuriken, driving him straight into the range of Naruto's kunai. A hit that was only aimed to disable the man's arm sliced through his neck, and, if the blood was anything to go by, the jugular had been hit. Naruto moved to follow through with a second hit when his sensei suddenly appeared behind him, snatching Naruto around the waist and spinning him to look him straight in the eye. After a moment, the look of ferocity faded off the blonde's face and gave way to wide-eyed shock. "Just calm down," Kakashi whispered, placing Naruto back on his feet and turning to look at his other students. Sakura was watching them warily and making her way back onto her feet. Sasuke appeared completely unconcerned with the sudden change in his teammates' behavior, and he nodded towards the merchants that were beginning to come out of their shock. Naruto coughed strenuously and brought Kakashi's attention back to him, or more importantly to the blood still on his hoodie. Kakashi bent over and raised Naruto's shirt a few inches, making sure to wipe more of the blood off his skin, and nodded in satisfaction when the only remainder of his injury was a small pink scar. "You'll be fine, just stay with me for a minute," Kakashi told him. Naruto nodded but pointed down to the injured man still lying on the ground. Kakashi looked closely and noted that he was still breathing painfully and his eyes were wide in shock. "Guru," Kakashi called out, looking back towards the trees as he crouched next to the injured man. When a blonde man appeared next him, glancing at Naruto warily, Naruto took a quick step away from and watched him cautiously as he leaned down next to Kakashi. "He missed the jugular," Kakashi stated, taking out a wad of gauze from one of his vest pockets and placing it over the wound. "Take him back to town and get him healed so we can question him later. While you're there, send the magistrate out here to get the other 5. "I don't take orders from you," Goro growled. "I'm not done with you yet," Kakashi stated lowly, looking at the other man. "Do this and maybe our next talk won't last as long." Goro sneered, but a quick glance at Naruto had him picking up the injured man and heading back towards the town. Glanced up and frowned as Naruto blinked in confusion and shook his head as the red faded out of his eyes again. "What did you do to our guards?" a man shouted in outrage, finally approaching Kakashi. "Guards? 5 of these men are known bandits," Kakashi stated, pulling a set of papers out of his vest. "We were hired to capture them." "They were our guards," a man Sakura recognized as the head of the caravan shouted back. "We caught them robbing us," another man stated, moving them forward. We had confronted them and the kids showed up after they attacked us. The caravan and 2 other merchants who had approached with him continued to stare at them in disbelief. We aren't lying, another man insisted. He threw me into the last cart, he said, pointing to the broken cages that had been knocked onto the ground. The kids showed up and used those, the dash replications, Sakura supplied. Yeah, he used them to separate them from us and was just trying to restrain them, but they kept struggling against them. He saw my wife calming down my daughter with sign language, so he had one of his replications bring her over to interpret for him. Where were you? Kakashi asked, holding his hand up for the man to pause and turning to Sakura. I was circling around the caravan to make sure they weren't attacking multiple locations, but by the time Sasuke and I arrived they were already fighting. Sakura answered, a bit ashamed that she had sent Naruto to the back alone. He had my wife tell them to stop struggling and that they would be able to clear it up when his teammates arrived. When she mentioned teammates, they started fighting more and kept knocking the animals loose, the man stated. Kakashi nodded and turned away from the merchants completely. Sakura, Sasuke, tie the other 3 up and then cancel whatever genjutsu is on those 2, it's still draining your chakra, he told her. Sakura immediately moved to follow his orders, but Sasuke had stilled and was staring at Kakashi's eyes. Kakashi reached up and pulled his forehead protector back over his left eye. Help your teammate, Sasuke, Kakashi repeated, turning back to keep a hand on Naruto's shoulder. Are there any injuries among your people? Kakashi asked, ignoring the caravan leader and turning to the men who had explained what happened. Both men shook his head and Kakashi nodded. You 2 done? He asked Sakura and Sasuke, gaining a nod and a glare. Good, help them gather up all the animals that got away while we wait for the magistrate to show up. These guys will help you, Kakashi told them, performing several hand seals before slamming his hand onto the ground. 2 small dogs appeared before him and pointed them in Sasuke's direction. Is your side all right? Kakashi asked quietly as Sakura easily picked up 2 of the rabbits that had escaped and brought them back over to the caravan. Several workers were already busy preparing new cages for the animals and took them from her thankfully. Naruto nodded tiredly and looked up at Kakashi nervously. Help them out for now, but take a break if it starts to bother you. The healing factor is still a bit questionable, Kakashi stated, nudging Naruto in the direction of his teammates. He fought the urge to snicker when he noticed a small white puppy rotating between nipping at Sakura's heels and forcing his own pug dog, Pakin, to play with it instead of finding the other escaped dogs. As Sakura nearly tripped over the small dog a 3rd time, she finally gave it the attention it had been aiming for and picked it up. When she tried to hand it over to the merchants, it squirmed out of her arms and took off after Pakin. Sakura sighed and brought back several more rabbits to add to the 10 that Naruto had managed to collect and the 4 dogs that Sasuke had found before the puppy made its way back to her, yipping excitedly as it nudged her forward towards the tree line. Sakura followed it in annoyance and was surprised when it nudged some taller grass out of the way to reveal several small bunnies that she hadn't noticed. She shrugged off the coat her sensei had convinced her to wear after Marinda continually expressed concern about the girl catching a cold on patrol and placed the bunnies in it before carrying them back to caravan. One of the young women nearly squealed in delight as she handed them to her. Well, do you know where any others are? Sakura asked, looking down at the excitable puppy. The little dog yipped in response and took off back the way they had just come. When he revealed more of the hiding animals, Sakura called out for her teammates to help her gather all of them. Pakin had walked back over to Kakashi and was sitting lazily as his younger partner, Minomi, followed Sasuke around, occasionally corralling one of the missing dogs or rabbits. What exactly are all the animals for? Kakashi finally asked. Pets and livestock. We sell mainly to agricultural families, one of the men answered. We probably have 20 puppies. Almost 100 rabbits, at least half of them got out. If we can get at least half of them back, I'll be happy, the man admitted. The last move Naruto used expelled a lot of chakra. It might have scared them off, so I'm not sure how many we'll find in the area. Actually, they already found all but 10 and the 2 dogs took off like they were on the trail of more, a woman spoke up. Kakashi snickered as Sakura came running back onto the road with several more bunnies huddled in her jacket and giggling madly. Minomi and the white puppy appeared moments later, followed by 2 angry young genin who were both sopping wet. Sakura, Kakashi called out sternly as soon as his young student had handed over the bunnies she was carrying. It was the dog's fault, Sakura giggled, pointing to the small white puppy that was still following her around. How so? It tripped them when they were trying to reach those guys, Sakura snickered, pointing at the bunnies she had handed. Well, at least you returned the bunnies unharmed, Kakashi said, smiling at the boys as they glared at their teammate and the small dog she was playing with. Pakin, Minomi, you're done here, he added, dismissing both of his summons. Are you missing any more? Sakura asked. Just that one, the woman said, pointing to the small dog sitting at Sakura's feet. She smiled and leaned down to pick him up. Thanks for your help, she told the dog, scratching his ears lightly before handing to the woman. The puppy immediately began whining and struggling to get away from her. The merchant that Kakashi had been talking to laughed out loud and walked over to the woman, plucking the puppy from her grasp. I think this one is no longer ours, he laughed, handing the small dog back to Sakura. I hope that in the future he can be as helpful to you as he was today, he told her with a gracious nod. Sakura's eyes widened and she turned back to Kakashi in question. Kakashi walked forward and whispered in her ear, just tell him thank you and that the dog will be trained in hopes that one day he will help our clients as he did today. Sakura nodded to him and repeated what he told her while stroking the puppy's head happily. The dog yipped excitedly and liked her face. She's keeping the dog? Naruto signed curiously. Kakashi nodded happily and waved to the merchant as he moved back about his business. And it's going to be training with us? Sasuke asked. Yes, Kakashi told him in confusion. Both boys exchanged a smirk and the dog whined when they turned to look at it. I think we just found a moving target, Sasuke muttered. You stay away from him, Sakura glared, comforting the dog as it continued to whine. Stray kunai here, rogue shuriken there, Naruto signed more to himself than anyone else. Alright, that's enough out of you too, Kakashi stated, slapping his hands down on their shoulders and leading them to the side of the road. The magistrate is finally here. The three of you will go with Goru and help take the bandits back into town. I'll stay here and deal with him. If they don't need your help in town, then go back to our client's house and rest. All three nodded and moved over towards the taller blonde man who had showed up with the magistrate. I'm not babysitting you three, Goru stated, looking at them nervously. We're just supposed to help you take them back to town, Sakura explained, smiling disarmingly. What's he saying? Goru asked, ignoring Sakura and turning to Naruto. He wants to know if the bandit you took back survived, Sasuke informed him as he helped Naruto push two of the bandits onto the cart the magistrate had sent for them. I'm sure he'll live. He was waking up when the doc came in to take a look at him. Waste of air in my opinion. We didn't ask your opinion, Sasuke retorted as he undid the wires binding the other three so that they could move them onto the cart. Goru paused when Sasuke's glaring eyes glinted at him, and Naruto suddenly froze, almost causing Sakura to collapse under the weight of the man they were carrying. Let's get them back to town, Goru stated, his voice a notch deeper than before. He grabbed the two remaining men and threw them into the cart before picking up the man Sakura and Naruto were carrying and throwing him on top of the others. Get on the cart so that you don't collapse on the way to town. If you do, I won't carry you, he added. Naruto shivered slightly under his stare and moved onto the cart next to Sakura. As the cart began moving, Naruto slowly calmed again and Sakura turned to Goru curiously. We have a bet. Did you not come back because you were lazy and wanted us to finish up here, or did you not want to run into ninja? She asked. Goru glared at her, but she noticed that his eyes were grayer than before. He's a missing nin. Kaka-sensei recognized him. Sasuke smirked. Stupid know-it-all, Goru muttered, shifting his glare to Sasuke. An Uchiha without a Sharingan. You're more pathetic than him, he added, pointing to Naruto. What the hell is that supposed to mean? Sakura asked. The small puppy in her lap began to growl in his response to her own anger, and she petted it soothingly. Goru's eyes shifted to the blue she had seen before, and he coldly stated, Keep quiet until we reach town. All three genin silenced and spent the remainder of the ride to tow, glaring at the older man. When Kakashi returned 3 hours later, Merinda met him at the door with a frown. Naruto's shirt was covered with blood, but he insisted that he wasn't injured and he refused to meet with the doctor, she stated. He wasn't lying. He was healed already. I'll have a medic take a second look in Konoha, but he'll be fine until then, Kakashi told her. Mirinda looked unconvinced. I fed them and told them to go to sleep. Since your mission is done, I ask that you actually let them sleep a full night before leaving. When Goro brought them here, he said the two of you could finish your discussion at his apartment. I trust you remember where it is, she asked. Right, I'll take care of that. Thank you for your hospitality, Kakashi told her, bowing as he backed out the door again. As he walked back down the street, he could clearly hear Mirinda muttering about irresponsible bachelors and poor bewildered teenagers in need of a mother's care. He doubted it would help his case if he bothered to tell her that all three were motherless. As soon as he heard her shut the door, he took to the roofs and crept along silently as he made his way back to the house. He peeked into the window of the room his students had been stashed in and sighed in relief when he saw the inside door still closed. He slowly opened the window and crept inside. He placed a hand over Naruto's mouth and slowly shook him awake. The younger boy's eyes shot open, but he calmed down when Kakashi backed off and allowed him to sit up. Kakashi moved back to the window and motioned for Naruto to follow quietly. Naruto followed him nervously as Kakashi led him over the roofs of the nearest houses before landing on the street near the gate out of town. First thing, please tell me you actually had some proof of who I was before you followed me this far, Kakashi stated. Naruto rolled his eyes and pointed the papers that had been hastily placed back in his pocket. Okay, I'll buy that for now, but I'm sure Goro would have picked up on that I could technically be him, Kakashi told him. Naruto fervently shook his head at that and Kakashi motioned for him to explain. Naruto chewed on his lip for a moment before sighing. It reacts badly around him, was all he managed. You mean Kyuubi? Kakashi asked, gaining a nod from Naruto. Well, that makes sense. He's a Jinchuriki. Probably the Gobi, but I'm not certain. And since we're on the topic, you are aware that you used its chakra today, right? Naruto frowned and nodded, edging away from Kakashi. Cut that out. You aren't in trouble. Judging by the scar on your side, he probably took control after you passed out, or at least because you were wounded. Do you remember any of it? Naruto thought for a minute before shrugging and pointing to Kakashi. You just remember me snapping you out of it? He clarified, gaining another nod and a yawn from Naruto. Kakashi was drawn away from Naruto when he heard deep laughter from the alley they had just passed. Is there a reason you're here? He asked, turning to look at Goro. The other man's eyes appeared slightly iridescent in the darkness, and Naruto shivered as his stomach began to squirm. I came out to find you and saw your other students sneaking out, so I followed them. But man, I knew there was something wrong with this one. I don't think I ever would have guessed that the great Kyuubi would get stuck in a mute kid. That is priceless, Goro laughed out loud. Naruto's eyes widened as the unease in his stomach grew worse. Kakashi glanced over at him and reached out to steady him as Naruto suddenly doubled over and retched. He coughed harshly several times, only expelling a small amount of blood as he agitated his throat. He glanced up at his sensei dizzily before suddenly clamping his hands over his ears. Naruto? Kakashi finally questioned as his student continued to stare banefully at the ground, trying to block out noise. Kid doesn't even know how to communicate with his demon, Goro laughed. At least he can fight without relying on it. As I recall, you didn't even try to fight without it. No wonder you're known as nothing but a Jinchuriki. Without your demon you'd be nothing, Kakashi replied harshly. Naruto won't have that problem. Sounds like he already has. That spy tried to kill him, didn't he? That explains why the Hokage is out for blood. Poor little Genin targeted just because he's a Jinchuriki and nothing else, Goro taunted, glaring at Kakashi. Goro, you're trying my patience. Leave my student be, Kakashi stated, pushing his forehead protector out of the way. Goro looked up over at him and his grin suddenly dropped off his face. His eyes glinted again and his voice deepened as he leaned down to look into Naruto's face. Listen well and tell that mutt that if he ever dares to show his filthy muzzle again they will know, he growled. Even if it means compromising myself. Kakashi watched in interest as the man finally turned to look at him. The eyes were definitely bluer than they had been a moment before and the chakra felt more demonic even though the man wasn't doing anything with it. Wonderful, a botched seal. Are you the reason he can't give me any information about Kumogakure? He asked. That village was below my presence. Nikomata preferred to stay and play with them, but I would not submit myself to it, even through this host. Which one are you? Hoku, the gobi to you ninja. The man smirked before adding, I've met one of your line before. I'm sure you have, Kakashi stated, grimacing as he pulled Naruto back over, noting that the boy had actually calmed down after the threat Hoku had given to the fox. We'll be leaving tomorrow. Just keep your host out of Konoha's way and there will be no trouble, he added, backing up towards the more populated street. Sakura and Sasuke head back now, he added, turning to see his other students behind him. He knew that he had been quiet enough that they wouldn't have heard what he said to Naruto, but Goro hadn't cared, and if Kakashi's regular luck was anything to go by, he was going to have to find a way to keep the two silent when they returned to Konoha. Neither genin moved and he turned, breathing a sigh of relief when he found them staring at Goro and not Naruto. Keep your word, Hoku stated, walking past the genin and disappearing down the street without a glance. What was he? Sakura finally asked. This isn't a topic for right now. I'll explain it tomorrow, Kakashi stated. Then why were you out here with him? Sakura asked. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Right now, if I don't get the three of you back in bed, I'll get yelled at by our client, Kakashi told her sternly. As it was, he got yelled at anyway. Marinda was waiting in the room when Sakura snuck back in the window, and she waited until all three were inside before approaching Kakashi and ranting about how he went against her request. She seemed more upset about the fact that the three had snuck out without shoes or coats than the fact that they had used a second-story window. XX Day 13, End of Mission XX. Sakura, Naruto, and Sasuke were told to skip training the next morning and instead quickly packed as Kakashi finished their business with their clients. They were out of the town before morning crowds arrived, and the small puppy happily trailed behind the three as trekked along the road. After about an hour, Kakashi summoned Pakken and ordered the pug to dog sit while he had a talk with his students. Is this about Goro? She asked. That depends. Goro and the gobi were both present last night. You probably caught the shifts in personality while he was speaking, Kakashi stated. Gobi? Hoku the demon? Sakura asked. Yes. He was sealed outside of Mist about 22 years ago. Goro is apparently a Jinchuriki, the host that he was sealed in, Kakashi informed her. That's what that chakra was yesterday? Sasuke asked. Yes. I'm not sure what you heard last night, but I'm going to guess that Goro has fairly little skill. He was only a chunin when he was declared a missing nin, and it's questionable how much of that skill was even his own. Hoku seems to take control the moment the situation gets sticky. Is what he said to Naruto true? Naruto turned to Sasuke with wide eyes and backed closer to Kakashi. Calm down, Kakashi told him, frowning at Naruto's behavior. That depends on what you heard. He said Naruto was only attacked because he was a Jinchuriki. That means he has a demon sealed in him, right? Sasuke asked. Yes, but the seal is more stable than Goro's, which is why the Kyuubi can't surface, Kakashi explained. Kyuubi? Sakura asked faintly. Is that what the red chakra was after he was stabbed? Most likely. The chakra heals him frequently, and it probably decided to remove the rest of the risk after Naruto passed out, Kakashi told her nonchalantly. Who attacked him because he was Jinchuriki? I thought he got into a fight with Mizuki-sensei, but Goro mentioned a spy. Sasuke continued, looking a bit jealous at his teammate's potential but otherwise nonplussed by the news. Mizuki-sensei was the spy. As far as we can figure, he was recruited by Kumogakure. He convinced Naruto to steal a scroll as part of test, and then he and another ninja from Kumogakure attacked. The woman was who injured Naruto. They escaped, but they didn't manage to get the scroll, Kakashi explained. You said Naruto's seal was more stable, but how did Kyuubi manage to take control? Sakura asked cautiously. Naruto was wounded near fatally. Like I said, after dealing with the injury, it seems he decided to take out the rest of the threats. It didn't look like he went near either of you, and when I arrived, Kyuubi retreated, showing that Naruto still had control. I assume we aren't supposed to tell the Hokage about Kyuubi or Goro, Sasuke guessed. That's preferable. Right now, Goro isn't a threat, but if we threaten him, Hoku may take control again, and whoever is sent after him is likely to be killed. And we won't be telling the Hokage about Kyuubi until Naruto displays more conscious control over its chakra without tapping into his psyche. Why? Sakura asked. Because I say so, Kakashi stated. The Hokage and the counselors aren't bad people, but they do have a village to protect. If they see training Naruto to fully access and use the Kyuubi's chakra as the way to do it, then they will. It may make him stronger, but it could also drive him insane. It would force him to stop relying on his own skills in favor of taking them from beast dumb enough to get trapped in the first place, he added. In short, he'd probably end up like Goru. Is that why you're training him? Sakura asked suddenly. What? To keep him from losing control. You stopped him when he was fighting earlier, she added. No. He probably would have responded to either of you as long as you didn't threaten him. I'm training him because they know I won't tell them when he accesses Kyuubi's chakra. As long as they don't know, he doesn't have to leave regular training. It's the least they can do, Kakashi explained, smiling at her. Now will you keep quiet about it? I suppose. As long as it isn't hurting him, Sakura answered. Sasuke shrugged in agreement, but Kakashi noticed that he was paying more attention to Naruto and he frowned. This is not going to be a fun return. I almost didn't recognize her, was the first thing that ran through Haruno Sanzo's mind as he shook his head and moved to squat down in front of his fidgeting daughter. He silently waved the three men still in the doorway towards the kitchen so that he could focus on her. Are you all right? He asked quietly. Fine, Sakura responded despondently. You don't sound or look fine, her father insisted. Did something happen on a mission? Not really, Sakura claimed. Although I did get a dog. Sanzo froze and he heard snickers from his kitchen. You what? Well, we helped this caravan see. And one of the merchants gave me a dog as thanks. Sensei called it derivative payment, Sakura claimed. We've been over this before, Sanzo stated. I've never been given a dog for free before, Sakura countered. You wouldn't say no to something as cute as Hoku, she insisted. Hoku, one of the men in the kitchen asked in disbelief. I let Sasuke name him. Sensei thought it was funny so I let it stand, Sakura told them. And where is Hoku now? Sanzo asked. With Sasuke. And can Hoku stay with Sasuke? Nope. He doesn't like dogs. The only reason Hoku is with him is because I told him to pester Sasuke until our team had to meet again, Sakura answered. And can Hoku stay with your sensei? Nope. I'm the only he'll stay with. He whines around my other teammates, Sakura chirped proudly. Oh, that reminds me. I used Iko Akechi and I didn't pass out. Sanzo narrowed his eyes at his daughter's change in subject, but her grin didn't waver. Can we get back to talking about the dog, please? Nope, Sakura said. Sanzo opened his mouth to argue when there was a sharp knock on the door. That's Sasuke, I have to go, Sakura declared, jumping off the couch and darting out the door. Sanzo gazed after her despondently for a moment before drawing chuckles out of the other ninja by muttering, Why did I have to get stuck with a teenage girl? Sakura and Sasuke reached their training field with Hoku at their heels. Kakashi and Naruto were already waiting, the latter shifting his weight impatiently. Well, then let's talk. What could we have done to be better prepared to take a riskier mission and to prepare for complications on that mission? Kakashi asked. We needed a way for Naruto to communicate without sign language, Sasuke told him immediately. But I'm starting to think I was right in recommending you for squad leader, Kakashi told him proudly. He was shocked when Sasuke shook his head in the negative. Sakura should be, Sasuke told him almost grudgingly, much to the surprise of his teammates. She thought of it before the mission. She knew we weren't ready. We talked her out of telling you, he admitted. Besides, she knew something was wrong on the mission before I did. Oh, well, in that case, you guys are dismissed for the day. I gotta go talk to the Hokage. Just make sure you go through the day's training first. The three genin blinked in surprise when Kakashi disappeared from in front of them. Sakura turned to the other two, scowling. He is such a... I swear he must be dyeing his hair silver to cover the fact that he's a blonde, she finally settled on saying. Naruto scowled at the insult but shrugged. Perverts just messed up, he concluded smartly for his teammates.